Okay, here we go. Bing bing wahoo, it's time to see this game through. Time for me to continue and see if it places me right at the chapter break. Sort of halfway point break, I guess. Oh boy. Not had to resize the thing slightly because big surprise the capture card stuff that I use. That's totally the case. Update it again. So here we go, let's see. Oop. This is... yeah, it looks acceptable, let's see. Let's see if I can take a few moments to clear my voice, because this is another one of those times that I basically have not spoken a word all day. And then I decide to suddenly start to speak for the stream. That's gonna go real good, but... hello, Samsung. Welcome to the end of this game, or... at least I hope so. And by that I mean I hope this doesn't stretch out much further than, let's say, 4 or 5 hours, because that's usually how long each of these, like, segments takes. It's pretty much the range that it took to get through the first half of this final chapter thing. But it was the investigation, and now it's a trial. Oh yeah, previously on this game, we were defending her because she got accused of shooting a guy dead, but we're convinced that's not the case. Mostly because it wouldn't make sense. Also, our assistant left and is no longer around, I guess. With the feeling that it's going to be a little more significant. Susato was her name. Not gonna be here that long, I die about 11 my time. So that's understandable. Sometimes I die around that time. Well, thanks for the 7 bits, Fredbear. Or WR. Yeah, sometimes I die around that time as well, but sometimes I just get caught up doing useless things and I end up going way longer than I should. And, you know, yesterday was one of those times when I ended up going way longer than I should, so... at least that's probably gonna be followed up with the thing that I'm probably gonna be doing once I'm done with this, which is every other Friday. Shouldn't be seeing her off? Oh yeah. I guess what's his face here, protagonist, didn't see off the girl. She just left in the night. Without us even waking up like she asked. But who is here? Oh, it's... the Watson lolly. What are you doing here? Cavalry is here for you, even while I came. I get the feeling that there might be a significance between the name of the cat, like, or behind the name of the cat, like maybe it's from that cat book that Sasaki wrote. But I haven't actually read that, even though I've had that for a while, so I have no idea. I could just look it up, but I don't really feel compelled to look up that particular detail. Because that would be related to... I don't know, experience from a piece of media that I haven't actually bothered to seek out yet, so it's not quite the same as... pretty much everything else that I've looked up over the course of this, which is stuff that I feel I should know, but I can't just think up the top of my head. Get I both might as well start with the good news. Alright. Start with the bad news then. Well, there you go. I mean, that's typically how it goes, I understand. We are having a record rainfall this morning. Carriages all over are being delayed. I mean, I like having heavy rain where I am, which pretty much has been the case lately. Yesterday we were having a storm so loud that the echoes could be heard pretty loudly, I guess, of the thunder. And like for the past week, I want to say, or so, it's pretty much been invariably raining at night, which is pretty nice because it's been ridiculously hot, as usual, during the encroaching of the summertime. The train should make it to the port of Dover on time. And yet that's somehow been a problem for me, because I was meaning to do those middle of the night trips to 7-Eleven that I sometimes do, but I've not really been able to because it was raining the whole time. So I keep meaning to get up in the morning and go for a walk or something and do it then, but keep not actually being able to get up early enough to do that. Because I have no self-control. Pickpocket girl brutally murders upright pawnbroker. Oh, there you go. You look right in, expecting anything else. That's just how it is. It's often the same way I'll just show up. Oh. All your presence is appreciated, regardless. We're just gonna make a dirty press eat those words. And tomorrow's headline will be like this. Honest pickpocket girl saves the world. Well, wouldn't that be pretty nice? Did you like my impression of Susie, which I wasn't really thinking it was an impression? Didn't catch the inflections in the written dialogue there. Also, hello default, and the bot is running, so I don't know why it didn't do anything there. Don't know about law like Susie does, but I guess I'm gonna be a replacement this trial. That reminds me. How's Holmes? He had an operation yesterday. Well, I guess you would have been expected to go check on him. The operation went well. I mean, we did see a scene of him talking to what's-her-face in the middle of the night, so I guess he's still sleeping was a fake-out. So apparently he's gonna intervene in this final stretch of things. Somehow. I'm forced to assume. Ask him to tell me right away when Holmesy wakes up, and I guess... if it's Gregson, he would've, but I guess he didn't. I'd have Susato or Holmes with me today. This time I'll have to prove Gina's innocence with my effort alone, which will clearly be impossible. Mira? Pretty much the only reason we didn't fail immediately in the third and fourth trials was because we know about the technicality that Susato told us about the closing argument. If we hadn't known that, then pretty much would have been instant death. But I'm sure we'll be fine. Clearly we won't need to know about any other technicalities. Yeah, that's yet another fucking plot thread that has not yet been actually resolved, and that's what Asugi wanted to do here in Britain. We have quite a lot of things that are begging to be resolved because they have not been concluded yet from pretty much the entire length of the game so far, and we have a pretty short window of opportunity in which to resolve them all. I wonder if there actually will be, or if they somehow won't be, which I guess is not out of the question since there is a sequel to this game, like I said. Trial of Gina Lestrade will now commence. The defense is ready. So time for the opening statement. How many years has it been since you first disappeared from this crown court? Also, what is your deal? Are you gonna get any more characterization, or are you just gonna be relegated to the sidelines the entire time? Is there something you expect to gain from these trials? Even queerer, back when we were still allowed to use that word with its original definition. The trials of the distant past were of an entirely different character. Only you would handle high-profile cases from the noble or political spheres. And now you're gonna prosecute an urchin. I wonder what the reason for that could be. There are two things I can abide by. First would be the villains who build their expensive financial power to feign altruism. So yeah, that guy. Cousin Migandel, if only I'd known what kind of man he really was. I mean, there was There's plenty of suspiciousness about him from the beginning, I think, but of course we needed an actual indication that that was the case, I guess, and then... But ever since that moment, it's pretty much been relentlessly, oh no, he was evil all along. And then the kind of human rubbish that curries favor who feigned innocence only to betray you. These despicable vermin hail from an unknown island in the Far East. They are called Japanese. I must exterminate all the Japanese. It's basically what he's saying. What exactly do you mean by betraying you? I'm pretty sure that if you were talking about betrayal here, the first... oh, does he have actual backstory, maybe? Maybe he's somehow related to the dead guy that was our friend. Well, I think if you were talking about betrayal, you would probably be looking at the Lestrade girl first. At least what we know so far. Card welcomes the revival of the Reaper, whom London's evildoers so fear. I'm guessing that whatever his deal is, it's gonna be like, maybe something like Proto-Yatagarasu from the first Edgeworth game. But with the dead lawyer guy that we replaced. Something like that, I don't know. 6 fine citizens of our capital city. Oh yeah, we got more jurors. I wonder who they could be. Oh boy, I see that... I think I see one guy that we haven't seen in any context before, but I might be wrong about that, but... Also seeing something pretty conspicuous in one of the ends. I do remember the significance of that. Sure to hand down a very unjust verdict as a veteran. A clean cavalry, a clean table, and a clean master, that's all I require. Also, I think her picture was in the stereogram that we saw during the investigation in this case, unless that was someone else with the exact same face. And this is the one that we haven't actually seen before. The world should seize everything stereoscopically, just like this. Oh boy, why do I get the feeling that that's stereoscopic? Well, I guess I should have guessed this earlier, but it's somehow gonna be important during the course of this trial, not just as a curiosity in the investigation. Woman of the future moves forward with a progressive okay, so she had a typewriter and now she has like a telegram. Machine with Morse code. Something like that. I came to London to sightsee. I'm going to see the Crystal Tower now. Well, do you have anything to say about any of them? There are a lot of familiar faces in this jury. Except for one, like I said. Is instant death something you put in the microwave for 3 minutes? Yes. And I'm pretty sure that will also find your way out of your system, independently of whether or not you survive it in a very messy manner. They randomly select these juries from over 6 million Londoners. Only 6 million. Alright, hold on, let me restart the bot as well. So many freaking directories that I have to go through for this. Is this the one? I think this is the one. Alright, there it goes. Now, I would first ask for your explanation of this case, which I thought was the first thing you were actually going to say, but I guess not. I have something I wish to say to the jury, that is... that there has never been a case so simple with so obvious a murderer, except for the... oh. What about the burglars that they apparently caught that were running away from the shop when we walked in? Because we haven't really heard anything about them in quite a while. The victim was a pawnbroker named Hatch. He died immediately after being shot from behind. Here's a photo from the scene of the crime. I'm pretty much completely convinced that he's... you know what? Guess what? I actually now feel compelled to look up something that I hadn't before for some reason. Because like I said, pretty much the first deduction that we made in the investigation was copied from the Red-Headed League, which is... what do you call it? Which is one of the Sherlock Holmes stories from the first collection. And this guy looks like the actor who portrayed Jabez Wilson, who was the client in that story, in the Granada series. Let's see here. And I don't actually know what his name is, but I'm gonna find out right now. If I can actually navigate IMDb. His name was Roger Hammond, apparently. Okay, so I guess well, what's the character's full name here? Hatch, just Hatch. I thought maybe that might be a reference to, like, the actor's name, but no. At least not directly. But let's see. Let's just continue along with this. See, I'm determined to find every nod that they put in this translation. Likely that the bullet pierced the man's heart, ending his life swiftly and painlessly. According to the coroner's analysis, the gun was aimed slightly upwards, so he was shot from a lower angle, I guess. The victim was shot by someone shorter than him. Someone like the defendant. Well, I mean, technically. We got the coroner's autopsy. So every single time we've got one of these autopsy reports, it's been had like a different name in each of these cases. It's been like the examination, the post-mortem, the coroner's report, and now it's actually the autopsy report. And let's see, we didn't even get one of those in the previous case, because it wasn't even a murder case. It was just like assault in which the victim was just passed out for days. But ostensibly she was still alive. I would actually like to hear a follow-up on that, to see what the fuck happened to her and what she had to say, but I really don't know if I'm gonna get that. Let's see. He was killed in the storeroom where the plates are kept. There are no windows and the only door into the room was locked. Furthermore, only 2 people were inside the locked room. Just like in the second chapter. And you know, that turned out to be a bust. When the crime was first discovered by witnesses, the culprit was holding the murder weapon in her hand. Which is a little funny. But I'm pretty sure, fuck, what names from this tennis series have I not used yet for the stream titles? By genius of inopportune depravity, or perhaps a twisted racketeer of evil sabotage. She's a pickpocket, so she must be a murderer. You're all jumping to conclusions. I mean, I kind of looked away, so I missed the banter text that happened there. Isn't that dirty little child a pickpocket? She's one of those kids that roams around the East End. Thought she'd snap one of these days. Well, the evidence against your client doesn't end there. This murder incident had 2 decisive eyewitnesses at the scene. What, are we gonna say that the burglars were the witnesses? Is that really where this is going? We'll really see whether or not this girl is a poor misunderstood petty thief. I mean, we already got the evidence. Oh, before the crime scene sketch, I mean. And the revolver, which we should probably take a look at the evidence. Because I had this problem during the investigation where it's like, probably should have looked at this with more detail before I went in some of these inquiries, because it's the only way to get some of the clues you need. Pickpocket girl brutally murders honest pawnbroker. Tomorrow it'll be honest pickpocket girl saves the world somehow. It's a little more drama. Well, saves entire universe. And I guess we're gonna try to make that happen. And this is the same, yeah, it's the same. The text. What about the back? What's in the back? Looks like a pretty big story too. A spy in the Ministry of Justice. Possibility of secret comms linked overseas. Doubt many 10-year-olds could have understood a headline like this. Yeah, but this is anime, so maybe you're underestimating their ability to do so. Communications between Britain and her allies have been leaked to an enemy nation. So the messages were intercepted or something. I can think of 3 possible ways. Boy. Maybe this is what the Chief Justice Vortex was talking about. Oh yeah, that's another unresolved thing. So one of the articles is about this, the murder, and then there's someone who looks a bit like FDR or something, which won't really make sense considering this is supposed to be like right at the beginning of the 20th century, like I said. But I don't know. I wonder if that's related to the freaking revolutionary spy that we saw his picture in the second case, and now he's one of the jurors here, and we're not gonna question that or mention it. Let's check the autopsy report. Hatch Windebank. Oh, his name was Hatch Windebank. Which is a reference to fucking James Windebank, which was a villain from another Sherlock Holmes story called Case of Identity. Which I'm pretty sure is not related to anything else. Estimated time of death. Also, I hear like a baby crying in the distance. That's ominous. 16 April between 1 and 1:30 a.m. Single bullet wound, found in upper back. Pierced his heart from behind. A slightly upward angle. What about the crime scene photo? We can't really point anything else out, can we? Well, let's see. We got the bullet hole. We got the blood underneath. I don't think he's holding anything. I guess that's it. The sketch of the crime scene. Let's see. Which again we can only zoom in into, so that's the positions of the people in the storeroom, I guess. And we can't read the squiggles, so we have to assume that a doctor must have written this. What's this crooked thing in the middle of the room? I wonder. Must be like a stand of something in the shop. And the revolver belonged to Hatch before he died, but found in Gina's hands. Well, I mean, he did end up killed by it, like he was constantly threatening to be. Oh, and also dogs are barking, I guess. I have to assume it's dogs. Hatch always left his pistol on his desk. He only kept a single bullet in there at a time, which we heard from him. Really did give up his life to protect his patron's pledges, somehow. So that's just it. We're gonna look at the... I guess the chamber of the gun. And we don't have anything else to say about the other parts of it. What about the grip? What about the trigger? What about anything else? No, it's gonna be the same. Magazine is empty. Oh yeah, because he used up the one bullet. Somehow I didn't catch that before, but let's see. Let's just keep going now that we look at all the evidence. Pickpocket girl brutally murders innocent pawnbroker with logic and facts and devours all of humanity in a black moon of logic. But he's only a tourist, you see. Wait. Oh yeah, that guy. Things suddenly feel a lot more serious in here. I get the feeling we're gonna be focused more on finding out what this guy's backstory is. For once. Oh boy. State your names and occupations. Nemi Tin Pillar. My occupation, criminal, bruv. Name's Tully Tin Pillar. My occupation, same as what he said in it. Let's go. Also Tobias Gregson, but we know him. They call us... 3 Tin Pillar men, even though there's only 2. They call us Lario and Luigi. Looking for our long-lost brother, we climbed down to London's dodgy underbelly, really. And you kinda look like him. So that's what they're going with. You bro Wally, because you're a Muppet, see? The third brother's name is Wally Tin Pillar. I don't get the feeling that's somehow gonna be significant as well. Inspector Wally Gregson, but no, it's Tobias. Why are you an inspector together with these ruffians? They were already arrested by the other suspects for a separate crime, and yet they were... and yet they were there in the scene of that crime? Well, 2 nights ago these men broke into the pawn shop ready to steal. They stumbled upon a much greater crime within. So that's really what we're going with. We didn't do anything. We witnessed the murder of Hatch. As for their crimes of illegal trespassing and attempted robbery, they will be tried on a different date. Escorted them here to testify in this trial. Understand the circumstances and acknowledge the prosecution's request. 10 pillars, I hereby order you to testify about everything you saw in that shop. 10 pillars who, even though... This guy's just being unassuming. I kinda wonder where this is going. They're insisting that there's a third Lario brother. We saw the pawn shop door was open on our way down Baker Street. It's like a sign from the Lord himself he had to go in. And then inside the back room was a gunshot, bruv. Oh. Ran to the door and tried to open it, but it was locked from the inside, and it didn't do nothing and didn't steal nothing. Just left the shop nice and quiet, like. And yet we were arrested. I mean, that still counts as breaking and entering or trespassing, even if you don't break anything. I'm pretty sure. These 2 scoundrels broke into the shop while it was already being victimized by another crime. But apparently we're still gonna assume that they're being perfectly honest here. Because of the circumstances we've already established. There seemed to be an open and shut locked room mystery, a little convenient, as I've said, but... yeah, we're gonna need to cross-examine here. Come up with our own, bizarre explanation. Hold on, there we go. Adjust the freaking mic arm as perfectly as possible. That's of the utmost importance, you see. It's pretty shocking how they can blatantly lie like that. Well, all their claims are complete rubbish in the testimony. Well, we're saying that now, but we're gonna have to actually work with that. So let's get all the text here. So they saw the door to the pawn shop was open. About 1 in the morning. Like hell, I'd know. Well, if you're there at 1 in the morning, then of course the door should have been locked. But it was pretty dark in there, that's all I gotta say in the matter. There was a bit of light in there in it. We're having a bit of a hard time establishing the details of that. The inside was dimly lit when we were there. That's actually the only reason we went in there. I don't know, did we see the door open? Defendant Gino Lestrada's already aiming to kill at that time, you say, but how do you even know that? My stance does not change, apparently. Let us return to the testimony. When you noticed the door was open, you found yourself walking onto the tragic stage of the crime. It was like a sign from the Lord himself he had to go in. Like a revelation of God or some sort of trick or fate or something. Well, something like that anyway. That's a story in it. Talk about God like that when you're just opportunistic thieves. Well, I mean, is it really that different from a few other discourses of this nature? Just saying. But apparently they were thinking something else. Just maybe behind that door. We'd find Wally, our long-lost brother, after all these years. Boy. With a straight face, I say. But then, thanks to that, we only went and met someone who actually looks like old Wally. Which I guess they did. Don't talk to or about me, or my son ever again. And then there was a gunshot in the back room. Or at least out of sight. It's what I would have expected them to say. Had a single shot fired. Murder weapon was the victim's own revolver, which had only one bullet in it. Yeah, we've established this. Really kept it on top of the shop counter and there were no bullets left in the chamber, so... I don't know, maybe they could have loaded it with another bullet that was separately produced. That's not an impossibility, I would argue, at this point. After a while, the murder weapon was found firmly held in the defendant's hand. Yeah, we've heard this. But we're gonna have to find out more. Went to the door and tried to open it, but it was locked from the inside. Leading into the storeroom, yeah. Only light was from a lamp, so we couldn't see too good. Inside, I guess. And we find another door behind some curtains. Yeah, that would be the one. The door to the storeroom was hidden by a curtain. Okay, so that was where the light was coming from the countertop. Why did you try to open the door in the first place? Well, any common burglar would run for his life as soon as he heard a gunshot, I guess. Okay, so we're onto something here, I guess. I think it sounds about right, don't you, bruv? We ain't common burglars, that's our story, and we're sticking to it. Humans generally react to loud noises in one of two ways. Some cower in fear and flee, others muster up courage and leap to action. There's no middle ground. I'm sure a black-hearted Japanese like you fits in the first category, though. I mean, he did kind of stumble, but then he pretty much tried to run out and try to chase them, even with the risk of getting shot himself. So, I don't know. Oh, the door to the crime scene was locked. Didn't do nothing and didn't steal nothing, we just left the shop nice and quiet, like... Well, I mean, I don't know if we did find anything, anything... missing, but... I'm pretty sure I can already think of a contradiction, and that's the fact that... We tested the... You remember the blood samples? We tested the victim's blood to see what color it would be, the reactive. And we also found a bullet in the calendar place, which was also stained with blood, and that blood was a different color, so... That doesn't really match up, does it? Pretty sure that's what we're gonna be pursuing before too long. Couldn't even get our hands out of our pockets, let alone steal. Oh. There ain't nothing we ate more than violence as criminals. Kept our hands shoved right in our pockets and made off fast as we could. But apparently we're gonna call them out on this. Why are you trying to get away? You bumped into someone, didn't you? Oh yeah, they didn't mention that at all. Because we saw them ourselves. Oh yeah, because that's something else entirely. Because Sherlock Holmes got shot, which I completely didn't even think about until this was mentioned. You were the block what we ran into when we were smoking our getaway. Just admitting this in front of everybody. Well, one of the, like, 3 people or something that were there at that point. You were holding a gun, and then, when you were running away, you shot the great detective as he arrived at the scene. You shot the Sherlock Holmes. Seriously? So there you go, I guess that's how you get people's sentiments. On the night of the crime, these 2 men were arrested not far from the scene. They looked so suspicious that the patrolling officer couldn't leave them wandering around. After a quick inspection of their possessions, the yard discovered a revolver in one of their pockets. so I guess we have to assume that they were also, responsible for shooting at the scene. There are clear traces that show a single bullet was fired from their gun. That was a different gun. This is the gun that they had. Does appear to be gunpowder residue on part of the cylinder, so there you go. New Japanese, the prosecution demands evidence. There are signs that a single round was fired from their gun, but I demand that you present evidence to prove that the bullet was fired at the crime scene. I'm pretty sure we have it. It's just what I was talking about before. But we're not gonna concede. We're gonna give testimony as the defendant, or defense counsel. Must inform you that we were not present. Therefore your testimony is fucking worthless, but we're gonna take the witnesses without any further questioning. At least at first. Need evidence that these witnesses fired their gun inside the pawn shop. So let's see. Show us proof that these men fired their gun inside the pawn shop last night. Well, I'm pretty sure I have pretty sure what we need is the calendar here. So we can just argue that. I guess the blood sample record is gonna be, because we can't, we don't have the calendars, it's one thing. Would it be this? We can argue, yeah, that the wound from or the blood that resulted from the bullet being fired at the calendar is different from the blood of the victim, so it had to be a second victim. Which would have been Holmes, I guess. Found several bloodstains. For an egotistic chap, well, yeah, let's just take their word for it. That's the professional way of doing things. Contains the reactions of all the bloodstains we found. I guess we have to point it out specifically, alright. A sample that proves these witnesses fired their gun at the scene, well, that would be neither of these. This one, I don't know why it started with the middle one. What on earth is this? It's a photo we took at the pawn shop on the day of the murder. Is this not a bullet hole? Yep. It's a bullet fired at the calendar. So you can see the bullet struck a calendar. The date shown is the 16th of April, the day of the crime. Occurred at 1 AM, in other words, the shot was fired after midnight, after the date had changed, yeah. I don't know why we say may not be decisive, but I mean, unless they somehow come up with another excuse for saying that somehow couldn't have been them. Which I guess I wouldn't say would be too far-fetched for, this game. I'd say it's pretty decisive. Yeah, this is what the defense claims, and the prosecution has no objections. Right. Yeah, clearly that was easy. Forgive my impudence for shattering the Holy Grail for like the 10th time over the course of this. These two men brazenly broke into the pawn shop. They fired as soon as someone found them, and then they fled. These despicable villains. Sure you'd keep mum about that, well. I have no comment to make. Well, of course he knew I was gonna break down their lies, so I guess we have to assume he has something else in mind. I'll show my appreciation for the Japanese boy who stands before me. I'm just gonna do a 180 in my attitude. That doesn't seem dodgy at all. Yes, dogs. They're very, very riled up for some reason. Jesus. What could be bothering the dogs at 8:53 at night? What a fact has come forward, let's see. We were aware that when we arrested these men, their gun had been fired once, but now that we know that they shot Sherlock Holmes, it becomes clear that they could not have shot the victim. In other words, the 10 pillars are unrelated to the murder of Hatch Windibank. Ah, alright. Well, I mean, yeah, there is that. Also a secret salute, I guess. Something like it. Illegal trespassing, attempted robbery, perjury, and now attempted murder. Crimes are piling up. But at least we didn't do actual murder, and clearly that's the most important thing. I mean, I'm pretty sure at this point in time, like, there would have been less, a lot less crimes that would have the death penalty, but I'm pretty sure it would still be a thing. Or quite a few things, and murder would probably be one of them. Speaking of that also great detective Sherlock Holmes, it appears he was a regular patron of the victim's pawn shop. Yeah, where is this going now? A strange obsession of tinkering with bizarre machinery. Oh, yeah, that's yet another plot point that was left unresolved, like where the big analysis machine went. And also this, the timed cameras, which we completely didn't even bother referring to during our investigation. It only takes one picture every 30 minutes, well, we heard. Should robbers break in, this camera will take pictures of them, but it's not a guarantee though, because of how that works. But on nights where the pictures taken from this camera. As you can see, there's nothing... Yeah, if nothing happens in any given night, it wastes all that film, which... kind of harder to manage at this point in time. Two of these cameras are set up inside the shop. So where's the other one? Because like one of them is, yeah, one of them's looking at the counter and the other one is there, looking at the shelves, I guess. What happens if a burglar breaks in and leaves in between photos, or just, you know, stays out of sight at the precise moment the picture is taken? Perhaps we're meant to pray that this burglar sit and chat for 30 minutes or so. Or just hope that we get lucky. That's pretty much the principle behind this delay. These witnesses were not captured in any of the photos last night, we were told, even though we only saw like 4 of them. That weren't actually close to the time of the crime. Around what time did you break into the shop? It was around 1 in the morning. That's what we heard. What did the camera capture just before these 2 hooligans broke into the shop? I would say also right after. Let's see. Oh, really? This is interesting. How come she didn't say anything to us about this? The defendant was aiming the gun, well, not at the victim, but she was holding the gun. I mean, he doesn't... I guess I could argue he doesn't look very alarmed or anything. Or maybe he does, I don't know. Does seem to be the natural assumption. Alright. Well, I'm sure you all see what I'm gonna see closer, because this is within my interest. And also to look at this, which I forgot about, that we had another gun. And the revolver. Chamber can't hold up to 6 bullets. At the moment there are 5 inside, so 1 was fired. And that was the one that hit Holmes. Is there anything else about this gun? Nope, guess not. Now what about the photo? Yes, she's holding the gun. I guess she was holding the gun of her own volition before the murder happened, so that's interesting. There's a picture of a doggo. What do you know? There's that weird, like, hollowed out skull cap, which I was pretty sure I noticed in some of the earlier scenes that took place there. And he's, like, holding his hands back, so I guess he's supposed to be surprised. I don't know that we can see anything else, I mean... Oh, there's a picture here, though, that's... the same as the cat pictures that we have in the evidence, so... Maybe this will be important later. Maybe he just has a bunch of those. Or maybe she was the one that brought them. I don't know if she would have been the one to bring that there, though. Because that's like... I'm pretty sure both of the cat pictures that we know about were used as tickets to write... Not for the manuscript, but for the Migandul stuff that he traded in. So there wouldn't really have been a reason for her to bring that there, so I'm guessing that's gonna be... that's gonna mean something else. There's no one else who could have shot Hatch in the bank safe for the accused. And once again, we're just gonna hit the wall like that and bounce back. And later default. So watch as something occurs. Oh hey, it's the guy. What was his name again? That was the name of the alias of a villain, Garideb, that's the one. An old war veteran wishes to speak with you. John Garideb, which was the alias of one of the aliases of a villain called Killer Evans in one of the Sherlock Holmes stories. Ever since I took a shell to the knee during the Battle of Maiwand, been forced to stay off the battlefield with only a medal to show for it, just the one. Compared to my victories in battle, a medal is nothing. And... for this past year I've continued to wage war on the battlefield known as life, and now with my 5 fellow comrades by my side, I've found our final resting place. I was gonna say, that kind of makes it sound like they're gonna have reached a verdict, so are we gonna do the closing argument already, like, right at the beginning, pretty much like in the previous 2 trials? You would not be wrong to believe as such. Too early to jump to conclusion, but... up here we go again. Beautiful handkerchief and a beautiful verdict that is a mate's goal. Truth has finally come to light. It's almost stereoscopic. Couldn't forget it. I just can't remember that well. So this guy's shtick is now no longer hard of hearing, but he can't remember. The situation is electrifyingly clear. There's no need to rack our brains over this. And what about this guy? I actually feel sorry for those young brothers. They are unlucky. Boy, maybe he's the third brother. I don't know. You made your deliberations. Present your verdict to the court. Well, here we go. Seems the jury has reached a unanimous conclusion, you know, really surprisingly. And not a decisive evidence, I guess. Yeah, it's pretty much, that's not really super decisive evidence. I'd say, hey, this is like capturing the moment of the murder or something. So let's go forward with the usual song and dance of the closing argument for a third time. I mean, it worked out pretty well the last 2 times, so I guess we're not even like getting any surprise reactions when we attempt it now. Closing argument will now commence. Platoon is already information. So here we go. Court orders you to explain the reasons and the basis behind your guilty verdicts. So let's see. Jury's assertions. Every bit of evidence points towards the defendant's guilt. To make its duty to dispose of any and all unsightly rubbish that is all. That's not a reason. That's really just a comment. If you look at the photo stereoscopically, the truth becomes... well, you can't really do that, given that it's one picture. It's not... well, it is 2 angles, but I'm pretty sure they might be a little too far apart to... That is where this is going, isn't it? The 2 cameras are gonna take 2 pictures that we're gonna have to compare stereoscopically. Boy, oh boy, I can't wait for that. If I forgot, then he wouldn't be alive in the first place, right? Prepare to transmit my current feelings to the world through radio waves. Judging people by looks is wrong. Those three men have done nothing evil. I wonder if we're gonna bring up that guy's picture on the paper from the second case at all. Crime scene and all evidence all point to the defendant. Both she and the victim were alone together inside a locked storeroom. The defendant was holding a weapon and these witnesses heard her shooting him. And yeah. I know what people look like when they're shooting to kill. They're aiming at the ceiling. They're actually not aiming at any people, but... Actually, hold on. There's something that I don't know if you can see clearly in the picture, but... How is her trigger discipline? Oh boy. That's some trigger discipline right there, except... Not really. Mr. Holmes' photo made them even more sure of it then. Can't live with him, but you can't live without him. This much evidence against you? Well, I mean, we still haven't looked at the other photo from... Pretty sure that's what we're gonna end up asking about. We saw one of the photos from that time, but we haven't looked at the other photo that should have been taken at that time. And then we're gonna have to actually do the stereoscopic thing. I'm pretty sure. Every bit of evidence points towards the defendant's guilt, you see. We're gonna have to press all of these to get all of the evidence. We rented out a room to Sasaki here. If it isn't the defense attorney from 2 months ago. Thank you for your help with everything. For getting my fucking wife convicted of manslaughter. I think. There were strange incidents going on at your residence. Sherlock Holmes and me made everything better. Maybe he wouldn't be too upset about not having his wife around, considering how things were going. Yeah, we really helped you out. Not saying that's why you should change your verdict or anything. Rumors of the curses at my home have been getting even worse. Well, ever since the current tenants left, I haven't been able to rent out a single room. When I go to... There we go. When I go to meet my wife in jail, and thanks for that by the way, I'm not sure what to say. So she's in jail. Thank you so much. I mean, at least you don't get slapped and get fucking boiling hot tea poured on yourself constantly. Not saying that's why I'm absolutely not changing my verdict or anything. Oh. He's paying way too much attention to Juror 2. Oh boy. Because he wants a maid to no longer have to have the act with his wife, I guess. You're intently scrubbing away as usual. Even a single speck of dust represents failure, that's a maid spirit. How when you say unsightly rubbish? Boy. Pickpockets, beggars, even bandits. The East End truly is a rubbish dump of London. And I guess I went to the East End when I went to Southmere in Thamesmead. Honestly, yeah, it does seem like there would be some problems there, but I mean, the worst thing that happened to me was, I wouldn't really classify it as a bad thing, even it would just be the fact that there was like a big old downpour while I was there that came out of nowhere. A lot of wind, a lot of rain, pretty much got soaked, but then it cleared up just as quickly as it randomly came down, and there was a rainbow. I actually have a picture of that, I think. And you know, the whole reason I couldn't even navigate my own way to the Southmere estate from the place we were staying, so the only reason we were actually able to make it there, my family and I, was that very nice lady who lived in the area who we happened to run into helped us find our way there. But let's see. Since I already brought this up, might as well follow through. That was before this right here. There it is. Should be one of these. Which is kind of hard to distinguish exactly where this is from this one photo, but I don't care. I didn't even even have to do this, but I have principles. And that was the day when God declared Thamesmead to be the big gay, I guess. That was actually one of the most clearly visible rainbows I've ever seen in my life, for that matter. So yeah, that was a thing that occurred. If I could, I would clean up every single one of those back alleys. There's already a man doing my work for me, our own great detective. These Sherlock Holmes, oh boy. I read the Strand magazine whenever I get a break from working. Love reading the stories of him cleaning up the filth that pervades London. Makes one realize that our great detective is really the great maid of London. Okay, well... I can't... Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that that one statement forces me to assume that fan art exists regarding this, and I hate it, without even having seen it. Tina didn't shoot Mr. Holmes under the tin pillars, did. Well, and apparently they're the same, even though... Well, I mean, technically Tina is a criminal because she's a pickpocket, but... Oh boy. Well, she's changing her statement. The tin pillars are pure filth. Even though, like I said, Tina's also a criminal, so I'm pretty sure she would lump them in somehow or another. Even though the other two were the ones that actually shot Holmes. These two are monsters for shooting Mr. Holmes. However, this trial is for the murder of Hatch Windibank. Is there a difference? Well, I mean, Holmes didn't die. Whether a burglar or a pickpocket, the one who shot the pawnbroker amounts to little more than filth. Should throw them straight into the bin, those are my thoughts on the matter. It's time for me to pick up my cousin and wander off. Alright, later, Sunson. See you around. Well, we got a change of statement from her, so that's probably gonna be significant somehow. It's one of those two weirdos that shot Holmes, so... Are we trying to figure out which one it was? You think we could find a way to use Miss Maid's statement as a weapon? I wonder. But yeah, like I said, I figured it's probably gonna be significant somehow. Since it changed at all. If you look at the photo stereoscopically, the truth becomes plain to see, says blonde John Arbuckle. Can you explain what you mean by viewing it stereoscopically? Look at it normally and see the same thing, but I mean, we could theoretically do that since we have a different angle from which another photo should have been taken at that time. If you think about it, stereoscope is just gonna keep bringing that up without actually making it significant. Do you happen to like stereoscopes? How could you tell? Just two pictures, you can recreate a vivid image in your mind. We have two pictures, why aren't we allowed to bring that up yet? It's 3D, it will catch on in film for a long time to come. Well, I mean, pretty much every other fucking big budget film is done in 3D these days. Kind of, even if it's very technical kind of thing, where it's like you really don't notice when you watch it without. And yeah, that's the thing about 3D though in a lot of media, unless you're specifically, like, that even applies to a lot of 3DS stuff for that matter. Unless you're specifically looking to show off the 3D capabilities, it's probably gonna be like not a big deal whether or not you have it. So better exploit that mechanic for at least one of the parts of this game, I guess, was what the designers thought. Something about forgetting something. As you can see, I am a surgeon. Those who perform surgery aren't actually acknowledged as doctors here, really. But we surgeons fight on the front lines of modern medicine. I mean, wasn't Watson also a surgeon? And he... Everyone called him a doctor. I'm pretty sure he was an MD, and that was it. Yesterday I cut open a patient's stomach, as I always do. I mean, unless he's talking about uncertified surgeons, which... That's a whole other topic right there. Can't help but imagine the worst. have left the lancet inside him? No, there's no way I did. We're assuming that. So I'm racking my brain over the case that isn't clear instead. Must have double checked. Boy. So he's not even thinking about the actual case here, and yet he gave the guilty verdict. Prepare to transmit my current feelings to the world through radio waves. You must be from the Far East, the country of uncivilized Neanderthals, as everyone here says. Long ago, messages would be relayed between our countries with letters. It would take a whole month by boat for letters to travel, but now... Now we have international telegrams, which... Yeah, we use electrical signals, but I'm pretty sure those would travel along lines, like the precursor to telephone lines, pretty much. Miles and miles of cables under the sea, yeah. Rather than actual radio waves that wasn't actually in place at the same time. In the coming age, we won't even need those cables. It's all about radio waves. Electrical signals will fly through the air in the coming century. Boy. Wireless communications, it's the pinnacle of a century. Even if certain deluded people believe their toy stereoscopes are so amazing. Well, oh boy, let me guess, this guy has something to say. Yep. And we're gonna come back to that, but not yet. Some people really like those, you know. Why do you think the defendant is guilty? Well, there isn't a single piece of evidence that proves otherwise, ergo. Should aim for a verdict that's equally fast. Well, I mean, they figured out radio waves, they figured out a lot of wireless data transmission, but what they haven't figured out yet in the present time is wireless energy transmission. That isn't just of information, but of actual power. Let's see. Judging people by looks is wrong. Are we gonna bring up the thing, or are we just gonna keep glossing over that? Are you Dmitry? Okay, here we go. Dmitry Demiglasky, the Russian revolutionary. Yes, okay, so there's not gonna be... We're not gonna make a big deal out of that right now. It looked like this, like bad guy. I am called many names, revolutionary, murderer, dictator. So what are you really? I came to London to sightsee. I'm going to see the Crystal Tower now. Just quotes that. Something doesn't quite sit right with me here. I wonder what it could be. Always treated like bad guy inside, I heard. I feel sorry for men who get called bad guy because of appearances. Like the Tin Pillar brothers. Well, I mean, they pretty much admitted to doing quite a few crimes. It's sort of like clearing up that misunderstanding that they did nothing wrong. Jury selected from citizens of London. So we're told. But then, why was this clearly suspicious sightseeing Russian revolutionary chosen? Well, no idea. And now we've gotten to the loop. I'll do whatever it takes, so I think the only other point we can come back to at this point is the stereoscope argument with this one. So let's go forward to that. There we go. We're getting a little angry there, Juror 3. Well, it looks like you have something to say about Juror 5's statements. Well, I'm sure I can guess what it is. Who else should you be talking to? Oh, how do you call the stereoscope a toy? Wow, it lets you look at things in 3 dimensions. Everything is already in 3 dimensions, but I mean... That's all there is to it, we see. And he doesn't really have a comeback to that. Being able to look at a picture stereoscopically, the possibilities that hide behind this simple revelation. I mean, I wonder how he would feel about stereoscopic video. Or film. Let's say we had a picture of the crime scene. If we could look at that stereoscopically, we might be able to reveal some clues that we haven't seen before. Yeah, that's something we've been thinking for a really long time, and yet we weren't able to bring it up before. Well, I mean, picture we can look at stereoscopically, there's the... I mean, this is talking about the crime scene, right? Because we have the cat thing, but I don't think that's... Okay, never mind, I guess we want to look at the cat right now. But what I want to bring up is the other camera that should have been there. But I guess we're gonna look at the cat picture instead. Don't think I have any photos like that though. Okay. Oh shoot. Now I guess we're gonna have to go through that whole thing again if you want to get to that selection again. So let's just go skip through all of this again. I guess this time I'll make a save scum so I don't have to go through all this again if I mess up. I don't know, do we actually have anything in the evidence that refers to the other camera that should have taken a picture at the same time? So that's really what I'm looking to refer to. I mean, we need the other half of it. Yeah, I guess it's this, but we need the other half of this picture. Would you really look at these pictures stereoscopically? Well, I'll need one more photo from you then. Yeah, we don't have the how the fuck do we produce that? Hold on. This doesn't even show the placement of the cameras. I don't know, are we not supposed to do this yet? Maybe, because we don't have anything that refers to the other picture that should exist of this this scene. And this got nothing to do with that. And neither does any of these do any of these. So this gotta be, yeah, this is all in reference to the previous case, so that's not gonna be any good either. Is this the autopsy thing? This is the autopsy thing. I don't know. It's like the closest thing I have, and I'm pretty sure that's gonna be it, yeah. The Japanese really are behind on the time, so you need 2 pictures. But how the fuck do I bring up that I know that the second picture should exist? That's my question. Yeah, we've heard about this. Pictures at the pawn shop are just regular pictures. Even though a second picture should exist. Are we gonna talk about that at all? We should ask again. Really go through that whole thing again, oh boy. So no, I guess we're somehow able, or supposed to produce the second picture. Before we even come back to that. Judging people by looks is wrong, those 3 men have done nothing evil, let me guess. Maybe we're supposed to do this instead? Guess I'm gonna try it. Contradiction from my mouth. Well, you seem to lack a fundamental understanding of this case. Juror 2 said it herself only moments ago. The 10 pillars shot at least 1 bullet. Oh yeah, I guess we're gonna say that he's not understanding that they actually are confirmed to have committed crimes. And that vile bullet struck our poor dear Sherlock Holmes. You mean to tell me that you didn't catch that, do you? My English not very good. Well, you really didn't catch that. Well, I guess that would be an excuse. Here. Bullet, small metal object fire from a gun. You need to tell me this, I am from Russia. Ergo I know nothing. I'm gonna bring my Russian mouse that... I don't know, I guess the Russian mice are like the tiny mice in, say... the pathologic thing, which is also set in Russia, like, but I know those mice look a little too fantastical, but maybe they're based on a real thing. Hey, Doxilla, welcome in. Stream is going pretty alright so far. How's it going with you? Let's see. Lying is bad, especially for evil-looking men. I don't think this is related to their appearance, so... That's technically a truth, though. They stolen nothing is also a lie. Well, apparently we didn't find anything that they stole, though. So I guess it's technically still up for debate. I must see with my own eyes. Can't really do that because you're wearing sunglasses inside and, you know, we're in the middle of a trial. But we can. But with the automatic ramp... Now we're gonna bring up the second picture, I guess. Obviously that was the line of thought we needed to follow to get to the second picture. Running this in 3DS hardware and using a capture card? Not exactly. I'll see that much. Doing well tonight, that's good to hear. How shameless of you to address the prosecutor in the closing arguments, really. But, I mean, I guess no one else would be able to provide this second picture. As we have this photo, but we've known for quite a while now there should be a second picture from a different angle at the same time. No photo was taken of that moment. And if you can hear that suddenly very loud, that's me pouring the last of my soda that I have right now. This photo shows the state of the counter after they fled the scene. I guess this was half an hour later. So what, the lamp was broken, maybe? From what I can see... doesn't look like anything was stolen. Really. There's not really anything missing from the second photo, really. Fortunately, I didn't look at the other photo. Hold on. I can do it right now if I come here. Yeah, the lamp's broken, so there's that. The whole top part of it is missing. Shoot once but steal nothing. That seems to be the case. Good. Oh. At least that's... as long as that one detail is how I want it to be. These men lie, I want to hear more. Oh yeah, I guess. It's our whole goal to get 4 people to change their thing. Looks super clean, way better than my test footage using custom footage from videos firmware and wireless video streaming. Yeah, I'm using something different that all runs natively, I'll say that much. Sure, there's some truth that we just aren't seeing yet. Once I can find that truth, I can turn this trial on its head. Court shall also accept this photo into evidence in case we need it later. And yeah, we can use this somehow. Hunt down and exterminate all lies. She's not guilty for now, so I don't know, I guess the other maid didn't change her views yet. Yeah, so we technically only have one change so far. And I guess now it's finally time to pursue the other line of questioning for now. Yeah, figure, do it, figure. was my intention with that nudge. Alright, here we go. I see we're getting a little angry there. Okay, we've technically heard all of this dialogue already, so let's just skip ahead to the choice. We do have picture. I mean, we had that cat picture before, but I guess that's not important. So we have the two pictures we can look at side by side now. What? Wasn't really expecting this to be the case, though. Hold on. So we have the original picture, and we have a second picture, but it should be of the same angle, but apparently it's slightly tilted, so the camera's angle somehow changed, even though there's no real indication that it should have that it would have been moved at all. But I guess this is what we're going with. These two photos were taken by the same automatic crime recording device. Cool, man, I'll be lurking for a bit. Alright, Ducks. Scylla, enjoy your lurk. Appreciate you stopping by. Do you know why we can see stereograms in 3 dimensions? Yeah, we had this examined or explained quite exhaustively to us during the investigation part of this chapter. The views from your left and right eyes have a very slight difference in alignment. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it would take more than something completely accidental to achieve that effect with a camera lens. Pretty much have to be aiming to do that. Which means misalignment between these two pictures is important. And we're not going to question how the misalignment happened, but that's my question. I was going to say we had a second camera, but it's like in a completely different part of the room. And yet I thought that was going to be the only one that was from a different perspective. Well, if it was from the same angle, you wouldn't be able to view it stereoscopically, but I guess that's going to be important. If I got, well, there's the cross-eyed thing again. It's going to be important that the camera's angle somehow changed. There's a clear difference between the two photos, isn't there? I mean, they're only one of the picture, and that's it, but there's also a very slight difference in the angle. Even though I feel that's not as visible when they're straight on side by side like this, or not as easy to spot, and you know, the lamp is broken in one of the pictures, there's that as well. But other than that, I don't know. How about we have a look at it stereoscopically? Well, should cross my eyes until the two photos overlap. I don't think that's gonna be possible though, like I said with my setup. Try and get the quill in the middle of the pictures to overlap. Yeah, well, this is pretty much, if you don't have like a special setup for it, it's pretty much the same as trying to do one of those magic eye pictures, which can be harder than it looks. Did you manage to see it? Not really, but I'm gonna lie and say that I did. What on earth is going on with these photos? Stuff on top of the desk is floating. I guess that's what we're supposed to see. Okay, wait, so does that mean the stuff on top of the desk is... that doesn't change at all, so that was superimposed on these photos? So they were tampered with somehow. If you line up two of the same photo, you won't see it stereoscopically. It's because there's a difference between the two photos at all that you see it that way. In that case, at a glance, what's on the counter looks untouched between the two pictures, and yet the rest of the counter is different. There's a slight misalignment in their location, so why does that bit look the same, I guess? So it's not only the question of how the camera moved in the first place, but also why that looks the same between the two of them. Why are these photos misaligned, yeah? mean, it's a simple assumption to make as to why that would be the case. How about we think of this in order? At 1 AM this picture was taken. And then 30 minutes later this picture was taken. In the second photo the things on top of the counter are slightly out of place. Except for the thing that looks the same. Oh yeah, I guess that's another explanation. If the thing was the same between the two of them, then that would either mean superimposition, or that would mean that it was changed to look the same in both pictures that were taken separately. We're gonna be reaching the last step of this closing argument, so let's see. Who exactly moved the things on top of the counter? I guess it had to have been the burglars, since the other two were in the locked room. That was still locked when. That's pretty much our only explanation right now. But it's either this guy or that guy. Doesn't matter. Witnessed the murder when he and Tully sneaked into the pawn shop, claims to be a small-time villain. Alright. Had to be one of these two, I guess. Maybe. Can you just pick either of them? Okay, yeah. Was the previous witnesses the 10 Pillar brothers? I am confused. Those boys say earlier, the second we entered the shop the crime happened. We touched nothing in that shop. Apparently we are saying this is more lies. Surely they weren't the only ones. Well, technically, yeah, that's not entirely impossible that it could have been the other two that moved that, but... that's hard to believe. I mean, they could have moved after the... done it after this moment. Most likely was demanding that the storeroom door be opened. The defendant's objective was inside that storeroom. There was no need for her to go out of the way to move what was on the counter. Oh yeah, that makes sense too. And of course there's no reason for the pawnbroker himself to have moved that. So we have to question the other two. Again. Pickpocketing our nature to be a villain as well. And yet the 10 Pillars are burglars here. Are also Eastlanders, I guess. That's what we're going with. He may have been searching for something on the victim's counter. If you believe the defendant is suspicious just because he's a pickpocket, then we should be thoroughly scrutinizing the testimony of the burglars as well. Right, this guy's in the other camp now as well. He refuses to touch anything with his hands, I see. Imagine all the wonders in the world of stereoscopic vision. Well, I guess that did kind of help, even if didn't quite manage to get the desired effect under the current circumstances. In this trial lens, I will head straight to Regent Street to buy a stereoscope. Well, there you go. So we have 4 out of 6 on the white now. I wonder if the others are going to change, or I guess it doesn't matter. The vote of the jurors has now changed as a result of the closing argument. 2 vote guilty and 4 not guilty. Thus, the trial must continue like the other times we did this. Should give you this, might come in handy later after all. The portable stereoscope. Can we look at it like as a model here? Let's see. Yeah, we didn't do this before. Slide the 2 photographs in here and then snap them in place, and then you look through here and they appear to be 3-dimensional. It's a bit of a pain to get the photos in the right position. Well, I wonder who came up with it. Oh, there you are. All I had to do was flick this handle. Anyway, this is a stereoscope, and I guess now it's open. Can we look at any other part of it now that it's open and get anything different? I already heard that dialogue. What about the underside of it? Apparently there's nothing in there. What about the interior of it? Well, apparently there's nothing in there either. I guess we've pretty much seen everything about this. So let's continue here. Court orders further testimony from the burglar witnesses. For now, at least, to get one more chance to corner these witnesses. Until I get Gina a not guilty verdict, I will not let this trial end. So it's just gonna be a chapter break, maybe. Yep. I wonder how many of these we're gonna have during this trial. I wanna believe it's gonna be pretty much the same kind of length as the other trials we've seen. Which means that I should be able to get this done tonight without too much of a hassle. But I am curious as to what directions exactly this is gonna go. Let us continue the trial. Let's get more testimony from the super trustworthy criminals. Couldn't keep our eyes off for a minute, bruv. In your previous testimony, you said it all started to kick off as soon as we walked in. We couldn't even get our hands out of our pockets, let alone steal, and yet we're pretty much indicting them with tampering with the stuff on the counter. Somehow. On the night of the crime, you were searching for something on the counter at Hatch's pawnbrokers. Court orders you both to testify further. What exactly were you doing when Hatch was shot? Every time you toss another lie onto the heap, your crimes get heavier. One day your mountain of sin may crush you both to death. So let's see what they're gonna see now. Break-in 2. We had a rummage on the counter, but we weren't searching for nothing, bro. We just did it because we felt like it. Give us an heart attack when that gun went off. Not being funny, but it was proper scary. The murderer could have come from the storeroom. Sort of tidied the desk right and tried to scarp her, but then we ran into you lot, and there's no way we'd have been able to shoot that shopkeeper. So they claim. Really did mess up the victim's counter on the night of the crime. Well, like we gave it a tidy, yeah, totally. In the end, if you wanna make a thing of it, technically, it's true that these two men broke into the pawn shop with intent to steal. They did little more than get scared by gunfire, tidy up somewhat, and flee. So... now they want to sound a little more evil. Well, I don't think it was a coincidence that these two were present when Hatch was shot. There must be something hidden in this testimony. Sure, we had a rummage on the counter. Well, we weren't searching for anything. Why even do that, though? We're criminals in it. Don't question it. People might think we're dodgy or something. I want to add more crimes to the pile, so let's have perjury as part of that. Tell the Concord why you ransacked the counter at the crime scene. Well, pretty much claiming that they didn't do anything. Still. And apparently that leads into the second statement. Knock stuff around like the... I guess that's when the lamp broke, we're forced to assume. This one's a real scaredy cat. Oh. The noise was so loud it would have woke up my dead man. And then it toppled right over onto the counter. The pile of ledgers fell, the candlestand fell, and that skull was rolling all over. And yet they somehow managed to get it back in the exact same position, but with a different angle. French doll set came clean off, a photo frame fell over, his scale fell on the floor. So it was very surprising how also quiet and like sun like then and suddenly bang. Apparently he has something to say about it, but we'll come back to that. Then that blooming skull had to go rolling all over the floor. Suddenly a dark shop. Well, why did you clean up the counter? Well, that's also a pretty good point. Why not just run away? Tin Pillar men get nervous just like anyone else. Door to the storeroom remained locked throughout all of this, correct? Tried opening the door ourselves, but it was locked in it. So did they try that before or after the gunshot they're claiming? Because they're saying that the gunshot just scared them, but apparently they also tried to open the door. There wasn't a keyhole, for example, or maybe some kind of peephole, well. Not that we remember, and yet we know that that's not the case. We saw that there's a little window there. Don't pay attention to details. But one day we'll be proper villains. Well, the defendant had collapsed next to the victim's body at the scene. And we saw it through the little viewing thing. So we know that they're lying, but we're not gonna bring that up. We did not enter the storeroom. Couldn't get in even if we wanted to. I don't know, I guess maybe we're arguing that someone could have use that little window to manipulate the interior of the door and create the locked room artificially after leaving. And that's when you shot Sherlock Holmes. Guess we're not gonna dwell on who did it specifically. Doesn't matter how much you tremble, you're still shot. Also, it was like our minds went totally blank. And then we kinda managed to get away, but we looked so dodgy that we got arrested on the spot, bruv. Gun was confiscated, and I just wanna say one thing. In the end here. There's no way we'd have been able to shoot that shovel. I mean, they could have shot it through the little viewing window now that I think about it, but it wouldn't really make sense because the report it says that he was shot from a lower angle. Unless maybe he was like passed out on the floor and that's when he was shot. I guess I would explain it. Accused threatened him with a gun and so he locked the door from the inside. In other words, these two men did not meet with the pawnbroker at all that night. This guy knows his stuff. He will not apologize. Yeah, that's what their claim is right now. They didn't meet with Hatch, but I guess we might be pursuing the possibility that they did. He looks super tense. You're tired of some of my herbal tea. Well, someone might laugh at me for this, but I still feel like the Tin Pillars are hiding something really important. Also dogs. Just a gut feeling. Even gut feelings can be really logical at times. I mean, they have to come from somewhere, some kind of perception. Empirical, I would think. You consciously take note of that information and analyze it. And then before you realize it, you come to the conclusion that they're suspicious. Just like those dogs. That's real deep coming from a 10-year-old. So let's see. Well, we know that one of their statements results in the question statement. I don't remember where it was exactly. The one where they're talking about the noise, I think. think he might have been before this one. Let's see. Yeah, it's probably that one. And around here. All quiet like and then suddenly bang, but he has something to say about this apparently. Seemed like you were lost in thought during their testimony. Something bothering you about it. Shouldn't let something like this bother me, I already know that. It sounds like we'll solve this case by getting caught up in tiny details. When we arrested these two yesterday, the yard questioned them thoroughly. Their statement then and their testimony now are just ever so slightly different. Oh boy. I'm sure they said that they heard the victim cry out shortly before the gunshots. So yeah, that's a contradiction right there. Maybe they're being deliberately vague. Have no choice but to consider a very severe punishment for the two of you. Swear on me dead, Mom. Well, you would do well to add something new to your testimony, oh boy. What do we got here to work with? Just before the gunshot, we heard someone yell, "Hand over that gun." Right. So basically the shouting and the gunshot happened at around the same time. We heard a shaky voice just before the yelling. If you don't want me to shoot, hand over that gun. Kinda like that. That was actually pretty good. Well, where did the voice come from? According to them, it was from inside the storeroom. What you heard was Hatch when the banks. Well, I don't know. Didn't they say a weak voice, like they ought to say right here? A shaky voice. All right. And you're saying it was the pawnbroker. Couldn't it have been the other one then? You two could recognize Hatch's voice. Oh yeah, that would be a necessity. Don't know nobody named Hatch or nothing. Oh. It's just spooked by that prosecutor, see, so all we could do was say yes. But that inspires confidence. If you wish to live another day, you had better testify honestly. Gotta keep this professional. Wow. Shortly after, there was a single gunshot from inside the shop. The two fell to the floor in fear, meanwhile knocking everything off the counter. Tidied up after, and that shopkeeper was the one who had the gun. He would have just shot instead of screaming. So, right, I guess that statement changed as well. Was Hatch holding a gun? Well, I think they was both glaring and aiming guns at each other, even though they said before they couldn't look into the storeroom. If you don't want me to shoot you. But his voice was cracking so bad that I didn't think he was actually gonna do it. I was fully prepared to shoot someone in the head to protect his pledges, even though by someone I mean himself, yeah. Looks like he was aiming a gun at the baddie that night. He probably just got shot because he was taking so long. If he had the time to speak, he should have just fired earlier. Like the frickin' James Bond villain syndrome. I don't know, is this a repeat of? No, it isn't. There's someone falling over, then he was dead quiet in the storeroom after, so we cleaned up the counter sharpish. Really? But if none of the other statements have changed, I'm going to assume that that other one was the one that we need to focus on here. So we have 6 statements now. Shopkeeper was the one who had the gun. He should have just shot. So let me just do the loop once to see if anything's changed there. And then I guess we're gonna try presenting something, which I can think of something that we might be able to present, but would be a pretty... it would be more like a blow to us than a help. But it would expose contradictions, so I'm guessing that it's okay, no, it's just a dialogue about the gut feeling. I guess something good might come from that, so I'm going to assume it's this statement right now. Hold on. So we know he didn't have the gun, I mean, in the storeroom, or did he? I don't know. Should he just shot instead of screaming? Because in this one he didn't have the gun. But yeah, I guess we're gonna self-incriminate. It's part of this. The victim was holding a gun in his hands, they say. There ain't no mistake. And yet in this photo, he was absolutely not holding the gun. I don't think the defense would present evidence that damages his case either, but it's pretty much the only thing we can do right now. Look at the picture you present. There's no clear evidence of being directly before the murder, or otherwise. Like directly before us in moments before? The accuser might have completely turned the tables on her right after this, somehow. I mean, that would call for evidence as well, I would say. Say that cannot be considered the size of evidence, but... what, so that's like literally nothing? It was a red herring? Alright. That's a bit of a rarity in these games, to have something that literally doesn't penalize you, but doesn't advance anything either. But that does leave me in a bit of a weird situation here, because I'm not sure where to take this. Well, if he had the gun, don't we have the evidence? I guess we can also argue that it was found in the victim's or the defendant's hands after the murder, when the scene was discovered, or... I mean, there's this photo, which I guess we can argue to say he's not holding the gun here. Or we can talk about the gun itself. Which I guess doesn't work. I think you're gonna have to experiment here. But that's why I save scum. It's not actually a problem. How about this picture? Okay, maybe this is it. The victim hatch was holding a gun. Alright, hold on. Just in case, I'm gonna turn back time a little bit. And try this again. Doing the right choice this time, I guess, and not the other choice. The victim hatch was holding a gun, because typically when you choose the wrong thing, it literally just tells you penalty and try again without any actual explanation. Even if it makes some kind of sense, that would be a good, valid option, but no, this one actually did bother to do that. At this part of the crime scene, makes it clear that Hatch wasn't holding a weapon when he was murdered. I suppose better than the other one, because this was after the murder. Can assure you that Hatch's revolver was certainly present at the scene of the crime. because it was the weapon in the defendant's hands, yeah. So we're pretty much doing another bit of self-incrimination there, but not quite as direct, so maybe this is actually going somewhere different. Pickpocket nicked the victim's gun and shot him. Or not. If the crime really was committed as you've testified, and there's an obvious contradiction, which is... Oh yeah, that the guy was shot in the back. I guess we show the... yeah, from the back. The autopsy report to corroborate that. And then they heard gunshots. The sounds were almost simultaneous. So if what they say is true, then they would have been facing each other, and yet according to the autopsy, the guy died from being shot in the back. There's a clear contradiction there, yeah. When the murder was happening that night, their uncle was holding a gun. And now they say it's completely different testimony, which is that they saw him holding the gun. These two have now clearly acknowledged it. They saw the victim wielding a gun at the scene, which is to say they met with the victim. Yep. So what could the meaning of this be? It ain't what you think. Yes, the two of you didn't quite understand that warning earlier, boy. False words will always spell out your death. You're still lying, aren't you? If we talk, he'll give us hell. And they're talking about someone else. Apparently not necessarily the prosecutor, even though that's like the first suspicion there. We can't keep stum about this no more, but... no matter how you try to hide the truth, your lies will always be broken apart. That's the principle, so... you might as well drop the act now, and yet... who of you had met with the victim in that shop? And now we're being ordered to testify about that. This time... will be the last chance you have to speak the truth. Finally got to that pawn shop right, and he appeared out of nowhere. And over that gun, and he came flying out of so hard I thought he was brown bread. Oh boy. So he was the one who shouted down over that gun to them. It was strong for an old geezer, managed to shove me right onto the counter. When I aimed my gun at him, the old geezer ran into the storeroom and... boy. He ran into the storeroom after they had some kind of scuffle with him. Fought with the victim before he died. And they're sorry. Situation has not changed dramatically. Well, I don't know, I would say that it has, in light of this. Because this creates quite a few differences with the assumptions we've been making about the defendant's situation so far. They said too that they did the break-in at 1 AM. So how come the defendant hasn't said anything about them? He appeared out of nowhere. I was keeping a proper good eye on the entrance, but I wasn't expecting someone to be hiding deeper inside. Like the storeroom. Do believe he came out of that room. And the victim was already inside the storeroom when you arrived. Yeah, why? Well, how and why would she have been in there at that time? She chased him into the storeroom to threaten him. Why would he come out of the shop floor alone? That raises questions, wouldn't it? Did you see the defendant at that time? Little pickpocket bird. That they say, I don't know. It's not like we'd really notice. Well, I mean, it would have been weird to see anyone else at that time in the shop, I would think. And over that gun, and he came flying out of so hard I thought it was brown bread. It confused according to your previous testimony. When he demanded the gun, he was still inside the storeroom. He was actually demanding your gun, wasn't he? Oh. Did he brandish his own revolver? He just kinda aimed the gun at us, really. Saying that you saw Hatch holding his gun, and he wasn't just trying to kill himself with it like we saw. Couldn't tell who was assaulting who at that point. Oh. Thought I was as good as dead, but it was strong for an old geezer who managed to shove me right onto the counter. Same counter that we mentioned in the previous testimony, I guess, wherein the stuff that got rearranged was. Pile of ledgers fell, the candlestand fell, and that skull was rolling all over. A French doll's head came clean off, a photo frame fell over its scale. Still don't know what they mean by that. Hard to imagine all that happening because you were surprised by the gunshot. More like you fooled me onto it. If I went in there alone, he'd probably flatten me in under 3 seconds. It's around that time that the yard received an alarm signal from the pawnbrokers. There's a security alarm installed under the counter that we're still not very clear on how that works, but we just assume it to be present. This officer was already heading to the crime scene when we ran out to look for them. When I aimed my gun at him, the old geezer ran into the storeroom in it. Are you aiming with intent to kill? Well, to save Tully, he was getting flattened, really. Hatch was the one who needed help. So the victim fled after you aimed the gun at him. Something feels off about that testimony, apparently. What could that be? Why would Hatchling run into the storeroom? Remember who was inside the storeroom? Gene Bean was in there waiting to kill him, right? Whereas the facts are now, Gina was threatening him with his own gun. So why did he have it? Were there 2 guns, or are there some fuckery here that I'm not clear on yet? And they say they have nothing to do with the murder, so I don't know if we have like anything we can present to contradict anything we've heard so far, but let's just get the rest of this. So they weren't in the room, so ergo. They tried to open the door. That room's like a vault, the thing didn't even budge. There's only one person who could have shot the victim inside the storeroom. Could have only been the defendant, Gina Lestrade. And well, was Gina really the only person who would have, that could have shot Hatch? Well, I mean, I don't know, if we're talking possibilities, I would certainly not say that that's the only way. You know, you'll remember too that there's one thing that we failed to mention before now. Even though they did bring up a while ago that supposedly they couldn't see into the storeroom. Actually, wait, did I just pick the thing that I didn't mean to? Hold on. Well, might as well see what he says, just to see what she says. That's a dangerous line of thought. Her face is all shades of red, blue, and yellow. That's just the primary color. Well, think outside the crayon box, because nothing good will happen until we make it happen, because bad stuff will happen, like the cross-examination being cut short. Looks like they were really hiding something. And a pretty major something. Right now I feel like we have less evidence against these two than we usually should. So I don't know what I mean. I would argue that, like, after we press everything, there would just be a point in which we could stop the cross-examination and argue that there's too much left unresolved, but now we're gonna take a step back in time, because I don't feel like scrolling back through the dialogue to get to this point. And we're gonna pick the thing that I actually intended to pick. Someone else could have done it through a little viewing window into the storeroom that hasn't even come up at all. And that we don't have any evidence either, which seems like a pretty big... what do you call it? Pretty big oversight on our part. That's when this trial was completely turned on its head. What are you prattling on about now, attorney? The question is whether or not Gino was the only one who could have shot Hatch. Hey, invisible opinion. What's going on? Did you ever come across an issue where the British court never appeared visually? Probably just my settings, sorry to bother. Well, if you mean British court has seen any part of the background here, I don't believe that I have. I don't think I've run into any visual issues with this game, but... pretty much the only thing is to slow down occasionally, as you can appreciate, especially when it zooms out like this. And that's not really like a big problem. Pretty much the biggest bother that creates is that the music is off-tempo. That's not really a big deal, you know. But yeah, let's see if we can actually bring up the viewing window into the storeroom here. Court demands answers to the following two questions. The first question, where did the killer shoot from? And the next, where was the victim shot? Whereas in where he was standing, because we've established that he was shot in the back. I can present a new possibility here, the scales should tip in my favor. Use this floor plan to explain your theory. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what... I guess you're supposed to remember this detail from the investigation, but... someone could have shot from right outside this door, I think. Bullet could have killed him. And... where would the victim have been when he was shot? Would have been inside the storeroom, I guess. Because I guess right now the prosecutor hasn't said anything, because we're... assuming that he thinks the possibility is that he wasn't in the storeroom. But no, we know that that's not necessarily the only thing, that's the only way this could have gone. Murderer shot the victim from outside the storeroom door. Hatch died instantly after being shot in the back. From what we can see of the bloodstains, the body doesn't seem to have been moved. There's no doubt that Hatch was shot in the storeroom, but the important part is where the shooter was. So I guess we're going with the possibility that Hatch was lying down on the ground, because that's pretty much the only way that the bullet could have gone in such a way that it appeared that he was shot from a lower angle. Which raises even more questions, but I guess we'll get to that in time. According to the Tin Pillar's earlier testimony, the guy ran into the storeroom after they took out their gun. At that point, the door must have been open. Victim turned away from these witnesses as he ran into the storeroom. When he was running away, anyone in the shop could have shot him in the back. Okay, wait, so that's what we're going with? That he wasn't, like, the door wasn't locked at that point? Because that creates a different contradiction, which is how did the locker room mystery was created? How was that created, I mean? According to the coroner's analysis, but I guess that would also account for, like, the shooting angle that I was just talking about. So, in a way... when you run, your body leans forward. So even if the killer was the same height of him, the height as him, the bullet would still enter upward. I guess that's also a way to explain that. That means the killer doesn't have to be a shorty. It's hard to believe that you've already forgotten this. Storeroom door was shut and subsequently locked from the inside. If the victim died instantly, how would he have locked the door? But if the locked door is the only problem here, we can literally explain it away by the defendant locking the door, which wouldn't really explain why the fuck she was lying on the ground with the guy's gun in her hand, unconscious, but I guess they want me to say this. Was the other person in the storeroom, the defendant? Which, yeah, makes no sense, but that's what we're going for right now. The defendant shot herself into a locked room with the victim. I mean, she saw that there were people with guns outside, so... the only thing she could achieve would have been to cast suspicion upon herself, but also to... shut out the gunman. I mean... that was a pretty... yeah, the answer is rather obvious. Pretty weird thing to, like, claim and then say, no, there's no other reason that I can think of. Sure, they would have locked the door in a pretty big hurry at that. After all, there were men with guns outside. That were apparently out for murder. Hatch and Gino were inside the storeroom. Don't quite know what happened while they were in there, but Hatch must have noticed the intruders and left the storeroom. So the defendant was left alone in the storeroom. And when he finally ran back, he was shot in the back as he was running in, and he fell, I guess. So he had to shut them out. She locked the door and locked herself inside. Which still doesn't explain why the gun ended up in her hand, but... or why she was passed out in the middle of the floor like that, but... still saying, or going with the possibility that these two aren't the murderers, even though they did shoot Holmes here. Which, I mean, I'm inclined to believe, because I'm guessing that there's other nonsense going on in the background. So the moment in which you shot Sherlock Holmes, yeah. It's entirely possible for you to have committed the crime. You what, mate? Well... even though I'm pretty sure they had that combination of words already. The one who shot the pawnbroker was an odd girl. Well, it was those three evil brothers over there. This is so unprecedented that I doubt it'll happen again, so time for the prosecutor to come out with something to turn that around again. Job well done. Why is he laughing? Well... probably has to do with the other unexplained details like I mentioned. Most likely, this is how Asian street performers fool their customers. A malicious distraction. One might call this an outrageous offense. This theory of yours made no sense to begin with. Naturally, that is because it is contradictory. Yeah, we need an explanation for this. Yes, I don't know about contradictory. I would argue about not fully convincing, but I don't know about actually objectively contradictory. Related to the number of bullets fired, oh yeah, by the burglar's guns. Because apparently, supposedly they only fired one bullet. But mean, 2 people were shot at the scene, we know this much. And that's, I guess that does still leave unexplained, like, when the bullet from the pawnbroker's revolver was fired, if we go with that scenario. One struck the victim in the back and killed him. The other hit the sham detective Sherlock Holmes after he arrived on the scene. The hole created by this bullet was shown in the photo the defense submitted earlier. So that's Holmes's blood. The green one. Thus the number of guns fired equals 2. The victim's gun and the Tin Pillar's gun. Tracers reveal that each gun was fired only once. You said it yourself, didn't you? These 2 men shot Sherlock Holmes right before your eyes. Even though it was dark, we couldn't see, like, with a lot of detail exactly what was going on there. There's no way it could have been used to shoot the pawnbroker as well. I don't know, I still think that it's not entirely unreasonable to assume that the chambers of the guns could have been tampered with after the fact somehow, but that possibility was at a 0% chance from the very beginning. How impudent of me to toss his divine bottle into the gallery. Ladies and gentlemen of the Crown Court, let me make this abundantly clear once more. The defendant, Gina Lestrade, is no normal girl. Her age may make her legally a child, but unfortunately, she's not an upstanding Londoner, but a black-hearted criminal. She broke into the pawnbroker's shop with malicious intent. And yet we're still going with the claim that she was going to shoot to kill. And now he brings up the disc, really. Cousin McDonald's possessions, which I guess she wanted as well. The day before the crime, the defendant attempted to pilfer this from Hatch's pawnbrokers, but she didn't resort to her usual methods. This is more akin to fraud. Sympathize with her because she's a child who only set us up for failure. He has proven that she is fully capable of committing crimes when push comes to shove. Okay, now what? Oh boy. At yesterday's joint meeting between the Yard and the prosecutor's office, I believe we came to the agreement that this disc should not be submitted as evidence. Really. What's going on here? Also, do we have the disc in the evidence right now? No. Not with our current record. Pretty sure we had it at some point in the investigation, though, at least. Ever seen Inspector Gregson try to stop Van Seeks like this? And we're just gonna have that dismissed. I'm the only man who can decide where this trial goes. Now this disc will be submitted as evidence. The accused's opportunity for murder, her motive, and her capacity for criminal action. All of the above have been made clear for the court to see. I await your confident verdict. Moments ago the jury was on my side, but now... in a moment's time... Well, I mean, the guy was right. That doesn't exactly help. Does it? As the commander of this small platoon, I would like an opportunity to speak. At this moment, all of our lingering doubts have been resolved. We have reached a final conclusion, is the conclusion. So what, are we doing closing arguments again already? Okay. Present your verdicts to the court. Yep.
有罪有罪有罪有罪
See, it was kind of weird that, like, for the first half of that at least, the audio wasn't lagging, but then it did. Jury seems to have reached a unanimous verdict. When you have eliminated all that is impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's Sherlock Holmes' line. Yeah. Dare he use it without my permission? But now we're going into the closing argument again. We know part of the truth already. We know that Gina definitely did not shoot Hatch, and that's all we need. I'm sure. Well, let us begin the second closing argument immediately. Court orders you to explain the reasons and the basis behind your guilty verdicts. Alright. Judicial findings. So it's still gonna be... Yeah, it's still gonna be like they were bad and they looked bad for a lot of them. Only 2 shots were fired in the pawn shop, it's clear who the murderer is. I don't even need a stereoscope for this, no, he's just gonna do this. Didn't think that surgery would turn out to be such a bother. This guy's still not saying anything useful. He attempted robbery the day before as well, I guess, and with the claim ticket fiasco. I'm an expert of guns, I've seen many crimes, I know it all. I can tell you with absolute certainty that I'm a great judge of this. Black-hearted attorney's hypothesis was ever so slightly persuasive. But the second it exploded into a cloud of shrapnel, I knew it was all over. I felt it in my bones. And she's still angry over the lines, I guess. Plagiarizing prosecutor. Doesn't he know that being a thief has nothing to do with shooting hatchling? Can't believe him, he's just horrible. And now what? There's to savor the blessed flavor within this holy grail. So he's leaving for this friggin' argument. Or is just gonna be standing by without saying anything. But now here we go again. Another all too familiar perspective. At the end of the day, a pickpocket is a pickpocket. He's not a good citizen like us. I'm guessing we're not going to be able to change this guy's perspective no matter what. Every pickpocket is a murderer. Well, I don't think it's a stretch depending on who you talk to and the situation. Too much of it at least. The all British War veterans jump to such hasty conclusions, so... Are you mocking the proud British Army? Well, we just did something similar. Every pickpocket, every soldier, that's a dangerous slippery slope. Every person from a certain background. When we have evidence of her crimes readily available, can't help but see her as someone who's willing to commit more crimes. When you say evidence of her crimes, do you mean this? Considering I was present when she did it, I can't really deny it. Here, I guess Iris hadn't seen the disc. Holmes originally used his caramel to make a reproduction. Oh yeah. was apparently gathering music boxes from all over the place to see which kind it would fit. But like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm still holding on to my theory about what that disc is gonna end up being for. Disc that Migondon left behind. Might be a good idea to investigate it before I move on. I mean, we don't have any evidence so right now, like I said. I think... Oh no, we do. Guess we can get new comments on it now that Iris is with us. Oh, we can look at the blood. Yeah, it's blood. What is the tiniest much, but now she mentions it. Oh yeah, we can get the blood sample thing to see who it belongs to. For some reason I didn't even think of that. And the blood is green, really. Wait. Didn't we already see green blood? Hold on. I'm pretty sure we know who... Yeah. Pretty sure we know specifically who it was that tried to steal the disc, or who got caught on the disc and bled on it, because we saw it happen. And here's the Tumegandal note. Could have picked someone better, well. Why is his name written here? Probably because it is, but... If we look at the blood samples, which I guess we're gonna do that real quick. That's the green. And I guess we're not gonna pay attention at the other shades of green. It looks like both green ones are supposed to be the same shade, I guess. Same source, which... And right now we assume that, yeah, it's a mysterious subject for both of these, even though I thought we'd been arguing that it was Sherlock Holmes's blood on the calendar. We know the rest of these, I guess, without a doubt. But like we saw when this disc got bled on, I'm pretty sure it was when the mysterious guy from the investigation that was trying to steal it for someone else got caught in it. So that would be his blood, not Sherlock Holmes, unless they have like the exact same blood reactive color. But let's see. I guess we're gonna have to keep that in mind. This is about the number of shots fired. There were 2 bullets, we already know exactly which guns they came from. Can easily tell how many guests we've had simply by counting the plates in concept. But... guess we'll make off with our high quality bone china plates. Sounds like a pretty poor guest. So for example, if there was one more bullet which was different, maybe I would be willing to reconsider my verdict. Could a third bullet have been left at the crime scene? Well, I don't know. Have they even examined the rifling marks on the bullets is what I want to know. What if I say I can't prove it? Got our third bullet right here. It's the one on the... Guess we're arguing that it's the one on the calendar. Which again is not its own thing of evidence. Would be in here. But I guess we're not able to present that. I mean, do we have any other evidence right now that would nod towards a third bullet? I don't think we do. Yeah, I don't think we do. Because we're gonna have to wait for that. It really doesn't show where the third bullet went. I mean, it shows where one of the bullets went. Okay, sure. I was gonna say it was gonna be kind of weird if I end up presenting something here that isn't actually important to not get penalized. I'll tell you that's why saves come. At least this way I don't have to redo shit eternally and go through large swathes of dialogue that I've already seen. I can't imagine how irritating it would be to be so stubborn as to not do that and have to go through this every single time. What kind of person would do that, I have to wonder. But let's see. I don't even need a stereoscope for this. Says Mr. Stereoscope guy. We can view 2 photos stereoscopically, yeah. If we have 2 bullets, could we see something like that? Probably not. Unless I have like some kind of weird engraving or image. No matter how much you cross your eyes, only one truth will come to light. The truth is that the defendant is the only one who could have shot the victim. Those 10 pillars shot the great detective, yes. So that didn't really give us anything new. What about this guy? Not really expecting anything, but you never know. That's why you gotta check everything. Sherry has nothing to do with this trial. Could you drop it? There's no guarantee that this has nothing to do with the case, isn't there, though? He was definitely shot, but the bullet just disappeared from the abdomen. What are we talking about now? Who was this patient of yours? Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Loams. You're saying that you're the surgeon for his operation, oh boy. They were using the latest form of anesthesia and yet he couldn't fall asleep if what we were told is any indication. He's been shot, so I sliced and diced through his stomach, but no matter how much I searched, I just couldn't find a bullet. Reluctantly put him back together again. Well, did you really expect to find a bullet? Because that bullet was left to the... Well, you don't know that. Okay, I guess we're closing in with the new knowledge that the bullet that was fired and ended up here didn't actually hit. Didn't actually hit Holmes. It was someone else's blood there. When I saw that hole in his stomach, of course I flipped him over. Examined his back, and there were no signs of an exit wound. So this is new information. Did the scream might advance to the heavens? Can anyone in the world solve this mystery? So we're told that Sherlock Holmes got shot and... oh boy. There's no indication that the bullet went out of him. I was surprised too. Well, how bad was the wound? The bleeding was severe, putting him in critical condition. He was shot from point-blank range. There were really horrible burns around the wound. From the gunpowder, yeah. So no exit wound on his back, so of course removing the bullet became a priority. But there was no bullet left inside Holmes's body. Makes sense too, given the bullet was left in the wall of the pawn shop, and yet it doesn't line up with the examination that he did. Let's have someone who knows about guns, even if they're dangerous. Well, let's go through the last couple of these. What do you mean by a busy day? I'm a technician, specifically a telegraphist. Even though she was working with a typewriter before. A routine messages to London's latest breaking news. I use an electronic language called Morse code to transmit words all over the world. It was actually invented by Alfred Vail. Were you aware of this? It's true. Not Samuel Morse. There's a network of cables under the sea spread out of... Yeah, we've heard all this. In the previous closing argument. Pretty sure we had to, too, so... kinda weird to have it again. I was getting excited over something called wireless communication. So the city area where the newspaper companies and government offices reside. Plan to telegraph a newspaper article covering the guilty verdict at today's trial. And finally, I'm an expert of guns. I've seen many crimes. Well, he's the gun expert, so there you go. You really are just a harmless tourist. Came to London to sightsee. I'm going to see the Crystal Tower now. Just gonna keep saying that. What do you mean by expert of guns? I have a difficult life. I survived many of those. It is very terrible, very wild to survive, and yet he's not like really deformed in the face like gun survivors that you see sometimes. Well, I guess if he wasn't shot in the face. Looking for the word bloodbath. Wait. I take the many bloodbaths. English is very difficult. If you want to know guns, please ask me. I solve any mystery. See, there you go. If possible, ask in Russian. And Six has already turned the jury against us a second time, but he hasn't really disproven everything. No, it's pretty much impossible at this point, I would say. Until we have everything. So I guess what we can do here is go with the gun expert. And ask him to talk with this guy. I'll ask for your opinion on these two statements just now. On the night of the crime, Mr. Holmes was shot by the tin pillars. Given there was no exit wound in his back, I surmise that the bullet did not pass through. But the bullet wasn't inside him either. And the bullet was already discovered lodged in the wall of the shop. So, Juror 6. My name is Dmitri. You perhaps have the answer to the mystery plaguing Juror 4. When I was in Russia, a thing happened. It was blizzard night, temperature below freezing. I ran down mountain path. Mountain path was narrow and falling snow had frozen. It was cold. I was chased by a man on dog sled aiming shotgun at me from behind. What? I was shot in back, fell into snow. The way I was then is the same as what I hear now. I was shot but no bullet inside me. No exit wound either. Oh boy. So where did the bullet go? Bullet did not hit me. Did it graze him? It hit big frozen block of ice beside me. Oh, so it was like a shrapnel thing? Sharp piece of ice break off and stabbed me. Big mistake, I think deep wound was because of bullets. When in actuality it was a shrapnel thing. Piece of ice melted from body heat. That is answer to mystery of disappearing bullets. But what does that have to do with this? Yeah, I don't think we had ice in the shop, but I guess we could go with a... go with that extrapolation of that. Where was Holmes? He shot again. He was shot around his stomach. Always had a pouch attached to his belt. And that pouch was always had test tubes filled with really dangerous chemicals in it, so I guess it would have been a shard of glass that would have broken off of one of those. So where's Holmes' pouch? I don't think he had anything like that on him and he was admitted. Oh boy. To understand that it's prohibited for the prosecution to speak during a closing argument, but the detective's pouch is currently in my possession. When the police arrived on the scene, they removed the aforementioned pouch in order to examine his wounds, so they have it. Didn't start with the other piece of evidence. Well, can we have it now, please, I guess? Now, this is an exceedingly unusual occurrence for a closing argument. The court requests that the prosecution submit its evidence for reference. Bring Mr. Sherlock Holmes' pouch here at once. So this is it. And sure enough, one of the pipes is broken. Tubes. Like an explosion occurred. So the bullet fired by the tin pillars hit this pouch. Then the test tube exploded and the actual shard of glass. And they shouldn't he have commented though if that was the case that he found a shard of glass inside him. The bullet struck the calendar near the entrance, we claim. I'm still not convinced that that bullet was the same one. One of today's mysteries has finally been solved. Claim. Those two scoundrels shot the detective and the defendant shot the victim. So there we go. Court might as well accept this tattered pouch into evidence. Maybe we can look at it more closely now. We'll return to the closing argument. I don't know. What was the other... I need to talk about the third bullet thing. With the maid. So I guess maybe this will lead to that. Let's take a look at the new evidence. So... here's the remains of that glass thing. The two that shattered to bits will probably hit it. Would have caused a huge explosion. Chemicals that Holmes mixes for his investigations are super potent. They have to be handled with absolute care. If it was hit by a bullet, it would definitely catch fire. Oh yes, and the bullet. I guess we're gonna say that the bullet is still in the pouch. Because it's like bulging out the back. And about the rest of these? Homemade chemicals are in these glass tubes. This one lets you see if somebody has touched something, and if you drip this in something, the smell gets 100 times more potent. Which is one thing you have to keep in mind, keep them away from fire. Yes, he walks around with the untested equipment that could blow us into New Jersey, so... precursor to the Ghostbusters, I guess. This is all very, very academically relevant to the thesis I'm writing right now about the paranormal investigation genre. There's a hole here. It's not a bullet hole. It was ripped open. Something pierced through this bit, or was this deliberate? I wonder. And, you know, there's the bulge, which is probably where the bullet actually is. Which I'm pretty sure should be a separate thing. What if we check all the way down here? It still talks about the... what? Pretty sure that's supposed to be a bulge there. I thought that was like, yeah, the bullet still somehow lodged within, but... I question so much more of this, and the game's letting me question right now. What will rip this open? The problem is I don't think... unless of course we just present this with the... here, which I guess would potentially be what we have to do. I guess I'm gonna try it, because I can't really think of anything else that I can be able to do in light of this new evidence. Guess we're gonna try this. Just gonna go ahead and get that option. And the third bullet was the bullet in the calendar. And prove this, because the bullet that hit Holmes is still in this pouch. I guess. Or not. Christ. So now let's backstep here. It's clear who the murderer is, according to her. Is there even anything else we can say right now? With the mystery solved, I feel much... I guess maybe we can, like, question these two again now that we've clarified that. The verdict is a different story, because I guess this was unrelated. Just wanted to bask in the afterglow of a solved mystery. What about the other guy, though? Guess he's the gun expert. Can we bring the thing up with him again? We really are just a harmless tourist. No, he says the same thing, so it's even less useful. This does make me question. Big time. This pouch came through. Really can't learn anything else from the pouch, because I don't really know what else we can be expected to have right now? We have the chemicals, we have the broken pipe. What about this? I guess this bullet hole on the side. Didn't exactly look at this before. This trap here is broken, so that's where it got in. Let's take a look. Okay, now it lets me do this. Jesus Christ, alright. Hey, look, we finally found it. Behind this broken glass tube, it's a bullet. Must be where the bullet that was fired as Mr. Holmes made contact, so there we go. There were 3 bullets fired in Hatch's shop. And yeah, there's a possibility of a 3rd bullet. There it is. We finally fucking found it and took it out of the thing. We had to find that specific spot and not just notice the fact that, you know, the bulge is over here. And whatever, we have it. And it's in great shape. Might have been better if the bullet had actually hit him. Well, I guess then he wouldn't have gotten chemicals blowing up in his face. Or not in his face, but you know what I mean. Right beside him. Alright, now we can do this, I guess. Finally. There we go. Literally 3rd bullet in the court record. On the night of the crime, there was another bullet in the pawnbroker's, as shown here. Thanks for the evidence. What manner of sorcery is this? Where did that bullet come from? It was lodged in the pouch. I can't believe you didn't find it. Bullet that the tin pillar shot is this one, which means that 1 bullet is left unaccounted for, which is the one on the calendar. If the bullet that shot Holmes is here, what is this? It's another bullet entirely. 2 guns have already been submitted into evidence, and if we assume that their chambers couldn't have been tampered with possibility, then we assume that each of these guns only fired 1 bullet. So where did the 3rd bullet and the 3rd gun come from? As long as this fatal contradiction goes unresolved, the verdict would be senseless, so there you go. I'm gonna guilt you into continuing the trial right now. In the closing argument of all things, a shocking new truth has been revealed. This new information shakes the very basis of the trial thus far. By the authority of the Crown Court, I have no choice but to suspend this closing argument until further notice, really. So we're not even gonna have them change the verdict? We're just gonna have the judge order the witnesses to get back here and have that be the thing. We're gonna skip the dramatic part of it. Trust you are listening to the defense's closing argument, so... 3rd bullet was present at the crime scene. Explain this. Did you fire it or did you not? Well, they say no, so obviously they would. So was there someone else with you? Oh boy. That's pretty good if that was translated, emulating something from the original script. Wonder what that looked like. I mean, nothing more than 2 best brothers in it. What happened to that 3rd brother they were looking for? Guns found at the crime scene fired 2 bullets in total, so where's the gun that fired the 3rd bullet? I'd like to hear your thoughts. What do you make of this 3rd bullet? Whose gun fired the shot? What happened in the pawn shop? Pretty sure that means there was a co-conspirator is what we're going with. Or I think there might also say there was another gun, but it's a bit more favorable to our purpose of getting suspicion away from our client, so trying to hide the truth about this third party. I mean, you already know that there was a third party involved with them regardless, because they were speaking of in fear of someone else before. There was a third person with a gun on the night of the crime. And that person with a gun got away, I guess. Preposterous. The court is preparing to conclude its second closing argument. It's too late to claim that there was another man at the crime scene without some evidence. You can't prove by decisive evidence your claim is worthless, he says. I mean, I guess that was a claim from us that didn't necessarily have hard proof behind it. Prove that there was another person at the scene that night. Second, tell us the identity of this so-called third party. But I don't know how I'm gonna prove the identity of their co-conspirator. To prove both the presence and the identity of this third party. In response to the prosecution's demand, well, I think we might have some actual things to support an argument for someone specific. So I think I'm gonna take the plunge and presume that, hope that that's actually a good option. Defense is ready to answer all your demands. Will you cast aside your indecision or will you drown it? I'm gonna slap my cheeks some more. Keep moving forward. Boys, be ambitious. That's what we learn. That night, what evidence shows that a third party was present at the scene? Well, that would be either the... I guess the gun, the blood samples, because... yeah, the blood samples show the calendar, which... yep. Shows that the bullet was fired, had to be higher than the night of the crime, or else the calendar wouldn't have be showing that date, and yep, exactly that one. And there's a green stain, which I guess we hadn't made note of before, even though I thought we had it in the court dialogue. Green blood. Are we meant to conclude that some life form other than a human is involved now? Nope. This is... chemical that reacts depending to the makeup of people's blood, which is apparently unique enough that it will create a unique hue for every person. So one glance at the color and you can tell whose blood it is. This is Hatch's blood. What a beautiful tint. Well, which is blue. So clearly he was a nobleman, and so someone specific was shot here, and we can, based on what we know so far, we can use this hue of blood to identify that person. That's the thing. The day of the murder, we showed on the calendar that the bullet was lodged inside. So yeah, that's definitely had to have happened in the night. We haven't, like, the prosecution I'm pretty sure could raise the argument that, hey, maybe he just ripped off the page of the calendar when he closed, and that was technically before midnight, but guess we're not gonna bring that up. Well, it must have been a third party who left the bloodstain, and he's gonna say that it was Sherlock Holmes, probably. Or not. Who is this third intruder? All we know, actually. The person's name is Egg Benedict, or at least he told us he was. It was a customer that visited the pawn shop on the afternoon of the day of the crime. He was there when the... oh, great. Thanks for that car alarm person, for doing that fucking double toot at 10:58 at night. I love it. But anyway... and this man who calls himself Egg Benedict. Tried to steal it from the defendant, but he failed. Tried to get the disc for himself, but no, it was all taken. So we basically proved that he didn't have any more of a claim to the disc than the defendant did. I had to return that music box disc as well, of course. So you should have seen him as well, I suppose. You were the one who confiscated the disc from him. And Hatch went to the bank, give me a picture of the man in case he'd need a rise from the shop, I guess, and there it is. At that time. So this man is the third intruder. That night, I guess. Ain't got the fuckest 2 years, bruv. Well, still denying that. These criminals are just gonna keep pretending it doesn't exist. We could prove the identity, and, well, we can, because, you know, the disc itself is the proof of that. Because he bled on it, and we witnessed that, and the color of the reaction of the blood is the exact same color as the blood on the calendar, so... I'll now present my evidence. Here's the evidence that this man is the intruder who was shot by the third bullet. Guess we just have to... Hold on, that's not what I wanted to do. Have to show the disc. Said this once already. The defendant tried to illegitimately withdraw this discount thank you card for doing that at 11 o'clock at night. That's very considerate. And that's when this guy appeared and tried to steal it for himself. Oh, he did it a second time at 11:01 at night. That's very considerate of your neighbors. But there was a little incident at the time. And yeah, she tried to take it, and that's when he cut his finger, even though he was wearing gloves. I didn't really question that. And he bled on the disc, and he gave us this nifty handy-dandy sample. It seems kind of convenient. His blood is still on this disc. And this was the result. It's green, just like the blood on the calendar, so there you go. Clearly that's incontrovertible proof that the guy was there, even though the court could very easily just question the methods that these blood samples use and say that this is irregular, but there really was another intruder. Those brothers look like they've seen a ghost. And now we're calling for him to be brought to the stand. Wherever he may be. But the freaking prosecutor is still objecting to this. Sherlock Holmes, I've heard of the name before. The busybody, the Scotland Yard Jack of all. Or whatever they called him. Whatever the guy called him in the story. Guess what? I'm gonna have to look this up now because it's gonna bother me if I don't. Speckled band. The full text wiki source. Holmes the meddler, Holmes the busybody, Holmes the Scotland Yard Jack in office is apparently what they call it. So you can imagine when parodies of that interpretation came off which parts of Jack in office they removed to create a whole new insult. But that is only Only cursorily related to the stream, because I used the title of that video for one of the stream titles of this game. Detective so great that he'd seem to be a god. You're saying you used a chemical developed by a fictional character. Oh boy. So he's not actually aware that Sherlock Holmes actually exists in this universe. And the bloodstain turned green after... I guess he's the one who's going to be questioning those methods after all. How do we know that this reaction is exclusive to one man's blood? Well, I mean, in this case, you pretty much have to make concessions, since there's not very many people involved in the case to begin with. Still think it's worth pursuing, so there's a split right now. It doesn't seem like it's just one-sided as in the previous occasions. It would turn out like this. Society still hasn't acknowledged Mr. Holmes' invention. There's no other hill for me to die on. Well, what was it that Beard said earlier? He said something about stopping the closing argument for now, really. Suspended, but not actually completely done away with. There are only a few people who can continue a closing argument, and that's us, and the jurors, I guess. So whether Holmes's drug is fact or fiction doesn't actually matter right now. There's only one question now. When it comes to Ryo's argument, what do the 6 people over here think? Or over there? That's all that matters, literally. Oh, thanks for doing that again at 11:05 PM. It gets later and later, and I keep getting those fucking loud toots outside the window. Because someone can't fucking decide when they're done with getting into their car. But yeah, we got the thing. This is technically true. The closing argument reached no proper conclusion, which I thought he had dismissed it entirely. But I guess not. So we're gonna turn to the jury again. An unwavering conclusion befitting the citizens of our fine land. Oh, it was that again with at 11:06 PM. Oh, this guy. Oh, so it's a 50-50 split. No, this guy was the deciding factor. I was in favor of not guilty, very, very slight margin. Thus concludes the closing argument. So we're forced to continue. Would you care to elaborate? What are you gonna do? These fools were swayed so easily by an amateur detective's chemicals, so now he's gonna do ad hominem. That's very professional. Feels that I cannot pass judgment at this moment in time, so you better suck it up. However, we now face a new problem. Defense has demanded a new witness be brought to the stand. Don't expect this to be a simple affair. Nick Benedict is clearly a pseudonym. Oh yeah, that's the thing. So, how are we gonna find that guy? Unless it turns out that he's somehow right here. Oh boy. Someone's speaking. What? Trust me. Alright, it's the telegrapher. Yeah, I guess couldn't he identify him? Could show us that photograph again, and does she have something to say as to who he is? I was right. My eyes weren't playing tricks on me after all. Do you perhaps know this man? Wait, who is this? I have a very slight suspicion as to who this guy might actually be. I thought there was going to be another party that was going to turn out to be that person, but I guess it's too late to introduce that. Was a good thing I'm a telecommunications expert. Found in this photo is a technician working at the same telegraph office as me, really. He happens to be incredibly skilled. I'm sure he's busily buzzing away at work right now. So this is weird. I was expecting him to have a more evil job. Well, it's a little surprising that he's just a normal guy with a normal job, which is what people say about the guy that I'm thinking of from the stories, that this guy might turn out to be outside of the people who know the truth. If he works at the city bureau, I'm sure we can summon him within the hour. So we summon this man post-haste. Court will now enter a 1-hour recess. We will await the arrival of our next witness before requesting his testimony. I'd like to ask you the details of what happened in the pawn shop that day. As soon as we break, come to my office at once. Shall we carry on forward now? How do we make it into the third part of the trial, I guess? This ought to be interesting. Because we've been going for pretty much exactly 3 hours so far. Good job hanging in there. Why are you fighting so hard for someone gormless like me? Well, you saw the photo where I was holding the gun. You want to tell us about that? So welcome back, Default. How can you do this to me? I don't know. I can, I guess. So I do. Nobody would say I'm done for after seeing this. And yet... Would you mind telling us what actually was the deal that night? Because she just keeps keeping important information like that from us. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. After we all ate at Holmes's place, went with Iris and spoke with you lot in your gaff. I remember that with crystal clarity. After that I couldn't catch a wink of sleep at all, so I went over to that pawn shop I just had to check. About the manuscript, the Hound of the Baskervilles, which has barely come up, surprisingly. Don't know what kind of story it is. Sure, it would have been pretty bad for Holmes if it got out. Oh yeah, another thing that is still unresolved. That's the reason why he fibbed about popping it at the pawn shop. It's what we thought, but... apparently the manuscript itself was left in the shop at the time. At least we found it there. Smashed the lock on the entrance and went inside. Everything was pitch black, but I guess his hatch was still inside. Oh, or there was at least someone inside. Or I knew what I was doing. And grabbed the gun on the counter, probably. I snatched the gun from the counter and I was pointing it right at him. You know, it was shown here, except not at all. Well, the girl from earlier today. Is this the sort of thing pickpockets are up to nowadays, so... What in the world do you want? Hound of the something bills. If it's here, I want to see it. Even if my life is at stake, I cannot hand over another customer's belongings. I'll die before I show you, I guess. I want to see it. Need to know if Holmes actually left it here. Uncle unlocked the storeroom and the two of us went inside. I guess this is when the others came in. The manuscript was actually there. Holmes was telling the truth. But then suddenly something was coming from the inside of the shop. Must have been when the Tin Pillar brothers broke in. Is my shop an exclusive gathering place for miscreants tonight? Well, because the door was left open, even the gun. Should go too, but apparently she stayed in the storeroom. Tried to hear what was happening from inside the dark storeroom, and suddenly there was sign of a struggle. She was gonna leave, but then bang bang, twice, once. Two gunshots fired almost simultaneously, and then he was dead in the room. So how did the gun end up in her hands and she passed out? That's what I want to know. Tried to come in, I had to fight back. Alright, that explains that. But when I looked down at him, I realized... Did she... see that and saw that? Okay, he was dead. That she would probably be... expected for that, and that sound... yeah, I guess she just fainted from that. Which is really inconvenient for her case, but... nobody would believe her. Lion will only get her in more trouble, they said. And yet now here we are. You will corner the culprit in a flash. Is it really him, the Egg Benedict? We don't know that. Well, I mean, we know that that's not his real name. But I guess he's our biggest suspect right now. Bloke who looked down on me with that divvy grin on his face. Was lurking at the shop that night. Oh, so she saw him at the shop? I know his real name, but I have no doubt that he's involved with the crime. Even though, like when we saw him in the investigation, we kind of implied that there was someone else as well. Pulling his strings, but maybe he was the guy all along. He's gotta be the actual equivalent for the character that I was suspecting. How can you still say that you trust me? We've forgotten about everything that happened 2 months ago. Well, maybe Migandel was gonna turn out to be that guy, but I don't even know. It would be weird to have him like already dead and have that revelation happen. But I mean, we still need to address the matter of what happened with the cart and why the fire happened. No matter what happens, I'll trust you until the bitter end, and you know, there's still the matter of the murder of the other Watson. That has been pretty much dodged throughout this entire episode, and yet that's another one of those things that are unresolved. There's a murder case back in Japan. Hey, remember when I was the defendant? Nobody believed me, and yet I basically supplanted my friend who was the actual lawyer. And he was cool with that. Now we're gonna think of Mr. Japan again. All you have to do is trust me. But at that moment, somewhere deep inside me I couldn't help but think. In truth, even he suspects me, doesn't he? But then he did the Mia Fey meme, and it was fine. You gotta believe, which is also the Parappa meme, I guess. Once the trial started, he made it as plain as day. It doesn't matter. You really did trust me. And gradually my trust in him strengthened as well. That's when I realized, if I wanted others to trust me, I had to place my trust in them first. No matter what happens, I trust you. You don't need to worry about a thing. Even though I'm a skeeving, lying, dirty little tea leaf. Well, you're different from Migandel. He was a grown-up, and they're much worse. I mean, she hates the grown-ups as well. You can trust us, that's all there is to it. And I mean, we've had our eye on you. boy. Trial will resume shortly. Return at once. Defendant and defense, I played both roles at least once. That's why I understand just how much it takes to truly trust someone from the bottom of your heart, and more than that. I understand the weight of having someone else fully place their trust in you. And now the curtain rises on the final battle. Hope you're watching Susato, who just disappeared and went off on her own. And here we are back in the court. And I notice that there's a space between the detective and the other two. Not Mario Brothers this time. Are you able to summon a witness? We were able to issue a subpoena to the telecommunications office. Due to the rain, his coach will be arriving late. Okay, so we're gonna do other shit in the meantime. Inspector Gregson told me the details about the night of the crime. Overlooking this festival, it was a fatal blunder indeed. Regarding the evidence gained through the defense's use of forensic chemicals, which we can just name quickly now, it is inadmissible as evidence due to the lack of clear scientific basis. Okay, so they do just dismiss that, basically. This won't be the last thing you hear of me. I'm gonna be lobbying fucking these specific forensics now. The witness summoned by the court has just arrived. Oh boy. Okay, so I guess we just need to have that little bit of dialogue first. Before Egg Benedict comes in. I wonder how this is gonna play out now. Probably gonna take a break in just a second here, but first, let's see. It is only natural for an upstanding London citizen such as myself. Please state your name and occupation for the court. Rupert Trogray. Crogray? I don't know. I was a technician at a telegraph office. Two of us work in the heart of London as telegraphists responsible for the city area. Why have I been called here? Because you were in the fucking shop break-in. I heard this has to do with some murder in a Baker Street pawn shop. Something about me sneaking into the shop on the night of the incident. That is the defense's accusation. The court demands your honest testimony. Testify about this accusation towards you. Boy. Maybe a man like me will deign to visit a pawn shop once in a while. You claim that I broke into that pawn shop with his miscreants on the night of the murder. Well, I think so. Don't see how you can expect me not to laugh at such a false allegation. And you even claim that my blood was present at the crime scene. Which, I mean, we do have proof of that. But I guess that's just been thrown out the window. But shady forensic chemicals made by a shady detective can hardly be called evidence. Then you assert that you had nothing to do with the crime. Shocked and appalled. It's amazing how a detective's silly little toy has the power to bring the Crown Court to its knees. Funny you should mention... Oh yeah, his cane, I just remembered, had the RC initials, so I guess that would correspond to Rupert Crogray. Trogray, I don't even know how they expect me to pronounce that. Funny you should mention that, as that lot up there is nothing but a band of disappointments. Wait. How long must I play along with this farce? You'll be free to leave soon if you can prove that you have nothing to do with the crime, that is. Now we begin the cross-examination. What was your real name again, Rupert? That. I don't think references anything. I'm Rigonos Kenaro, attorney at law. We've met before. Surely you remember this. In any case, have my hat. But now that we're starting the actual cross-examination, I'm gonna take a really quick break. So that I can get up real quick. For a couple of reasons. So I'll be back in like 5-ish minutes, probably. Alright, I am back. And I also got myself a quick snack. Just so I don't suddenly starve to death in the middle of this. But let's see. Let's find out about this guy and the pawn shop. You were using a fake name when you went to the pawn shop. Why was that the case? And why we're being cockblocked when we ask that question. And why were you leading these two Lario brothers when you went in the break-in? Don't keep company with the riffraff. Oh. Was it that dirt makes such an absurd indictment? Well, I mean, we have the proof from the forensics, but I guess we're gonna have to find even more proof now. Allowing a Japanese to stand in her court, what a foolish mistake. Well, don't see how you can expect me to not laugh about such a false allegation. And yet here we are. And he wasn't hanging around with these two. Well, I mean, calling for an alibi does seem pretty reasonable course of action here. He's under no obligation to provide that, really. I mean... you would just let him answer the question. I think interpretive dance is accepted language in the courtroom, yeah. Do wonder... what that's supposed to signify. And whether that's a nod to certain something else from the game. Although that traces of blood were found at the crime scene. Found them thanks to the chemicals developed by these Sherlock Holmes. I'm the only man in the world with blood running through the veins, so... yeah, we used the forensic stuff, but like I said, it's just like... that's no longer possible. Who is this Holmes character you keep prattling on about? What did you say before? Everyone's blood, Mr. Holmes' special chemicals, well... everyone in London knows the great detective. Everyone reads the... fucking magazine. If you dreamed of a character like that, fairy tales, what? Who has something to say here? This guy does. Well, we'll come back to that. Which fairy tales? No place in the courts of the British Empire. Well, I mean... fairy tales would be a pretty big deal in Nordic Europe, I would think. Northern Europe, Nordic would be like Scandinavia, I guess. Must admit that these chemicals do produce pretty colors. So your friends in Japan would love it if you were to bring them back as a gift, well... so there's a question to be asked there, but let's see what else we got first. Shady forensic chemicals made by a shady detective can hardly be called evidence. Being incredibly famous makes you correct, well, according to the internet or to current events. Has managed to capture and imprison the world's most famous conman. Well, I'm gonna tell you who it was, though. Very much like to return and continue serving the nation. Well, just trying to wriggle out of that. As he talks, a few angles of attack I'll have available. We're gonna draw out some more information about that troublesome twosome next to him seems to be acting strange too. Yeah, we noticed that. I guess pretty much our only opening at this point is doing the question. Apparently, I think when we were talking about Sherlock Holmes in this press. I guess this guy knows, because he was the guy who shot him. How many times do I have to say it? I am not help. I'm not Wally, yes I know. Nemi tin pillar. Oh. You were gazing at Mr. Trogray as if you were deep in thought. After he was talking about Sherlock Holmes not being known, I guess. When you were looking at Crockery, what came to mind? I wasn't thinking nothing, I swear me dead, Mom, he still says. Weren't thinking nothing like that and swing that cane around while you open your wound again, oh boy. I was only shot in the arm 2 days ago, really. And he just came out and said that. Like your good friend here was concerned for your health. Heard about the wound on your arm, which he hadn't heard about before this point. I have no idea what these two men are talking about, really. I'll be forced to testify about anything unrelated to me. Two nights ago. Was that 2 nights ago? Yeah, I guess it must have been. Likely that the victim was shot in the arm and the bullet went through the body? I guess. So we're trying to force him to do this and yet he refuses. Well, without any decisive evidence to connect me with those two hoodlums over there. Under no obligation to submit, he says. He's really trying to play up the technicalities of the system. Don't even have a connection to the victim's punch up, let alone this trial, other than the fact that he was there and everyone saw him. We're completely unrelated to the victim's punch up, and yet... boy. Now he's ordered to add that statement to the testimony, so I guess we're questioning that first. And it replaced the final statement, of course. I'm gonna get a loop after this. But you were there on the day of the crime, claiming to return to... or being there to claim something, which you lied about. Searching for a new armchair for my study at this very moment. On that day you were trying to redeem a pledge. Oh boy, and yeah, this guy knows that that's bullshit, so... and so do we. I'd say with certainty that it couldn't have been me, really. But you won the pledge tickets. Pledge tickets from Hatchling's shop don't have names written on them. Can't use those to prove what the true owner of the pledge really is. Looks like this isn't gonna be easy. You'll have to show some indisputable evidence, otherwise that guy will never confess to anything. Well, we talk about indisputable evidence, and yet... It's the thing that we can do here is not really presented out what this press. So hold on, did anything change in that loop dialogue? He's trying his hardest to give us little information. He's like the opposite of Holmes. He talks so much he leaves himself wide open. Shall we take a good look at the court record and look for a breakthrough? So now let's not only look at the court record but also have this question statement. And he says that wasn't the case about this guy knows. Because he was also there. Or at Hatch's pawnbrokers at the same time as Mr. Crockery. Both you and your fair lady assistant and the defendant. Oh boy. And do you remember the plates that the witness was trying to recover? Oh, it was the disc, I'm pretty sure, or the coat, but with the disc inside. Memory of it all is rather shaky, really. Sorry that I'd say that it would be inappropriate for me to testify on the matter. Oh boy. Isn't he the one that showed us that photograph? He submitted a photo taken by Holmesy's camera. This is true. Could very well be the current witness, this. The witness has definitely visited the pawnbrokers at that time. Seeing that there's no further connection to the pawnbroker's shop than that. I can understand why Croggery would try to deny the fracas with the disc, but why is Gregson trying to avoid the subject too? Oh boy. And we're back in the loop again. So that didn't really give us anything to go on after all. Looks like we're pretty much gonna have to present after all. So let's create this. And let's take a look at the court record. Let's see, what can we do to show the connection between him and the shop? Probably nothing from over here, honestly. I mean, there's a disc, which was the pledge, but I doubt that's it. I doubt that's it, but apparently that might have been it. Well, he did want the disc pretty badly, so much so that he struggled and he ended up getting caught in it. He held at Hatch's pawn shop until the day of the murder. Defendant Gina moved up to redeem the item, but all of a sudden a man jumped in and tried to steal the item from her. As you know, Mr. Croggery, that man was you. And yet he's claiming not to be. Alright. There's a bloodstain on this disc, so what are we proposing to... Proposing to use different forensic methods to compare the blood to his, because that's pretty much what we are link. The criminal tried to steal the disc, he cut his thumb. And bled on it, even though he was wearing gloves. I obviously mean there should be a cut on his thumb. Oh yeah, I guess so. Why don't you just take a quick peek at the tip of your thumb? Wager that we'll see this little cut on it that was just a couple of days ago, according to this. The day of the crime. So he was lying deliberately, pretty much is coming out and admitting it now. You have a cut on your thumb because you tried to steal the disc. I think there's a slight misunderstanding going on here. To say that I tried to steal the disc is not at all accurate, and I'm tired of hearing it. That disc was mine to begin with, after all, he says. You don't seriously have a problem with me redeeming my own pledge. So now he's pretty much coming out and admitting that he lied about not knowing anything before about the pawn shop. This piece of evidence will explain the connection between this man and the murder. This time, tell us more about this disc. It's clear that this disc has nothing to do with the murder case, as per my opinion, I don't know. To Migandel may be written on that disc, but I can verify that it is mine. On that day, the defendant pilfered my pledge ticket from me. Well, she has her own story as how she got the ticket, but I guess we're not allowed to bring that up without opening a new can of worms, which leads me to believe that we're gonna do it anyway. To sneak into the shop. Will this Migandel be the man who was put on trial 2 months ago? Why, of course. The one who mysteriously died shortly after I declared him not guilty. Does that mean that you are acquainted with McGonagall? Well, apparently he was, so... You're a conspiracy of sorts going on here. Wasn't quite expecting his name to pop up here again. Told her to pledge this disc to Hatch's pawnbrokers, but that Crogray guy says it's his. Clear indicator that his testimony is full of lies. Went to the pawn shop to steal his possessions. Well, let's see exactly how deep this runs, I guess. What kind of truth we're gonna find out about. It has his name on it. How can you claim that it's yours? You can probably tell that being a telegraphist enters you quite the salary. Well, a wealthy man has no need for pawn shops, but as it happens, I once left my wallet at home by accident. With no other recourse, I pledged a high-quality brown coat at a pawn shop, even though we established before that the coat didn't fit him. What I had completely forgotten was that I had left that disc inside the coat pocket. Why does it say that? Well, collecting rare music box discs happen to be a hobby of mine. Met Mr. McGonagall at one of London's social clubs. He's also quite the fan of music boxes, so this is... sample disc before the final version was published. I had planned to let Mr. McGonagall have a listen to it, but alas. I accidentally left it in your coat pocket when you pledged it. McGonagall had coerced her into silence about all of this. And now we're trying to cover up a different crime, though. Guess we're not gonna push the issue now for that reason. Defendant pilfered my pledge ticket from me. On that day. Gina didn't do that. But she's a pickpocket and a frequent offender at that. I had acquired information on Gina. You went to Hatch's pawnbrokers in search of her. Seized McGonagall's disc. Defense is a formal warning against baseless slander. Oh. And allow me to continue with this pointless testimony. Well, so that went nowhere. Great haste to the shop in hopes of reclaiming my item before her, but she'd showed up there. And he says it's the first time. Make it a pledge, but I do rather enjoy window shopping. Chase after the pickpocket when you realize she had stolen your ticket. Took me a moment to realize, however, then I rushed to the shop before she ended up withdrawing my coat. Wanted nothing more than to return to my own belongings. It doesn't look like we're getting any kind of leads from this so far. This caught its way into the police's hands after that incident. All items related to Mr. McGonagall were being seized as evidence, and I guess that's related to this. And so that inspector took my disc. Thanks to that little scamp's horseplay, I ended up cutting my thumb. And this is the disc you cut your finger on. Scotland Yard has been gathering all of McGonagall's belongings. There was some dire situation that made this necessary, so that McGonagall is related to the espionage thing we've been hearing about. Well, simply a telegraphist with a love for music boxes. Boy. In other words, I had no reason to sneak into that shop. Well, after the incident, I guess. There may have been some high-value unredeemed pledges in there, so you were gonna steal them. Well, but he says there were not. A pile of rubbish hardly worth the space it occupied. Well, the reason you went was to get the disc back or to retrieve McGonagall's belongings. Let's assume that your hypothesis is correct. Did I remind you that the disc was seized by the yard? Well, there was one other thing there, that's the thing. Had it been less reason to break into the pawn shop, we can pretty sure we can contradict that, because we know for a fact that he left one more thing. Should shove it right into his stupid annoying face. But why in that statement? I don't know about that. Gandalf put the disc into his coat pocket and then he pledged it at the pawn shop. When he realized he was going to be put on trial for murder, he gave the pledge ticket to Gina. And left her to do the rest of the job. The police were after the stuff he left behind too. Toby's mumbling about something over there. Yeah, we're gonna check that first, I guess. Unless... Did he say something different on the final remark there? Like, we shouldn't do that. First I have to break through Croggray's lies, so what? Should we not check the question statement first? Because right now, he pretty much told us that we should present the proof that McGondle had another box that he had left there in this statement, but what if we wanna do the question first? Kinda wanna do that first. Because I'm pretty sure this won't be penalized if I do it first, even if it's supposed to be done later. Did something come to mind when you were listening to Mr. Croggray's testimony? That was the yard after Cousin McGondle's belongings. Surely you can divulge this. It is one of your top-secret investigations. Well, 2 months ago, Cousin McGondle met his untimely demise. He was a prominent figure in London, but he could not escape the dark rumors about him, which turned out to be true, I guess. Are the police trying to cover up all the crimes he was involved in? There are times when inspectors are assigned duties that must be carried out in secret. So this was a direct order from the Lord Chief Justice. Well, if you want more information from me, you'll have to get permission from Lord Vortex. Well, and we're just gonna accept this. There's some big goings on between the prosecutor and the inspector. I hope we can hear more about that. We have no right to demand more information, so yeah, that went nowhere. So I guess we really have to present the evidence first. And maybe then we'll actually be able to get somewhere. No reason to sneak into the shop other than he's claiming that McGondle's stuff belongs to him, so... This pledge ticket says... Okay, so this is the pledge for the coat. This isn't the one, it's the other one. And yeah, this is the one for the box, which is the thing that pretty much has not been brought up in court at all yet. When he runs out of blank receipts, he makes it out of anything. So we're gonna present this, I guess. We're led to believe by the press that we have to do that. This disc was brought to the pawn shop under McGondle's orders, and you tried to retrieve it. So that was in the coat. Inspector confiscated that disc before he could take it for himself. No, there was one more thing left in there that they wanted that belonged to McGondle before, that he had left there. Pledged another item at the same pawn shop. The second pledge ticket proves it. Thought we wouldn't have this. Pledged 2 items to Hatch. You broke in to try and steal the second one. And you did it together with your 2 partners in crime. Which gets a reaction out of you. What else was it that he deposited? Receipt only says a small box, which I'm still pretty sure is the music box that we saw in the shop. I brought these 2 idiots just to break in and steal a tiny box. Probably it was a heavy box that wasn't even that small. Once the contract expires, the pledged item is unredeemed and placed on the shop floor. All I will have to do is purchase it. Which is true, and which would have happened, but I guess he's gonna say that he couldn't have risked that happening. Which really only would have meant that he would have had to buckle down and like get first crack at the purchase before anyone else. Which shouldn't have been that hard if he's gonna go this far, but maybe there's another reason, I don't know. Maybe he needed it on that specific night. Unfortunately for the defense, the truth is perfectly clear. No small box was stolen from the victim's pawn shop, which means it's still there, yeah. Oh boy, we have photographs. What are these going to be? Taken by the camera that the great detective set up of the shop floor, maybe. There was a second camera on the top part. Capture the shelves where the unredeemed pledges lie. According to this pledge ticket, the redemption period for the box ended on 13th April at 9. Wait, really? Does that mean that we would have tried to buy it first? 2 days before the crime was committed, the moment the deadline passed, that box would have been placed on the shelves, and then 2 hours before the murder. At 11 PM on the 15th April, this picture was taken. Bursting with unredeemed rubbish, huh? There's another photograph at 2 AM. And if we compare the two, which I don't know how well we're gonna do that. Right, side by side, I guess. Able to see any differences between the photos. I don't know, I'm looking right now. I do see one thing that moved between the two photos. Are we gonna do like the fucking stereoscopic thing again with them? Natural to question whether or not anything was stolen after the victim died. And these two photos have been examined already. Sure, we meticulously counted the items. We'll see there's your mistake. It wasn't a matter of counting. Okay, I'm guessing that this is gonna turn out to be like another stereoscopic thing, somehow. Came to the conclusion that they're the same. Well, we can tell you right now that they're not. Absolutely nothing was stolen from pawnbrokers. Well, I mean, as far as the stuff that's present there, I'm pretty sure that's true, but something did move. Could have caught him red-handed. Well, I think we probably still can. You think they're really identical? Well, no, they're not. I already noticed that. On the night of the crime, nothing was stolen from the crime scene. Do you acknowledge this as a truth? Well, I mean, something was moved, so... there is an abnormality, yeah, I guess. There's clearly something out about these two pictures. That's gonna be, well, I guess we can point it out in either one, but in this one, this fucking box right over here is different. Photos look nearly identical, and yet there's just one part that's different. You look at these pictures stereoscopically, which I don't know why you would. You will notice. I guess you will notice. Small box almost appears to jump out from the pictures. There's only one logical conclusion. Gondel's box was not stolen. Instead, someone did pick up the box before trying to put it back where he found it. So this would be it. The small box deposited by McGondel, so I guess if we assume that to be the case, it wouldn't be the music box after all. And I think something important, some kind of important, I'm sure we're supposed to say it changes everything. We assume that the contents of the box are probably done something with. It changes everything. I don't know if this is actually true, but let's go with this. Let's do the bluff. Like this series is known for. Issue here is what was moved, the small box. That must mean something was inside, right? What could that have been? How would that photo look in an actual 3DS with 3D turned on? Probably different, I mean. Having this this chapter repeatedly say that, hey, try this stereoscopic thing without using any specialized technology. Just look at the two pictures side by side and do the magic eye thing. But I mean, there was a part of the stereoscope where it tells you, hey, you should turn the 3D on for this part. So probably use it for like the combined shots of those pictures. But I just can't see it because, well, you know. So we should examine the box that's still on the shelf, I guess. We're proposing, but apparently the judge agrees with us. Retrieve the box in question and examine the contents. Well, expect a report within 30 minutes. We're just gonna sit around and twiddle our thumbs while we wait for that happens. Yep, my totally legitimate Nintendo 3DS console from Nintendo does not have the 3D feature. Yep, have you heard of the 2DS? Excuse me? That's clearly the thing we're going for. It's more Japanese smoke and mirrors, just like the 3D. Why do you say that? This college boy had jumped to a ridiculous conclusion from the very start. He thinks our witness was trying to steal McGondle's pledges. But if he had any common sense, he would realize that none of it was worth stealing. That's what we say, but we were literally just talking about how apparently his stuff is really important and related to a big deal case. Great cousin McGondle was an upstanding Londoner who wouldn't hurt a fly, and yet I kinda had him killed somehow. As an upstanding citizen who deposited some average pledges, a black coat with a disc in the pocket and a small box. Couldn't pay me to take those off your hands. He's right, you know. Mr. McGondle was so rich, would understand if it was jewels or a wad of cash, but can't pawn a wad of cash. Defense must show adequate proof of what? This time. Significance of the items pledged by the client? Well, we don't know, that's the thing. We don't have, like, definitive stuff for that, I don't think. Both of those are super important, but we don't know why yet. Unless, well, I guess we know about, yeah. We know about the secret dialogue that we were told about by the defendant. Does he know, and is that why he's doing this? Wouldn't be very much of a secret in that case, though, would it? It might actually be a good opportunity. Truth will always come to light, really. So are we just going along with that, after all? There's a deeper meaning behind McGondle's pledges. The only one who can tell us is Gina. So are we gonna suck it up and do the risky disadvantage meme? Looking like that might be the only way to go right now. I mean, we either do that or we stop and come to a complete dead halt, I guess. That's a problem. So I guess we're gonna eat it. I'd like to make a proposal. Oh boy, so we're coming out and we're doing it. While Mr. McGondle's box is being transported to the Crown Court, I would like to hear the defendant testify. I guess it would be the, we just like climb down and hope that the box's contents solve everything, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Want to know more about the items Mr. McGundle pledged to Hatch's pawnbrokers? We're gonna have to force her to blurt it out. Just how important these pieces of evidence really are. Hope you haven't forgotten what your client's testimony means for the both of you. Put the current cross-examination on hold and demand testimony from the accused. Oh boy, here we go. Court requests the defendant's testimony. We're gonna spill the beans. Current witnesses should retire to the lobby and await further instruction. Instead of watching, I guess. Oh, wait, remain at the stand. You are to listen to the defendant's testimony, this guy specifically, I guess. Yep, we're gonna put her on the line for the sake of our argument here. The items that McGundle pledged to the pawnbrokers are deeply connected to the case from 2 months ago. Testimony established Mr. McGundle's innocence. Everyone connected to that case is once again gathered here now, except the dead guy. Months ago, a bricklayer was stabbed to death inside an omnibus in the dead of winter. And now, the only one inside the coach alongside the victim was Mr. McGundle. Naturally, he was fingered as prime suspect, and apparently he was quite rightly so. But as the trial progressed, a new possibility emerged that the murder had actually occurred on the roof, but then it came out that the evidence that pointed to that was quite possibly forged. And basically it was out of coerced testimony that also happened. Hoped to steal from the coach's passengers she was hiding, so he's basically caught out by testifying in a very specific way. She saved the other guy, but then after that he mysteriously died inside the Crown Court in the fucking coach on fire. Neither case has reached a conclusion, neither the omnibus murder nor the arson. The defendant's pledges weren't mentioned at that trial, I believe. So now's the time to speak out about that time. You're gonna have to come along with us. Play along with this. Told us the real truth yesterday at the jail. We're gonna have to wrench that out of you now. If during your testimony 2 months ago you failed to produce evidence, you'll be tried for perjury. You're pretty much admitting to it. Your reliability as a witness will be called into question, but we're still going through with this. To wonder if you were ever to be considered reliable in the first place. Well, alrighty then, I'll talk. Suppose the defense has found a resolve to crush his own reputation. I have to say, I don't think I quite understand what's happening here. But it appears there's some sort of secret being kept here, involving the pledges and the incident 2 months ago. Yep. Court orders you to testify about the truth you've yet to reveal. And everything's gotta come to light, and the only way forward is to steal our resolve and work with this incredibly incriminating tidbit. Truth is, the victim was in the omnibus too. When I was pulled out of my seat, I saw that disc on the floor. And I heard a scream from above. That's when, okay, this is where we're going back to the previous case. They heard a scream from above. That's when the other 2 passengers ran for the police. McGundle handed the coachman some money and sent him to the nearby pawn shop. Pardon me, I had to keep quiet about what I had seen and heard. And basically had me testify, give false testimony in his favor. And that's completely different. Almost seems as if the verdict handed down to Mr. McGonagall was a complete mistake. As if he was scheming to deceive the court. There was a very sinister plot working in the shadows. And yet this guy was the guy that said a while ago, yeah, it was not guilty. We proved it. He's gonna pass the buck now. Good heavens, that whole trial was a sham. Mr. McGonagall, the witness, and even the Japanese attorney were all in cahoots. But yeah, the attorney didn't know. Nothing but lies and forced testimony, but we're not fooling anyone. He achieved an acquittal with devilish lies. His evil cannot be left to fester. I'll acknowledge that we committed a grave crime, one not easily forgotten. His testimony makes the truth clear, though. The items that Mr. McGonagall left behind are of profound significance. And that's what we're going to... Is that all we're gonna do with that testimony, I guess? Or are we gonna cross-examine? Suitable punishment will be formulated after this trial has ended. And we're gonna eat it. Yeah, I guess we are gonna cross-examine, but now we have a pretty much incontrovertible reason to look at McGonagall's items, I guess, for when that eventually shows up. The victim was in the omnibus too. Thrice fired mortar, or Mortar Milverton, which is what we were told his name was later. Does he show up in the list of people here? No, it doesn't look like it. But it should show up in the case file thingy for the McGonagall case that the girl made for us. We're hiding inside the omnibus at that point, in the seat. Trunk. But it was pitch black, so I couldn't see nothing. 2 months ago, you testified that the only passenger inside the coach was Mr. McGonagall. You told us all bold-faced lies. They were kinda yammering at each other the whole time. Couldn't hear them all too proper, but sort of sounded like business about buying something. Making some sort of deal. Maybe the fucking bricklayer was actually evil too, and we didn't realize, but I mean his name would seem to suggest that. Got louder and louder until it sounded like they were starting a right aggressive row. Shook me so much I could hardly breathe, but then all of a sudden there was a really loud noise, like someone had fell. And then that bugger McGonagall found me. And then she saw the disc on the floor, so it was there at the scene of the crime. At that time. Did it look like this? Why, sure. The very same. It's on the floor right next to that guy. What did he say to you then? I was told to keep my lid zipped and talk about absolutely nothing I had seen or heard there. Including the disc. His eyes terrified me. If I didn't say yes, I was sure that he'd stab me too. Well. And then he started asking me all sorts of stuff about myself. My name, where I lived, and about my life as a pickpocket too. And eventually the murder scene was discovered. I heard a clatter from above. Then I heard a scream from above when... just when the other 2 passengers ran for the police, which we know about. Fair play and lady first. What are their names? Yep. Let lot scream when they saw the body through the skylight. Coachman stopped the coach straight away and McGonagall made me hide. No one can know you're there. Shoved me right back into the trunk when the omnibus stopped. The 2 lot on the roof ran off to call the police. So they weren't connected to the murder, which, I don't know, that I wouldn't really have thought that. Based on the way they acted at the end of that trial, though, because... kind of made it look like they knew something about the possibility of the body being dropped from the roof. And yet I guess they actually didn't. I have to come back and append that. The only ones left at the scene were you, McGonagall, and the coachman. I was hiding in the trunk. When someone left the coach door open, I could hear him talking outside. If I remember, the coachman testified in McGonagall's trial as well. And so he did. His name was Mr. Beppo. Which is the same name as a road sweeper from the novel Momo, but that's a German thing. I heard one of them say something like, I have no idea what happened. McGonagall handed the coachman some money and sent him to a nearby pawn shop. Which was Hatch's pawnbroker, so that was... a coincidence. I guess he was lying as well. The pawn shop was not brought up in that trial, so... the old conspiracy going on there. He took off his black coat and gave it to the coachman. It was a well-wicked-looking coat. He patted it down proper art before handing it over. And yet he apparently, oh boy. Apparently left a disc in there, I guess, on purpose. Stuff he was popping was worth a heck of a lot of dosh. Is dosh an expression that originates from British Cockney? I don't even know. I would explain why Gina was trying to sell the disc for such a high price. Remember, she was arguing with Hatch over its value on the day of the crime. The coachman was happy to go to the pawn shop with a wad of cash. McGonagall ordered me over and told me to go outside the omnibus. And then threatened me and had to keep quiet about what I'd seen on Ferdinand. He also instructed her to come back and give him the ticket, I thought. If I did what I was told, I'd be free to go off home. He had another order for me. Told me that to take the pledge ticket from the coachman and keep it safe. And then if he didn't come back to redeem it in 2 months, I was going to go to the pawn shop and pay off the interest extending the redemption period. And gave the dosh just for that, £5. Would he do such a thing? What he needed to deposit his coat before the arrival of the police. Guess because he didn't want those items to... He wanted to hide from the police. There you go. Still don't know what the deal is with those items, though. So, have we gotten to the looping point? Do we have to actually present something? Because... it's kind of bothering me, but... those two have been whispering about something for a while now. Oh. Wonder if there's something I can do about it, I wonder. I don't know. You need to press her and watch for a question statement, which I'm pretty sure I didn't notice anything like that before, but... let me speed through these press testimonies again. And see if I get a prompt for that I missed before. I guess that makes more sense right now than trying to present anything. So far it looks like nothing, so... pretty sure what to expect so far. Hope we don't have to search for anything here, because it would be a pain to go through this again. So we made it to statement 4 of 5 here. Still looks like we got nothing. Oh shoot, then I hit the loop again by accident. Yeah, we heard about the pledge tickets. So what's the deal with these guys, I mean? can't really tell if they're suspicious. Do we have to just press them randomly? Because that seems like it wouldn't really make sense. I think of one reason. Like press them at any point, maybe? Important items, and still doesn't really look like we can do anything with these two, though. So I'm not really sure. Do we really have to do that? Hold on, because I'm gonna try it. We have to get their attention somehow, which seems like a bit of a rush thing to just do it in any statement, but it's combed over the testimony again. It doesn't really look like there's any points in which they seem particularly suspicious. So let's try this. Hey, what are you doing? Over there. Boy, I guess we are expected to do that. Seem to be whispering for something for a moment there. What's that about? How dare you hide from what we want? Nothing to say to such a suspicious man. Nothing to say to an inspector who seized my rightful property. Oh. And yet they've been talking to each other, almost negotiating. Court desires no further testimony. Truth, this case has become startlingly clear. Okay, so we literally just had to do that to not even get any new information, but just to break out of that cross-exam. Alright, so a deal was taking place in the omnibus. They were negotiating the price of this disc. Gondel wanted to steal it by force and apparently murder the guy for it. But that does show how significant the disc is. 2 days before this crime, Gondel's pledges would reach the deadline for redemption period, which means that anyone could go in and buy them. He'd kick the bucket after that trial and all. Much like the pickpocketer where you move to take his pledges for yourself. Can't blame a girl for wanting a dapper coat, can you? Oh. Would you happen to know why someone wanted that disc? Well, I don't think anyone knows that's the very specific details about it so far, but pretty sure we'll find out. It'll tell me worth a fortune, so if I took it, maybe I could flog it off for a good sum, which is what she tried to do, I mean. Blame a girl for wanting to make some quick moolah. So do we have the box yet? Oh, okay. Finally. Let's see how this is gonna go. What this is gonna lead to. Gondel pledged that mysterious box 2 months ago. Has to be the key to solving this mystery. So what are we gonna learn from this? And are we gonna get another chapter break? Oh boy. How can they solve all of the questions in this final part of what I assume is the final part of the whole game? Now let's save. Still have a lot of unanswered questions. Kind of wondering the game's ability to answer them all satisfactorily within this period of time. Yes, we'll see. So this is a small box pledged by Mr. McGonagall 2 months ago. What's inside? The only box the intruder took with him. Is it a music box? That's not the same music box we'd seen. Oh, it looks like it is a music box, actually. How big is the disc? Because I'm pretty sure it should be able to, yeah, fit in there. Appears to be a portable music box. So it was the music box, just not the one that we had looked at in the shop. It's likely made for this particular disc, so what do you say if we go ahead and try it out right now and clear that up straight away? Disc was not McGonagall's. It's the disc that he stole from the victim after murdering him in cold blood. So is this like the sign of 4 kind of thing, where you like need all 4 keys to open the treasure box or something? What reason would a poor bricklayer try to sell a music box disc? Or I don't think of like a different example of media where that was the case that I've Yeah, like there's a bunch of keys to treasure and... Well, I guess that happens in variations of that happen on a bunch of different stuff, where it's like... We have this massive treasure that we amassed between a group, but we're gonna make it so that the only way to get at it is so that each of us have like a key, and then the only way to open it is so that if we all have to get together and use our keys together. Probably gonna be something like that, if I had to imagine. He had like the box and the other guy had the disc to open it. Well, let's listen to the music carved on the disc, or not. Oh boy. Apparently Greg's gonna try to stop that. This music box has nothing to do with the trial. There's no need to listen to music. This was so important that Mordor was murdered for it. There's more than enough evidence that it may be relevant to this trial. Prosecution have no objections, and neither does the defense. Scotland Yard has plenty of misguided opinions on the matter. We at the Yard already decided that this piece of evidence shouldn't. Prosecution came to court ready to examine every bit of evidence exhaustively. It's under your control now. So you're just gonna have to let it fly. Let the music play. Let us see what happens. It seems pretty bland so far. I'm not gonna click on the next thing until this thing has at least one full revolution. Pardon me. Clearly I need to get every last little morsel of this beautiful melody and this beautiful animation. So we're just gonna kick back and enjoy the culture of music. Alright, that's enough. What's in blazes? It did absolutely nothing, and it's literally just like one tone being repeated over and over again at different intervals. Yeah. Which are apparently random. Oh boy. And this guy is starting to have a reaction though. This is wonderful. It seems... Music box is broken. Who could have guessed that this would happen? I don't know, did he tamper with it? Did he break it? Is that what's gonna turn out to be the case here? Rather clumsy little bailiff dropped it on his way back to the Crown Court, really. It is rather unfortunate, but I doubt there's anything to be gained from listening to a broken music box. I'm just gonna let it sit there. Certainly does sound like it's broken, but will we find any new leads by listening to the music box? So it's probably important. That seems like a pretty not committed answer, though. Don't know about the listening bit, as far as the... I don't know, could it be like a telegraph Morse code signal? Wouldn't the telegrapher be able to tell us about that? Telegraphist, whatever. Couldn't we ask her about it? And, you know, isn't this guy a telegrapher as well? Wouldn't he know the importance of it? Inspector Gregson's expression is really bothering me. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be something like that. It's gonna be like Morse code encoded. Something like that. Since we already heard about it. There's something he's still hiding. What is he so worried about? It's like Ghost Trick, where it's like the fucking ghost possesses some guy to sing state secrets during a rock concert. What do you mean to say this hard music is supposed to prove? Probably making this noise because, yeah, it's not music at all. But if this is a music box, doesn't mean that only music can be played on it. Yep, this guy knows about it too. I must be on the right track. Makes you seem kind of like Home Zero. Doesn't mean that only music can be played on it, but I mean, you could actually interpret it as music. Depends. What is art? Let's talk about this. So now let's go ahead and bring it up. I mean, we can do it. Just took a little peek at this music box. Doesn't seem broken at all to me. And I just did it from over here, and there were no objections. The music box is only made to play one note to begin with. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be, yeah, Morse code. I mean, I kind of tempted to like look up a Morse code chart and try to figure this out by myself, but let's just let the game take its course. I feel like I've heard something similar to this recently. When I say that, I mean super recently, yep. I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm kind of ahead of you there, game. If it's not music, then what could it be? Give me concrete evidence to back up your claim. This is my chance to connect the dots. A piece of evidence that reveals the truth behind this music box is the... I don't know. How do we talk about Morse code? And the telegrapher stuff, telegraphy. I guess this, which I had completely forgotten about that it was a thing that we had. The details about it, so it's top secret messages. So that's here the article about the pawn shop, and then on the opposite side is an article about top secret telegrams being intercepted and leaked to foreign governments. Probably this way. Pickpocket girl brutally murders upright pawnbroker. Important article is on the reverse side. Spy in the Ministry of Justice, possibility of secret comms leaked overseas. Major incident under investigation by the Yard. Messages telegraphed by the government through what should have been secure routes are being leaked to foreign countries, so the rumors say. So we're gonna have to ask her about it. You work at the same telegraph station as Mr. Croggery, so... And the telegraph station you both work at covers a district where major government offices and newspaper companies are situated, so... Great place for a plant to be. Does this noise remind you of anything? Could it be? Sounds very similar to what you've been doing with your telegraph here. Morse code, yeah, we've been doing this for a while. Been saying this for a while. So can we get a... oh boy. Some kind of a resolution here. Stealing a private telegram sent by the Ministry of Justice wouldn't be an easy task. Unless you're a skilled telegraphist like Croggery. Encoded international telegram leaked from the Ministry of Justice, and we've just been playing it for this audience, so sure do hope no one else has been able to hear it. That would be treason, crime punishable by death. Well, this guy's been listening. Ministry of Justice has classified information. Enemies would pay a great sum for that. Could have been related to the trade inside the Omnibus 2 months ago. After McGonagall's death, the disc remained at Hutch's pawnbrokers. That were the case. The man who stole this information would have been fraught with worry. If his crime was discovered by the British Empire, well, he'd swiftly be sentenced to death for treason. Which leads to the question why he wasn't more subtle in his approach of trying to get the stuff back. Broke into a closed pawnshop in the dead of night, all to collect what Mr. McGonagall had left behind. He helped him do it, so I guess this isn't the mastermind after all. Stole my own country's secrets. I don't intend to admit to the defense's accusations. Well, you think you can impugn my integrity with impunity because I refuse to speak? Well, apparently he's gonna be ordered to by the prosecutor now. Go on and advocate your innocence to your heart's content. Testify about the accusation. I mean, it's the only way to go if you play dumb at this point. The offense being judged in this trial is the murder of Hatch the pawnbroker. Murder is a grave crime to be punished by penalty of death. Treason against one's own country is no less serious a crime. So let's have the whole story here. Or not. Is Gregson trying to get us to stop testifying again, or no, it's these two? Let us join in with that testimony too. Well, must be joking if you think we'd sell out our country. People call us what? 3 10-pillar men. Well, there we go. And we just jump straight into the testimony from that. There's no objections or deliberation or anything. Nothing more than a mere telegraphist couldn't steal state secrets anyway. Recording in that music box isn't even Morse code to begin with, really. I mean, can't we just ask the other telegraphist to read it as if it were Morse code and interpret it? Why haven't we done that yet? I was negotiating with a bricklayer, not me. What if it wasn't really a bricklayer, though? 2 days ago we followed this guy's plan and broke into the pawn shop. If we knew he was gonna sell out the whole country, we wouldn't have helped him. That's all of our testimony? Okay. As a representative of the Tim Pillar, may I be happy to respond to any inquiries? Well, are you confessing to being this man's accomplice when you broke into the victim's pawn shop? Yeah, pretty much. They have to. Oh, there you are. Hold on. Did I skip anything else without meaning to? Nope. How do you respond to this claim? I still deny everything, alright. You're the one who got us involved in this palaver. All while keeping mum about those complicated government secrets or whatever. And the old man at the pawn shop a gunner, that's just out of order, ain't it? Regardless, I have no intention of confessing to a crime I didn't commit. Well, who could have imagined that this music box would be so vital to the case? Battle against the defense. Nothing more than a mere telegraphist. Well, it says we have 5 statements, but I don't even remember hearing that many. The crime covered in this new paper really did happen. Well, telegraphists hired by the government are all high-rate specialists. One little technician at a telegraph office near such important information, apparently. And yet someone else says that it's far from true, Juror 5. The telegraph office technicians are not so humble. They work with the Ministry of Justice to install and manage their telegraphs, so they could, like, install a backdoor or something like that. You led that very team. That's pretty impressive. He's an incredible telegraphist, the shining example of a perfect role model, especially for crime, I guess. So we did have access to that sensitive information and equipment. Well, the telegrams are encoded, I could never decipher them. But apparently that is also far from true. He oversees meetings between the government's team and the technicians. Since the government said that important information is not lost in any telegrams. And he's been the champions of our office's cryptanalysis tournament for 5 years. Well, and this is all a compliment. Could you close your mouth for 1 bloody second? Yeah, there's probably better ones out there than him. And he's just gonna try to shrug that off, even though that's really incriminating. Recording isn't even Morse code to begin with. Well, how about asking the... the other telegraphist. Obviously, if you just listen to the sounds coming from the music box. If you never learned about Morse code, well... How about I give you a little lesson? Well, let's see. It's comprised of 2 types of sounds, dots and dashes, right? Yep, we can form letters and words. This is A and this is B, and we skipped it. And this music box only plays 1 note, correct? But this unnatural rhythm kinda sounds like Morse code. Can find no discernible meaning in this jumble of notes, well, I mean... Or if you make some kind of effort to read it as Morse code, like the intervals between each note or the actual distinction rather than the dot and dash traditional thing. Oh boy. I don't think we're too far from the truth, considering the idea of trading secret information using this music box. Doesn't seem too far-fetched. It's a shame we can't press him more on that yet. I wonder, is it really impossible to use this music box? I'm gonna... we say percent possibility, but I don't know that we have that yet. I'm assuming that by the way it says percent possibility, it means percent evidence, which points to a possibility. I guess I might take that take that chance. There. I don't think we can do that though. We can look at the music box in 3D though, which we haven't done. This comb here flicks against the bumps on the disc and makes a sound. Each tooth of the comb is a different length, which affects the pitch of the note. But every tooth on this box's comb is the same length, so... no matter which tooth hits which bump, each note sounds the same. Can you please make a note of that? I mean, maybe it's not based on the length or the pitch, but rather the placement of each note. I don't know. Guess I'm gonna try presenting that, though. Probably not gonna do anything at this point. It's possible this music box was used to illegally trade telegrams. And we're still going strong with that. Now we're gonna be asked to present something, presumably. In both dots and dashes to convey Morse code unless... This music box plays only 1 note. How can this be used to relay messaging code in Morse code? Oh, so we kept point something out within? Well, I mean, there's only one thing we can do. Shall we do? Oh, we didn't look at this before, though. This music box looks like you can open it from the bottom as well. I thought I saw something there, but I didn't think it let me select it. Oh, there you go. This side has another music box. You can play music from this side as well. If you put a disc in each side, they play together at the same time, so we would need a second disc. Teeth on this comb are also all the same length. If you compare the teeth on this comb to the other one, they're different lengths. Oh, so this is the dash side and the other one is the And the other one is the dot side. I guess we're gonna present this. At the bottom of the music box is another music box. The two mechanisms operate in unison, which means... I mean, we do have another disc, the one that Holmes made the reproduction. I don't know where it is right now, but we can easily produce it, I would imagine. Morse code consists of dots and dashes. Yes, we've been hearing about this. If you had two disks, you could possibly use them to trade information. But I don't really know how you would know how to sync them up, though. There's not a shred of evidence that supports this man's preposterous claims, well... But if you have this second disk to present to the court, that would be a different story, which... I don't know if we need a different disk, but we can... get the reproduction disk, like I said. It's not the one negotiating with Cousin McDonald 2 months ago. That was the murder guy. So maybe he would know, or maybe his belongings. We'll have to continue with the cross-examination, so... We did learn something new. I guess we're gonna have to... I don't know if it's gonna make me, like... go through that again, that line of... questioning. Go back to that result. Let's see. 2 months ago, McGonagall stabbed the victim to death and stole a disc. To death and stole a disc. I'm mispronouncing stuff again. Mortal was a poor, solitary man of few words. He moved to the high street a few years ago, but the citizens know nary a thing about him. Yeah, it's hard to imagine someone like that being able to get his hands on that information to begin with, so how did that happen? Someone else must have been pulling the strings who gave him the disc. And force him to negotiate. Bricklayer living on the high street and a telegraphist living in the city center. I don't know. Do we have evidence that connects them? I wonder. If we don't find like any more nudges as to what we might be able to do, then we might look into that. Well, these guys planned and broke into the pawn shop. We haven't seen him for years, and the first thing he does is set us on a dangerous job. So apparently they did know each other before. Does that mean you knew Mr. Croggery? Proper good criminals who get loads of old mates. Right, so this guy's got something to say. But let's continue with this for now. Never met these men in my life, he still says. We ain't never met you neither, bro. Never seen out of or heard from this bloke in my life. But then they just take back like they said, yeah. And then the final statement, so we're gonna have to press that penultimate statement again. So we didn't know about the secret of the music box, and we're gonna try to find out even though you already know. When asked about that, you said the pawn shop door was open, so we had to go in. But I say that you had your eyes on that shop from the very start. It was all his plan. Did you ever happen to ask why Mr. Croggery chose to rob Hedge's shop? All rules abound in this shop, proper filth for it and all. But then the truth was that only junk abounds in that rubbish heap. I think this murder what? Hold on, I'm skipping facts now because I'm not paying attention. Will be connected to such a drastic crime because he illegally leaked sensitive documents, which we're in the process of proving right now. Deal in the omnibus 2 months ago, the break-in 2 days ago. That Philly guy wasn't the one making a deal, it was the bricklayer. So I guess we have to assume that the ones dealing together were McGonagall and the guy. And that the The bricklayer was like an agent, basically. Coerced. There we go. The other Mr. Tinpiller. We were doing this gag again. Seemed to be lost in thought during Nemi's testimony. I kinda remember something, alright. Used to muck around with him when we was children, really. Mr. Croggery. And he didn't dress so posh back then. He was brought up poor, just like us. Oh boy. He's always been well smart. He did something mad that we'd never be able to dream up ourselves. Milverton and Tin Pillar Diaries. Okay, there you go. Diaries or dairies? What did that say? Dairies, okay. And Milverton was of course the other name of the bricklayer, so... I feel the need to continue your worthless reminiscence, leave it for after the trial. Where started it. Oh, but we ended in a good note, except... Now we need that added to the testimony, because that's pretty much proof that the other guy was involved with the bricklayer. The witnesses' glory days, so their testimony may be extremely important. We're just gonna agree to that. And of course we gotta have that be the final statement again. Jesus. Sounds like a company. Well, it's just a harmless joke we played back when we was little children. The company went around delivering fresh milk to everyone. So let's ask about all of this, I guess. By which I mean either of these. Company or company's name. Let's ask about the company first, because I'm guessing that's not what we're wanting to find out about. Where we lived, there was this milkman who came around on a coach every month. If we left out your empty milk bottles, he'd come around and fill them up. So we made up this contract right and sent it round. Said we deliver fresh milk every day at half the price of your average milkman. Oh boy. Everyone was well up for it to give us some good dosh. And you live on a farm? Well, what we done was way easier, bruv. We take another family's full milk bottle and swap it with a customer's empty one, really. Bob's your uncle. That sounds pretty illegal here. Just an harmless little joke, and yet they got racketeering money out of that. And he was the genius what came up with it. Rupert Milverton. Rupert Milverton. Could we just call him that even though he was saying his name was Croggery? He was always studying proper art with this sparkle in his eyes. I'm gonna study as hard as I can and move out from this place. But we always took the mickey, so there's no way... Said there's no way you'd manage. Or he's like a tele-watch-it now. Thompson Watson, oh boy. Dearest, is that what she said? Dairies, oh boy. So yeah, we're gonna have to, I guess we're gonna press that again so we can get that detail, because I'm guessing that's also gonna be important. Because now we're gonna have to ask about the name. Mr. Tinpiller, Mr. Croggery, you say this company is yours as a joke. Milverton and Tinpiller Dairies. So... what's this Milverton part about? Yeah, we were told that his name was Croggery. You just run your mouth, but no. And I have to get the dirt here. Deny this witness's testimony. How does the Milverton part bother you so much? Back when he was a child, he had a lot going on at home. Oh boy. He was so poor I think his parents divorced. That's when his last name changed to Croggery. But you're always a Milverton to us. Oh. So that was your surname. There's nothing to be gained by listening to this fool's outlandish claims, so... You're nationally certified to be a telegraphist. When you apply for the certification, your personal history is investigated and recorded. Won't take us too long to look it up. So I guess we're going to. Templars have testified honestly. Your name was once Rupert Milverton, which we brought up during the other earlier questioning without even mentioning anything about it. Bit of a detail there. And I don't know if I should blame the original script or the translators for that. Rupert Croggery was once a Rupert Milverton. This could be game-changing information, so his profile's updated. So what do we do with this? I guess we do the questioning thing again. In the second statement, I think it was. I guess we have to come back to that. We can play 2 discs at once. Okay, so that's the dialogue. Hold on. Got another disc. Maybe he doesn't belong in a crown court. Oh, send the second disc and I'll be more willing to listen. Was not the one negotiating with Cousin McGonagall 2 months ago. That was another Milverton. Unless, of course... Hold on. Unless, of course, that wasn't another Milverton, but... It was him in fucking disguise. Alright. I guess we can surely go with that. I mean, he's got the same fucking skin tone on the eyes, which I hadn't seen before. I don't know about that dimple, though. Maybe it's like a relative of him. Don't know about the disguise being good. Solid possibility at this point, but they certainly look very much alike. We can establish a relationship between the 2 men that would be different, so I need to find... I have found conclusive proof. Do I need to present it here? I mean, is that what they're telling me to do? Or maybe here, hold on. I'm gonna try pressing this first, and if that doesn't do anything, then I guess I'll present something here. McGonagall stabbed the victim to death and stole his disc. Mr. Morton was a poor solitary man of a few words. Yeah, High Street. I've heard all of this dialogue before. Pretty sure. And we have evidence that connects them. I guess we're gonna have to present it there then. But no, guess what? His real name, as we know from the McGonagall case files, I guess, is Mortimer Milverton, apparently. Why didn't you tell us your old name? Are you afraid of something? How would I bother to mention my rubbish past? So hold on, let me just reach for something. So I can probably used figure out whether or not it's raining outside. I don't think it is. Okay. No idea though. Had a reason to hide your old name. I hope it's not raining by the time I'm done with this, because I actually am gonna have the energy to go out and get some shit from the corner store, probably. Of course, then, even if that's the case, I have to hope that they're not like doing cleaning in the middle of the night, which makes sense from their perspective, but not from mine. It's inconvenient. In my possession are a case file from the trial 2 months ago. They include the victim who failed to negotiate with McGonagall and died for it. Mr. Mortimer the Bricklayer. His full name is listed in these files. Mortimer Milverton. So the thrice fired part is just made up, I guess. Thrice fired Mortimer was your father. Allow me to repeat myself. I guess it wouldn't make sense for him to be in disguise because that guy died. You know, there's that detail as well. You apply for national certifications, your history is investigated and recorded, and yeah, it's just saying that again. Stole the contents of the British Empire's private telegrams. Then you and your father conspired to sell them to Cousin Migandul. And I guess you have no comeback for that at this point. Not anymore. Have to shine this one more time. Yeah, I see no range, so I have to assume that that's fine. If you connect the facts and the clues that came to light through this cross-examination, you begin to see the truth. Now, when your father, Mr. Murderer, made a certain deal with Migandul. This deal had something to do with this music box. You stole information from the Ministry's telegrams and tried to sell it to Mr. Migandul. The decision to split it into two music box discs was most likely made as a precaution in case his information fell into the wrong hands, but, I mean, wasn't that what he was gonna fucking use that information for in the first place? I mean, what's the point? He's gonna fucking sell it off to foreign powers. Have to assume. Migandul was arrested and the stolen disc was then pledged to Hatch, so... I don't know, if you go with the spy storyline, does that mean that fucking Migandul was the equivalent of Von Borg from his last vow? Is that really where this is gonna end up somehow, and not the actual Charles Augustus Milverton parallel? Which I still think is more fitting for the character that we know so far. He broke into Hatch's shop in hopes of retrieving the pledges. But even this attempt ended in failure. One of the discs was taken by the police and the other was nowhere to be found, so on that night, he joined up with the Tin Pillars to break into the pawnbrokers and get that back, I guess. This is the second disc. So another disc was in the police's possession? Hold on, I kind of missed the details of the timeline here. Okay, so we're going back. Second disc. What about the first disc, if that was the second disc? Well, the second disc was inside the music box. On the night of the incident. This music box was the only thing handled by the intruders. As was made clear when we viewed the storeroom photos stereoscopically. So why did they handle that music box? I think the reason is obvious. Crockery was trying to retrieve the second disc, which was still inside the music box. He knew that if the police got their hands on it, he'd be tried for treason. What do you have to say to that, Mr. Crockery? All this happened because of your dealing with Cousin Migandul. This is all your fault. Is she gonna break down or... Nope, not yet, I guess. I'm expecting it at some point, though. There's blood seeping through your sleeve, really. At which point? Oh, the bullet wound? Oh boy. Seriously, leave that undressed, because I guess... I think that would be the only reason that would actually happen, having an undressed bullet wound. One bullet killed Hatch, another hit Mr. Holmes's pouch and gave him stomach glass, and the last one went through his arm and ended up in the calendar. Now whose gun did that come from? The one in your arm. It's the very same bullet wound. I guess that was the... Yeah, I guess that was... I guess he traded bullets with the shop owner, Hatch. And he used his own gun to kill him. Pretty much right after. Give you one simple command, you buffoons. Well, pretend I was never here. This is of the utmost importance. Seems it really was a foolish move to trust petty criminals from the slums. Boy, broke into Hatch's pawnbrokers on the night of the crime. I was the murderer. I gave these fools 10 whole guineas to aid me. Should have surmised that was when I ended up with this injury. Is he still gonna deny the murder? I guess, because otherwise it would be just like suicide. We're gonna have the trial end immediately. Yeah, it's gonna stop there. You think I stole government secrets and sold them to Migandul? I've done nothing of the sort, he still says. But with this revelation, I believe the most crucial truth has been proven. 2 guns have already been discovered. From each, only 1 bullet was fired. The bullet that the 10 pillars fired hit Mr. Holmes's pouch. As for the bullet that Hatch fired, of course, it hit Mr. Crogre's arm. I believe that is the only possibility. There's only one logical conclusion. The only person who could have shot the 3rd bullet that killed Hatch is the only other person on the scene. No one else could have shot Hatch, so ergo. And yet we still have 2 people doing the guilty pledge on the juror stand. What else do we have? What a hole you've dug. Exposing me in court wasn't your best move, homeboy. Now what? Now what's gonna happen? You aren't mistaken when you say that I was in the shop at the time, and it's true that I try to hide that fact, but what else is a man to do? I don't want to deliberately soil my perfect record as a master telegraphist. Did you never stop to think? The possibility that I may have witnessed a crucial moment. The eyewitness that will finally end your client's miserable life. Wait, now what's he going on about? I saw it all very clearly. The moment that pickpocket girl shot that poor shopkeeper. For some reason he hasn't fucking brought this up at all, and no one else is gonna comment on that. Trial has reached its final act. Act 4. Sure you're well aware by now. If you have just lied to the Crown Court, then you're a perjurer, I guess. Testify about the events that unfolded before he was the victim was shot. Let's go. And those idiots were fighting with the pawnbroker as was by the entrance. When Nemi was shoved aside, I suddenly felt this pain in my arm. So the shopkeeper and peered into the small peephole in the storeroom door. And I saw the accused in her black coat shoot the shopkeeper as he tried to run away. Blood erupted from the shopkeeper's back and splashed into the defendant's coat. Is that what we're going with? I mean, we do have proof that blood splashed on her coat, but pretty sure that was from when we established that that was from when what's his face, Migandul killed the other guy. After she tossed the gun through the peephole, I picked it up and escaped with it. Really? Why would the fuck would she do that? You witnessed the very moment of the crime, and for some reason you haven't said anything about it, about this very moment. That's very convincing. We're gonna go along with this. I originally had not planned to give this testimony. But I will not stand idly by and watch as you all accuse me of a murder that I did not commit. Made the truth clear in order to defend myself. Prosecution was not given this information either. Shopkeeper that shot my arm was then shot by that little thief. That is most likely when the blood splashed back. And the victim's blood was on the defendant's coat, are you certain? The black coat she wears now is the one she was wearing on the night of the murder. Supposedly. Well, I mean, she would have gotten it earlier than that. If there really were visible bloodstains, they would be undeniably fatal evidence. Well, there's bloodstains and that blend in with the coat's color. That's probably gonna... What is going to try to turn the forensic thing around on us. May be possible to detect these bloodstains using a certain test. The one that I was talking shit about earlier. German scientists developed a technique to detect human blood, called luminol. I assure you that it's worlds apart from a certain suspicious detective's snake oil. In the world of science, a theory means nothing if without evidence to back it up. German courts have already proven the effectiveness of this method. We have some of this chemical at the yard if my lord allows it. Well, could have the defendant's coat tested right away. Don't forget that Gene Bean's coat really does have blood on it here. They can detect that. Well, I already mentioned this, but yeah, we detected that during the investigation, right at the end of that. Here we go. Get shot and get purple blood appear in your coat. Or pink blood, I don't know. I guess it's more purple blood or pink. And it's not Hatcher's blood, it came from when McGonagall stabbed Mortar in the omnibus. The defense objects to this test, well. Now we're just gonna have this happen. I don't know what grounds we would be using to object to it, though. So we're gonna wait and start a cross-examination, just like that. Don't even want to think about what will happen if I fail here. I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen even if we don't fail, because we're gonna get the proof of the blood against us. Just by the entrance at that time. Hatch came out of the storeroom in the back, is that correct? Leapt furiously onto these two as they pried about the shop counter. Had a gun in his hand, I'm glad I kept my distance. Just normal burglars, bruv. Wasn't armed or nothing. Well, didn't you have a gun too? So, Mr. Kroger, you claim that you were standing at the entrance, looking at the many items lined up on the shelves near the door, searching for the music box. Shopkeeper threw himself onto Nemi with Tully there. They would easily win by numbers alone, he assumed, he says. But even that was too much a test for this buffoon, so... Need my gun and the old geezer and he ran off. Even though he was the one who beat them up, yeah. That's when you were shot. Took me a moment before I realized, however, in the midst of the three-man brawl, we knocked many items off the shelves. I must have fired at that moment because I failed to hear the gunshot. So I understand the bullet grazed you and landed in the calendar hanging behind you. It's bleeding, try to cover it, so we're calling it grazing after all, having grazed him. Without a doctor I could only wait for the wound to close naturally. It took 2 whole days before it stopped bleeding. I just held it the whole time. Perhaps it was a misfire or he just missed his true target. Boy. Turned and scampered for the inner door. Yeah, these are all pretty much details that we've heard in the past so far. Appeared in a small peephole which no one fucking acknowledged before this point. And we were talking about how could you possibly see what was going on in the storeroom from outside, and no one could have shot him from outside. And it's not like there was a peephole or anything. That fucking line of thought which I had, and which led me to make that confirmation of that apparently he was shot while he was heading into the storeroom, was not my intention. I was saying that he could have been shot through the peephole. But no, that's just gonna be ignored completely. Do you understand, but I followed him towards the back of the shop. And the peephole storeroom door is made of sturdy wood, but it has that, yeah. I'll get a view of the inside. That's how we looked into the room when we found the scene, and yet we completely forgot about it after the fact. I guess they didn't see the people. Don't even think they knew that the people was there. Impillers didn't actually see the murder anyway. Pawnbroker and the pickpocket were inside the storeroom. Didn't seem like either of them had noticed me watching them. Girl turned her gun toward the shopkeeper in full view of the people, really. Still doesn't fucking make up for the discrepancy of why he was shot in the back, though. Should probably just go ahead and bring that up again. But we're not going to. Defendant was indeed holding a gun, belonging to Hatchwind Bank, and it had only shot one bullet. Well, the one shot by that gun was you. Means the little thief wasn't holding Hatchet's gun, really. Pawnbroker's gun shot me, and the 10 Pillar's gun shot the detective. Must have been a third gun, so where the fuck did it come from? Defendant must have had a gun on her own, yeah, obviously. Since you bring that up, doesn't that burden of proof of that fall on you? I mean, why aren't we bringing that up? Why was nothing found in the investigation? I mean, he says later in his dumb testimony that he shot the pawnbroker from behind. He says in his dumb testimony that apparently she threw out the gun and he took it, which is ridiculous, but that's where we're going with this. Blood erupted from the shopkeeper's back and splashed into the defendant's coat. It gushed very volcanically, like a geyser. The coat is black, so you can't exactly see it now, but I can guarantee that the coat is soiled by his blood. Even though it's not his blood, it's the other guy's blood. It was the Crown Court refused to accept it, we can't use it as evidence. It was too OP, you see. After she tossed the gun through the peephole, I picked it up and escaped with it. This is the most ridiculous part of this whole thing. How the fuck do we just accept that? After the shopkeeper collapsed, that thief walked over. Towards the storeroom door, that's where the peephole is. In panic, I jumped away from the door, but then she dropped the gun through the peephole. Why would she do something like that? Can you imagine she was trying to dispose of the gun? We're just gonna ask you to fucking swallow this. Placed the gun in my pocket, rationalized it by thinking that another crime might have been committed otherwise, and then I threw it in the Thames or some shit. Totally. I mean, he was the one who removed it from the crime scene. We can agree on that point, I'm pretty sure. After that, I left these two to clean up duty. I then left the shop. Well, just putting the crap back on the counter. We pay you a veritable sum of money, so clearly that was part of the duties that implied. When you left the shop, put the second disc in your pocket. Oh boy, he's persistent and oh boy, something's going on. Fucking this guy and also tall guy. Guess we're coming back to that though. As usual. Unless he would manage to produce the second disc. Which he probably has hidden somewhere. I'm gonna wipe that smug grin off your face in a minute now. There's nothing wrong, but I mean, we did see a very questionable statement in one of the presses. So I'll just head right on back to that now. What's going on here? Accept any shady old German guy's stuff as evidence, but not why not the real deal? Well, have to come up with a contradiction that'll be in our favor before they come back with the actually true evidence of the bloodstains from the coat. But yeah, let's go ahead and jump forward to that. Don't know anything about the second disc. Oh, we have to go through quite a bit of this before we can actually get back to the pertinent statement. There we go. What's going on here? The two were having a pretty big argument just a moment ago. Inspector fancies is pretty hardy. Well, unless of course you can prove otherwise. What were you two doing? Got a collar art and started kicking off at me asking why we never told the police about the third gun. And well, why didn't you? Because I didn't know. Well, didn't know nothing about no people. Face don't look all too kind, the guy's proper scary. What in the world is going on? Don't think I've ever seen Inspector Gregson rattle someone so thoroughly. Russell, they're Jamesons. Usually, Toby has this big grin on his face whenever he talks to me. Well, it's probably not how he usually acts. We've been able to confirm that, yeah. But it's still kind of unusual. Is that you temporarily suspend this cross-examination. Results for the test you requested have arrived. Test for the blood stains on the defendant's coat. Oh boy. So we only had that to go on with, and we had no contradictions or anything that really goes in our favor, and now we have the damning evidence. This is just as we predicted. Traces of human blood have been detected on Juno Lestrad's black coat. From the pattern of the traces, it can be surmised that it splashed onto the coat. So there you go. But how old is the blood? That's the real question we gotta be asking here, clearly. Sure. Blood on that coat is no patches, we still say. Then whose blood is it? Coat originally belonged to Cosney McGundle. Oh yeah, that's a thing. He stabbed Mr. Mortar, a bricklayer. That's when the blood got on the coat. And if we can use actual evidence to prove that the two bloods are of the same type, the two bloodstains, then we can, corroborate that, but of course we're not allowed to, so fuck. Proclaim this in this crown court that Cosney McGundle was innocent, and yet, now that he's dead, you insist that he was a murderer all along. You sound less and less like an honest attorney every time you speak, every single time. It's far from fair. How could we even know who that blood really came from anyway? Well, we had our own methods, I mean, no matter how stereoscopically you look at it, there's no way to prove it. We could use a chemical. Oh boy, Mr. Holmes is a detective. Now that doesn't make him a chemist. Saying you would trust chemicals made by a telegraphist. I mean, if they give results, then maybe. Keep Piroshki to hungry boy and he run away crying. Really. Holmes is a fictional character in a series of silly novels. Short stories, my dude. We've been talking about this, we've been over this. Real court has no interest in a man like him, there's all there is to it. Even though he can just get about to fucking come charging in, I'm sure. He still hasn't intervened in the case at all. A testimony was true all along. Just as the witness testified, the defendant's coat was splashed with blood. If he hadn't actually witnessed it, then he could not have testified as such. In other words, his testimony was legitimate. This brings us to only one conclusion. The defendant before you shot the victim. Which we still will not accept. This old veteran wishes to speak. Oh boy. Have arrived at our final conclusion. Oh boy, are we gonna do a third closing argument again? Okay, color me surprised that sound didn't lag. Further voice clips. It looks like the cause of the lag in most of these scenes is the sound files itself. I don't know. More than anything else. The jurors have reached a unanimous conclusion. It's time for us to bring out the friggin' desperate arguments again. Defense failed to break down the witness's testimony. Surely this time it will be impossible to overturn our fine jury's verdict, or will it? I don't think I'm gonna be able to turn this around, but we need to fucking try at least. I mean, she's gonna take it lying down and give up. Are we? Christ, hold on. There we go. Having two percussive maintenance on this checker. A man who can't trust his fellows is a sad sight indeed. Who could this be? This actually... Did I actually call it? And this is the sudden intrusion from Sherlock Holmes out of nowhere. But who's this? The bailiff who delivered the test results earlier. Was it him? Yeah. Sometimes I find myself thinking, Master Naruhodo. Science does not decide what is scientific truth. The true decider is mankind. Even though they're the ones who raised that entire notion in the first place, and, you know, their fucking imperfect sense of perception makes the whole thing kind of a moot in the end. No matter how far you take it. Say a big fucking shock. And now he's just there. What are you doing, you great detective? I heard you were unconscious in the hospital. I've been telling these people that you don't exist. Someone asked me for a little favor. Slept in a little too long, I'm afraid, but may I have your attention for a moment? There's actually something I wish to hand over to the defense. Would even take 5 minutes, surely that's not asking too much. What do you think, Lord Van Seeks? I wonder. You've spent a great length of time on this trial by this point. Mere 5 minutes means nothing, so... Yeah, quite surprisingly we're going forward with this. And freaking Gregson's still trying to very unsuccessfully blockade us, but... Defense is hereby granted 5 minutes. To do the closing argument or to do something else? I mean, we already have the, like, jury guilty thing, so I guess we'd have to do that. Boy. Taking all I've got just to stand up, but here I am. I did ask for 5 minutes, but it got more like 3 minutes. Probably keel over if I take even a single second more than that. So let's get straight to the point. Inventing is more like a hobby. I just make things that will help with my investigations. I've not really taken the steps to have them be recognized by society, so that's my fault. That aside, I'm here to give you this, oh boy. It's like who even knows how many times this kind of scene has happened in the Ace Attorney games, because it happened in the final case of the second Phoenix Wright game, and then it happened again in the third case of the third Phoenix Wright game, and I'm pretty sure there's a few more of these that I'm forgetting, but it's like fucking everything's lost, so let's have our friend barge in with bringing in bundled in evidence. That's bundled in like this, that's gonna turn everything around. But it's a parting gift from Susato. I would have preferred not to have to give this to you. That was Miss Susato's request. Not giving that to us. She had foreseen this. She knew the true murderer would fight with tooth and nail to escape from his crime, and as such your attempts at a fair fight would place you in a tight spot. I was told to give you this at the 11th hour. Oh, so she did want it? Okay. But What's in here? Oh, it's the screen door maker? Or cat flap maker? Why did she have it? I guess that's the door maker for the cat. Cat flap maker, there you go. I'm sure dogs can use that too if it's large enough and the dog is small enough. Why you gotta throw the dogs by the wayside? Why is everyone so obsessed with cats is something I constantly ask myself. Why does Susie want to bring this up now? You said that she was a failure of a legal assistant, of course she would. She was always kind of dramatic, wasn't she? Really think you're the world's best legal assistant, but then she says under her breath, I'm sure I'm the worst. Oh no. I'm gonna self-deprecate. This is very emotional. That night when you left the shop in pursuit of those robbers. She's saying she was sad that she couldn't stop. Wait, really? She used this to carry out a certain plan. This is the first we're hearing of this. She used this on the night of the crime. And surely she didn't use that to make the peephole in the storage room. That would make any sense. So she used it while we were away, chasing after the robbers, maybe. That's about the only scenario that makes sense. That's 5 minutes. Okay, so we're just conferencing during that time, so do we now use that during the closing argument, or do we do something else entirely? Also, hold on, do we have that in the evidence now? That we can look at it, yeah. Let's look at it. Oh, there you go. These blades look really sharp. They're made of a very special alloy I developed just for this thing. They rotate 10 times a second and they can cut through any door in an instant. These two things on the top install hinges on the cutout so that the cat flap can swing open both ways. No matter the door, they're cut right through it. Well, more of a destructive weapon than just a device. Make a deal with the devil himself and it means pleasing my cute little wagahai. That sounds like a cat owner, alright. I guess that's it. Can't look at any other part of it than that. It's just the general description. So I guess my job right now is to try to figure out how and like where exactly this was used during the night of the crime. You're already far too late. Or is he? Jury's opinion is unanimous. Closing argument is possible, but what are we gonna do with this? I wonder about that. No, I guess we're going forward with the closing argument after all. Still not entirely sure how we're gonna be doing this, but we're gonna have to go forward with it regardless. The defense wishes to begin closing argument or cross-examine the witness. Wait and see what happens. Do we even have the option to keep cross-examining at this point, given that the jury has given their verdict? I should just wait and I'll just go with the wrong options right now. We're gonna let her heartfelt action go to waste. Along with the final piece of evidence she left for you. This isn't the time for you to dawdle. But demanding new testimony now would be... We'll proceed to the verdict, except not, so I don't know. Are we gonna get penalized for this, or... Want to cross-examine the witness, or are we just gonna go through both wrong options? Jurors have already arrived at a verdict, so you can't ask for a cross-exam. Or can we? What? We're asking for a new cross-exam, we're in the middle of one already. Oh really? So that would be possible? I guess maybe that's what we were actually meant to go for here. We were cross-examining the shitty testimony that Dandy was giving. I guess we never actually brought that to a close. Nobody else has any say in the matter right now. If he says he wants to continue the cross-exam, the court has no choice but to resume said cross-exam. I guess. We got the fucking bull by the horns now. Defense's request is certainly justified, but it's still calling in our request. What did she say? The court's view on the matter. When the trial has continued for this long, it is the court that decides the timing of the ruling. For that reason, we're denying that, or no, we're giving the defense a single chance. We may present a single piece of evidence against a single statement contained in the witness's current testimony. Isn't that how it usually works? I mean, should we make no progress, the court is prepared to announce its verdict. Do you have any objections? Well, single piece of evidence against a single statement is more than enough, so we hear. It's about time for me to keel over. Well, there he goes. And he's not even visible on the ground anymore, so... Such a high fever, and yet he still stood here as if he were as healthy as ever. Can't tell if it's his fortitude or his absurdity that makes him so terrifying. He's most likely resting in peace in the waiting room right about now. Now are you ready? Yes, we're forced to go forward with this. One piece of evidence to use and one piece of testimony. He'll give me this one last chance. So we'll decide how the trial ends. So we're doing cross-exam one more time. Those two idiots were fighting with the pawnbroker. Oh boy, we got different music and everything. So this truly probably is the final stretch of things. So we've heard all of this shitty testimony. Interrupted. She tossed the gun through the peephole, I picked it up and escaped with it. I don't know, what do we do with this? Do we even have any other counsel to talk this over with? Only one piece of new evidence that we can make sense to use here. I don't know, are we still going under the premise that she used it in the pawn shop? Yes, but how did she use it? I mean... Only left the crime scene for about 5 minutes to chase the tent builders. With that in mind, I wonder how she managed to use this in such a short time frame. Can we press statements of impunity here, or is that not gonna be possible? Because we already did that before. I've been allowed one chance to present evidence, so yeah, we're not gonna be pressing, I guess. Any of your evil Japanese ploys will be met with a severe penalty. Like, okay, I was afraid of this, which is why I saved scummed. And now it's time to act on that. Call your press a ploy, so it's like some of the gimmick cases from the early Phoenix Wright games, where it's like, yeah, you have like one chance to press one of like 7 statements in a row. That you have a problem with, and if you don't do it, then you just lose instantly. But no, so we have to... The only thing we can do is figure out which of these statements is fishy and lines up with the new evidence we have. And present. Which doesn't really leave us with terribly many options. Basically leaves us with 6 options. Peer into the small peephole in the storeroom door. I don't know, are we making the assumption that the peephole was created by this? I can't really think of anything else. I guess we might be. So, I don't know, we're gonna argue that the peephole didn't exist when the guy's testimony is set at that point in time. I guess that would make sense as a counter-argument. Basically creates a second smaller door inside an existing door. Cats and such can go through it. What kind of idiot couldn't guess that? Well, what did I just skip? Cats can get in and out without having to wait for a human to open the door for them, so... But a toy like this has no relation whatsoever to a murder trial. Sure about that? It's hard to see if there was a cat flap anywhere on that door. But there was something very much like it, I guess. Let me word it a little differently. This device can create a peephole in an instant. I don't know, I would say that what we've seen of the peephole on the storeroom door and what we've seen of the cat flap that was shown in the intro door case they look pretty different. Shape and size-wise, but I guess we're not gonna question that. And I'm pretty sure the peephole also had like a little knob attached to it so you could push it and pull it out without just having to use gravity or inertia. You were accompanied by Mr. Holmes and your legal assistant when we went in there. Legal assistant used this at the scene. So she says there was a peephole in that door. And I guess we're presenting the argument that that didn't exist when we first came in there. What are you trying to get at? Peephole was in the door from the very beginning. Witness the crime through that peephole, after all. It's a premise that we're trying to fight against, I guess. Oh yeah, so I guess when we first came in there it wouldn't have been in place, but then when we ran out of there to chase after the burglars, that's when she used the thing to... I guess because she wanted to look into the storeroom at that point, I guess I would explain it. That would be the justification. I guess we didn't actually see it at any point before that. I still kind of have to question why she had it with her at that time, though. Until my legal assistant had created that peephole, there was no way to see into the storeroom through that door. But I don't know, do we have like hard proof of that? I guess we can... Our hard proof could be just... create a sample cat flap with the thing and compare it to the one that's on the door. Legal assistant made the peephole when she used this device. Tampered with the crime scene despite her status as a legal assistant. An act of vandalism worthy of a hefty punishment, but she's like half the world away now, so good luck getting to her. Most likely happened in a few minutes while I was looking for a police officer. If that really is the case, Mr. Croggery's earlier testimony contains a glaring contradiction. Because he couldn't have looked in while the crime was happening, because the people didn't exist at that time. And, yeah, it would have been impossible for the defendant to have a third gun that she could have disposed of, according to his testimony. Keep that in mind. It was absolutely impossible for you to have witnessed the crime from the outside. That can only mean one thing. Your whole testimony is nothing but lies. Can we go back to the thing we were talking about before you came out with that testimony out of nowhere? Which I don't even remember what it was, clearly. I think it was about the possibility that... about the second disc that will work with the music box, but... What part of this seems so childish to you? Are you really saying that toy can just make a door effortlessly? Well, let's try it out right here. What's enough power to carve out any door in an instant, no matter what it's made of? Even titanium, surely. Thought you might say that. Oh boy. Wagahai. Oh, did she fucking make one of those in the courtroom? Isn't she gonna get fined for that? She doesn't care. Can't just use the Crown Court storage to make cat flaps, huh? Was the peephole really made with that toy or not? Where's he going with this now? You have no way to prove it. Or apparently that's easy peasy. This device always makes cat flaps with the same predetermined dimensions. It should match up perfectly with the peephole at the scene, which is what I was mentioning just a minute ago. Philly man shut right up, didn't he? Oh. I wonder what Mr. Guy is gonna have to say right now. Legal assistant has already returned to your far eastern island. Claim is lacking one very important thing, her testimony. When exactly was it made? Well, I mean, wouldn't we be able to prove that with the cameras that Holmes set up? Because shouldn't it capture that? Well, if the freaking the curtains weren't in the way, at least after crime. Because let's see, I think you can see the outline of it here, but then this same outline is absent at this time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can use this as our proof, so there you go. This is rather simple. Was the people made with that toy before or after the accident or incident? Alfred mentioned legal assistant has already left and any testimony or proof along with her. Or not, like I just said. But we do have proof of the thing. He's fucking jumping the gun here. All we can do now is carve our own door and force it wide open. I'm confident I can do this, but there is one thing I do know for certain. Susato is the greatest legal assistant in the world, so... I really should have thought of this as well. Show us proof that the storeroom's door people was created after the crime. Well, we have that evidence, but... not sure exactly how... Wait a second. The clock on this thing is wrong. I mean, it's not wrong, actually. It's the correct time. But it doesn't take into account that the wrong time, which is daylight savings time, is in effect right now. Oh well, whatever. Yeah, we're gonna present this, I guess. That's our proof. This would seem to be from that camera your foolish detective set up. My legal assistant really is extraordinary. This is why, no matter the situation, she was always thinking about the evidence we would need. And that evidence is this picture. This was taken when the defendant broke into the pawn shop. Captures a moment the heinous defendant mercilessly threatened the defenseless victim. That part's not important. What's important is the door behind them. Storeroom door. It has no peephole in it. We're gonna ignore the fact that it's kind of obscured by the curtain, conveniently. At the time you were unable to view the crime through the peephole because it didn't exist here. In other words, your testimony is worthless. So what do you have to say to that, I wonder? This is gonna be the actual breakdown now. Guess. Sure how to feel about the fact that the only really spectacular breakdown we've seen in this whole game is like the villain of the first case. Defense has perfectly proven its claim, unless there's more to come from this guy still. He has done a splendid job of proving as such. As proving his legal assistant's unforgivable sin of forgery. Oh. Forging what, though? I wonder if this man has committed the egregious crime of perjury. Still cannot call him a murderer, he says, somehow. We're gonna drag this on even more now. I was at the crime scene then. And then I was shot in the arm, that is all. Twice. Colors popping. In fact, should consider me a victim. Somehow still fucking reaching at this point. There's no evidence that decisively proves that he's a murderer. I mean, wouldn't we say though that there's... we can at least prove that our client didn't do it because the third gun couldn't have gotten to her. turning back for anyone once a door is opened. Lies always beget more lies. See through one and their whole story falls apart. Okay, time to figure out if that's an actual quote or not. I think that sounds more like an Ace Attorney quote from an earlier title than the Sherlock Holmes quote. Let me see. Lies always beget lies. Nope, that's a fucking Mia Fey quote. That sounded like it. I had a feeling. Or was that something that I wrote? Nope, you're absolutely right. Mr. Croggery, you've done more than just commit perjury. Those lies were impossible from the start. Within your lies, you revealed something that you should have known. Therefore, there is a fundamental contradiction within your words. Let's hear it then. Tell us more about this so-called contradiction. See through one lie and their whole story falls apart here. Mr. Crowley wasn't supposed to know about a certain something. The great contradiction caused by this is the bloodstains, I guess? Or the... Or, I mean, the... No, the bloodstains wouldn't really be a contradiction by themselves, because even though the victim was shot in the back, the blood was still would have splattered into the killer's coat. The third gun... I guess the third gun. That's what I was talking about earlier, but I didn't even know. How would the third gun have ever come into the hands of the defendant, is what I ask. I thoroughly studied English back home. The witness himself admitted to taking the third pistol from the crime scene. Yeah, but he admitted to taking it after somehow the defendant threw it out of the room with the peephole. But he could have known of that gun since... I still say that that should be objectable, but... Just need to remember the evidence. I'm not ready to cross the river of Styx just yet, but... Oh, but very soon. But now we're gonna take a step back here, because... we can probably get it on the next attempt? I don't know. Clearly we cannot possibly make it to the end of this without full health, or what have you. The contradiction is the peephole or the bloodstains. I don't really see what the bloodstains would be. I'm gonna say this next, just because of it's more directly related to what we're talking about right now. It's not whether he told a lie, but why he was able to tell that lie. Let me ask one thing. How did you know that the peephole on the door even existed? Why the sudden silence? People was created after the crime, so... After the... Oh yeah! How the fuck could he have known about that? I didn't even think of that. At which point would he have been able to, unless he heard about it here, but that seems like it would be too much of a convenient explanation. See, hey, I heard about it during the trial. So I don't even know if it came up at all during the trial itself, until he started giving that testimony that, hey, she dropped a gun through the people, so... Scotland Yard arrived almost immediately after, and ever since then that pawn shop has been under investigation by the police, so... Did Gregson tell him about it? Is that where we're going with this? You're absolutely correct. Which would mean that Gregson is evil too, maybe? I don't even know what to expect at this point. The pawn shop was stuffed full of those pledges. To make it through them all, we scheduled shifts such that an officer was always present. Mr. Croggery wouldn't have been able to enter the crime scene, or anyone else, I guess. Except the people who are investigating it, that's us. Shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole, so he shouldn't have been able to testify about it in the first place. There's no denying that he did testify about it, so... I mean, the whole point of this is that we need to not gloss over that. Oh boy, may I ask you something? It's about time I give my report to the yard. If nothing else I'm able to testify about, so he's trying to get out of here, so I guess he was somehow evil as well. Until this trial is over, you will not step away from the witness stand, or at least he's collaborated with the other guy for some reason. Mr. Crogray. You shouldn't have been able to know about that peephole, so how did you? How could you? You must have heard that information from someone else. Yeah. The claim of yours has a very significant, deeper meaning. I mean, we already proved a constable's crime in the previous case, I'm pretty sure, so guess we're just gonna step it up now. Defense believes Mr. Crogray was able to claim that he witnessed the scene of the crime because he received information about it from a third party. And there's only one it can be, so I guess we're just gonna take the plunge and not even save for this. It was Gregson, for some reason. On what grounds do you make this frivolous claim? Well, in this incident, we've only known the name Rupert Crogray for a few hours. It only came to light during the trial. There was an hour-long recess while we hastily prepared for another testimony. Bailey went to the city's telegraph office and summoned him, but before then there's no way he could have imagined he would be brought to the witness stand before us. I wonder where that would be. And at that point, he definitely shouldn't have any knowledge of the people, and yet I guess we did see them like having a secret conference a while ago. He was accused of being the third intruder, and he was giving false information. Or further information, I guess. Only one person involved with the investigation was available to him, and that was Gregson, who was talking to him. While, I'm pretty sure Gino was testifying some time back. Why would he leak information to this man, indeed? He was in the judge's chambers during the whole recess, so he couldn't have done it while court wasn't in session, so yeah, pretty much did it while court was in session. He was briefing me on the events that occurred in the pawn shop. The first time these two met face-to-face was when the trial restarted. And they did have a conversation while at the stand. I do remember that with pretty good clarity. Maybe the stenographer was able to tell us anything, but none of these freaking games even acknowledge the existence of a stenographer, so I don't even know. In order to collect Megano's music box, an officer went to the crime scene. And during that testimony, yeah, they were doing the chit-chat. Crogray and Inspector Gregson were talking about something. It's very possible for Inspector Gregson to have been passing information at that time. And yeah, we still are not entirely clear on why he would do that exactly. No need for me to leak important classified information to someone like him. No reason for you to just freely give up information for nothing, but what if you were being bribed, I guess? That actually struck some kind of deal. In return for information about the peephole, Crogray gave something to the inspector in return. She's like a sleeping dog's villain kind of deal. Villains, where they're like on both sides of the law and they're in cahoots so that they can help each other advance through the ranks of their organization. Or something like that. And that would be an inexcusable breach of trust. Well, suppose you Japanese are predisposed to accusing others of things they didn't. Well, we're gonna ask for proof, because we don't have that proof unless we have a stenographer, like I said. Reaper will not grant you passage with mere baseless claims, pay the fur with evidence. somehow. I don't even think we have any evidence, do we? Why did he stand to gain from a secret deal? With someone that was stealing state secrets to telegraph off to a blackmailer or something. And there was only one thing I can think of that he would ask for in return. Do we really? I'm not sure I follow right away, but I'm sure that makes sense. What shows that the inspector... What did he receive in return for that information? I haven't looked at the evidence yet, but I have a hunch, I don't know. Couldn't be this, could it? If it does turn out to be this, I'm gonna be surprised. But what else do we have? What did he receive in exchange for the information? Why would the inspector have collaborated with that guy? That's the real question here. Not the disc, surely. That would be like... It wouldn't make any sense considering how fucking... what's-his-face was trying to get both discs in the first place, because he wanted them for his own purposes, but... Maybe it could be like a situation like in the second stain, where it's... Sure, if it's this fucking super sensitive piece of information was stolen, but... It's on the market, and we literally just send out a government agent to buy it back and have it off the street, but... But I don't know if that would... Seems like it would be a little too simple, but... Like, right now the only two possibilities, it seems like to me, are... either the disc or the manuscript, but... Right now the disc makes more sense, I think. Let's see. You're pursuing another important incident alongside this one, and... Yeah, if this... Because if you give me this fucking... This thing that'll let me go back to my boss triumphantly, then I will let you off. Something like that. It'll be related to the incident that this newspaper is reporting. Classified information had been leaked to the enemy nations. A short while ago, the music box that McDonald had pledged 2 months ago was discovered. It's a rather unique music box made to play 2 discs at once. And it's possible that... This secret information has been engraved on these 2 discs, yeah, as we were discussing before he came out with this fucking outrageous testimony about the people. So in order to obtain the second disc in absolute secrecy, we made a deal with Crockery and exchanged information on this case for the disc. Which I guess he admits to, so he's not so much evil as he's willing to let someone else take the fall for the sake of being able to look good on his own job. Which I guess is still kinda evil, but I don't know. Scotland Yard will be taking Cousin McDonald's possessions. So we got that disc. And yet they were not able to produce a second disc. Police already knew it at the time. McDonald was connected to that theft of information. The duty given to me was to covertly retrieve the information stolen from the government's telegrams. It was high-profile, top-secret government information, so I couldn't let anyone know. And that is why when I moved to present this as evidence, you strongly opposed my doing so. I knew that sensitive information was inscribed on this disc. Didn't have any concrete proof, but I'd at least consider the possibility that it held that information. In order to get that second disc, you gave the witness confidential information about the investigation. Well, to help him get fucking what he wanted here. Get off the hook. And you'll do it for both your sakes. And now you're both going to prison, probably. Consider this ridiculous claim to be the truth for a moment. That would mean that this second disc currently resides within this courtroom, really. Would that be in the guy's possession? Gregson here is an inspector of the yard. A genius inspector like him makes calm and calculated decisions no matter the situation. I honestly believe he would accept a verbal contract as the fruits of a negotiation. There would be no exchange should he not actually receive the item he was bargaining for. Which means he should have it on him at this very moment. Boy. So he has the second disc, somehow. If we search Inspector Gregson, all will become clear, surely. The only time they could have made a deal was during Gene Bean's testimony. And Toby hasn't left the stand since then. So let's have him searched. How does he respond? I believe this man's claim to be an insult to Scotland Yard. Oh boy. So now what? But if you'll let me clear up these baseless doubts, go ahead and search me. So could there be even more to this? Guess this is gonna be dragged on even further now. No choice but to view this as a challenge against the entirety of Scotland Yard. If perchance no disc is found during the search, trial will instantly be suspended on the question of your suitability as an attorney. Oh boy. British government will no doubt issue a formal complaint against your country. Don't exchange student blaspheming the name of our unparalleled Scotland Yard. Honestly. I mean, this is the fucking same country that has, like, some pretty big issues with free speech these days, so... Should go without saying that it's the result be required to make such an indictment. They have fucking signs posted on the roads there that say, no antisocial driving. Can't imagine the inspector would make a deal with only a promise to walk away with. He must have already received a disc from Crockery. But something is bothering me. Why is he giving us this concession? Oh boy. Charge him or search someone else for give up. My oh my. I actually have no idea, but... Guess we would search him. I don't know... What other possibilities are there even? I don't think there are. There would be more. Why don't we go ahead with the search with Gregson? To start off with. I'm actually quite curious to see whether or not this is going to be the right choice here. But he submits to that search. The inspector was given a simple body search. It's gonna be like a bad ending kind of path, like in the miracle never happened, that kind of deal. A few minutes later, the search revealed that he had no suspicious items on his person. Oh boy, we fucked up. We only lose one penalty. Okay, I guess it's really not that big of a deal. Figured as much, really. Do you see how confident he was? I guess it's the tell that... what do you call it? The tell that that's not what you're supposed to pick, but... Not quite sure about anyone else. What if we give up? We just lie down and die. We don't find anything, now we'll really be in trouble. Tracks his request for a body search, really. Pathetic. Withdrew your challenge for a mild threat. I can't believe you've done this. The samurai are no match for knights after all. Unless it's that fucking guy from Neo. It's like ultimate weeb who's gonna travel and become a samurai in the Middle Ages. Yeah, such indecisiveness warrants a severe penalty, so now that we've confirmed that there's only one straight, one correct answer here. Let's take a quick step back. And I guess we're gonna have to search somebody else, because that's the only possibility left to us. Hey Redber, welcome back. Morning. Defense requests a body search, but not... Not Gregson's body search, we're forced to assume. Oh boy. One fucking thing is not working again. There we go. Well, neither run nor hide, except we're not gonna be searching that guy after all. Yeah, still going, because this is probably the longest single segment of any part of this game that I've seen. Actually, isn't the one I want searched. Don't be foolish, boy. Isn't it me that you're trying to indict? Or could it be someone else entirely? Someone else could have made a deal with the fucking information thief. And who's coming in just now? It's Iris. He was just mustering up the resolve that you all keep going on about. We should respect that resolve, and then we should respond in good faith. Also, it looks like it's still not raining, which is a good sign, I think. That's the British Empire that I know. Indeed, your words ring true. Court is willing to respond to the defense's resolve. So I haven't mistaken anything I've seen to this point. There's only one person who could possibly have the disc right now. I don't know who that person is, honestly, but let's think about this for a second. Let's see. We know it's not Gregson. And, we can make an initial assumption that it's not that guy, because that would be too obvious, but I don't know entirely about this. And probably neither of these two, because just out of the fact that they are selectable separately. So something tells me that it's not this guy too, because that would be a little too far-fetched. So who has the disc that this guy was apparently trading away for evidence? Could it be this guy? I mean, he's basically the other guy's boss. And I guess one option for what could have happened is that somehow the disc could have been transported out of the office and taken to that guy. And like the bailiff went to look at the office. But didn't we ever establish that that bailiff might have been Holmes himself? Which I guess means that he's an option as well. I get the feeling that I'm gonna have to start trying possibilities here. Let's start with this, just because I gotta see whether or not it's wrong. This person be? Yeah, it's probably wrong, because it's like non-specific dialogue. It appears dear exchange student thus. I get the feeling that it might turn out being the guy that was ostensibly making the deal in the first place. Maybe he still has it. Oh yeah, well, we're still operating under the assumption that the disc is within the courtroom, like not even in the building, but in this room specifically. So let me do this just to say that I did, I guess. Yeah, it's the same thing, so... Now I'm guessing what actually did happen is that the guy that was making the deal was actually making the deal after all, but... he didn't give the disc to the other guy yet. And I'm assuming this is gonna be correct, so let's do this right now. Let's see exactly how this ends. Defense requests that Crogray be searched. Will he comply, Will? He has the fucking bullet wound still. Don't really know the significance of that bullet wound. Other than the fact that he was shot by the pawnbroker's gun. But we don't know the significance of... Judge revealed he had no suspicious items on his person, really. Okay, that's actually kind of surprising. So he didn't even get anything out of that, alright. So if it's not any of my initial suspicions, and it's not him, and it's not him, then... what the fuck could it be? Couldn't be this guy, could it? I just dismissed that possibility because it seemed too ridiculous, but... we say that he's in the courtroom. It's either one of these two or him, and... apparently it's not him. Dear exchange student, is this the same dialogue as before? Okay, so it's not him either. Oh boy, we're really taking the safe scum to the next level there. Okay, hold on. Probably need to take another look at the thing, you know. The witness stand is plainly visible to the whole courtroom. I can't imagine how he would hide the disc without arousing suspicion. Maybe it's in someone's pocket? Unless it's actually one of these two. I still don't know how that could be. And like the rest of these people aren't even present, so... I guess there's really no other choice but to have it as one of these two. Oh boy, the music stopped. Nemi Tin Pillar. Him specifically. Is this actually the case? Let's train that man and perform a thorough search of this person at once, or... not. Hold on. This intrigues me enough that I want to go back in time, and... see what happens if I pick the other guy, the short guy, before any of this goes forward. I'm actually kind of curious as to what the expected, like, train of thought is. Okay, so if I do that, it just doesn't do anything. It's just the default "you fucked up" text. But yeah, I'm kind of curious as to what the what they're gonna bring up is the expected train of thought that you have to take to arrive at that conclusion, without just save scumming like I do. Let's have a look. Gregson tries to stop him, so that's how you know we're onto something. Scotland Yard itself objects to this search. But your objection will not stand. Only people permitted to raise objections in court are the prosecution and defense. It's like, you have to know right off the bat that it's not Gregson himself who has that. But how do you figure that it's this guy specifically who has it? How's this gonna turn out? Hold your horses. I haven't the foggiest about this. Honest. Don't know nothing about no disc. Oh boy. Inside the witness's jacket pocket, really. Why did it have to be his and not the other guy's? Get another music box disc, is it? How did that get in there? Boy. Washington State will be released in ATS 3 days from now, apparently. Oh boy. I think I remember getting some kind of truck game from one of the Humble Bundles. I don't remember what it was. Probably check right now. Okay, apparently it was ATS, what do you know? Which I played approximately 68 minutes of once. But apparently he has the second disc left by McGondle. Just looking at this perspective, I really don't know how you would figure that. That guy would have the disc, and not the other guy. But specifically why that guy, or either of the two, honestly. As I recall, Inspector Gregson was the one who struck a deal with the witness, so... why did this man have the disc? That's what I'm wondering. Usually Gregson is calm and composed, but just a little while ago there was something unnatural about him. How calm and composed he was? When we were threatening the search. That was the only part that I focused on. The second disc in your pocket when you left the shop. Oh, Really? That's what you were supposed to look at? Gregson started violently shaking Nevi. You were supposed to figure that from that. All I can figure in that moment was, I wish I was Tully right now. So what was going on at that time? He just grabbed me by the collar and started shaking me like his laundry. Why didn't you mention the third gun or something? Started screaming right in my ear. At that moment, Gregson wasn't the same cool, composed inspector. I mean, that's not exactly the only break in that attitude that we've seen over the course of this. I don't think that's a very compelling clue, I would argue. And he would have hidden the disc he was kept, really. So he took it off his person and put it in Nevi's pocket, really. That's what we're supposed to take from that. Why would he hide it in someone else's pocket? I have a feeling that this wasn't an option for the good inspector. He needed to keep it secret. He claimed he was on a mission, and it's like, yeah, let's not even bring this up during a legal proceeding that's about murder. Top secret. What was stolen was a confidential telegram from the government of the British Empire. Submitting it to the court as evidence would have created a major scandal. So we're led to believe. Working under orders from the government, I cannot answer that question. In case of the extremely unlikely event that you were to be seized and searched, you hoped for a chance to hide the disc somewhere else. Then perhaps Gregson pretended to shake Nemi and did that to hide the second disc. Which I question. This is the weak point of the case as far as I'm concerned. They both confessed to partaking in some manner of deal. Can we please focus on that now so that we can actually arrive at something makes more sense? She's still gonna be denying that. He's still dragging this on even now. Let that Japanese over there think what he will. We have no evidence that I'm the one who gave the disc to the inspector, or do we? Can't provide a reason why you knew about the people at the scene of the crime, which I guess was what led us onto this. Just gonna clam up. I lied in my testimony, I'll admit that much, and I am prepared for the consequences, but I'll say no more. Murder government secrets and a secret deal to boot. All the whimsical machinations of this Japanese boy's own imagination. So yeah, he's still denying everything. Then, what about Gregson, though? Do you admit to making a deal with Crogray? As an inspector of Scotland Yard, I have little else to say. I've been operating under the Honourable Great British Empire under the pursuit of justice. I'm gonna wax moralistic here to say why I was right. As representatives of the Empire, I wish to request that you pass an honourable verdict. It's rare that the trial reaches such a standstill just before the end. If there truly is no more evidence to deliver it over, I must request that our 6 jurors pass a final verdict. Words of one who has devoted his life to protecting his country carry a great weight. And of course they're all gonna stick with the inspectors. Fucking spiel. No matter how much I cross my eyes, I can't see anything stereoscopically anymore. I want to believe in his words. Crogray is truly incredible. Well, an inspector has eyes I can trust, that is all I know. I'm going Socratic here. They will trust Inspector Gregson. If they hand down a verdict now, Jean will be declared guilty, won't she? We can't present some kind of decisive evidence now that it's all over. We need to force him to confess to murder and robbery, or to get Gregson to confess to making it a deal. Don't know if we have that. We would have done something earlier with it. I asked the jury to hand down the verdict. Gina's all but guaranteed to be declared guilty, and then we can start the closing argument, clearly. So we need evidence now. Who should I show my evidence to? Oh my god, I don't know. Guess we're gonna look at the evidence just to see what options we have. We need to either get hard evidence of the fucking the crime, or that the deal was being done. Maybe we can, I don't know, do we do something stupid like show the manuscript to Gregson? I guess I'm gonna try that just because I thought of it cursorily. There's one last piece of evidence I want you to look at. If you want to admit to your deal with Crogray, we'll have to inspect a certain piece of evidence very thoroughly. This is probably not what I'm looking for, regardless. I'm gonna try it. What is this supposed to be? That's what I'm wondering. The size of evidence that proves that these two made an unlawful deal. Yeah. That was a stretch. Still talking about that stereoscopic crap. Well, I think it stopped being relevant a while ago. It was pretty much used in 2 occasions to actually important effect. It happened at the very last minute, so there's no indication that they actually trust each other, so... He's definitely not gonna confess, but we also have Gregson. He's keeping his mouth shut as part of his so-called mission. What if we forced his mouth open? That should be our own mission. So I guess we do have to... Yeah, I guess this has to be the right path at least, because we're just forced down it repeatedly. So, get him to, I don't know, appeal to his own patriotism in a different way? I don't even know. Which is what I've been saying for the past quite a few times. I don't know. The revolver... How do we get him to admit that he was making a deal? Two notes are scrolled on the back. The manuscript is not it, even though it would not surprise me if it had been. Telegrams... I don't know, how can you possibly fucking... I mean, I was thinking that maybe presenting this would lead us to say, how could you possibly trust a guy who would betray secrets like that, but then... The whole reason he was doing the deal was to secure those secrets himself, so... Can't think of anything else that might be... akin to that, though. I guess there's the disc itself. Pouch, the third bullet, the music box. I'm gonna try this again, like my previous attempt, just to see what happens. It's gonna be the same, isn't it? Yep. I think other than the time where we have to do like 3 fucking checks on the evidence to get to the next part of the trial, this is the only time I've actually been stumped like this. At the end of the final trial, I'm forced to assume. I mean, there's the fucking article that's like, how dare you do the thing, and there's a disc. I don't really see how the disc would help, but it's like the only other thing we can really do, or the music box. I mean, only plays one sound. Do you want to offer up the music box so that we can test the other disc? Is that gonna be it? The music stopped. Oh boy. There's already one disc set inside that music box. I want to listen to the sound it makes one more time. But this time, I want to use it with the disc we found from... Oh, that's what we're doing. You know what? Guess that makes some kind of sense. We're using the second disc that apparently we're accusing Gregson of having concealed so that we can verify whether or not the result is actual Morse code. So yeah, let's get to the end of this with no scars to show for it. It's clearly the only way to go about it. It seems like a very hazy kind of thing to... Very, very roundabout way to get him to admit to that deal, but... I guess that's what we're doing here. Because this is one of those things that I would still expect him to deny. Even if we did it, but I guess it's not happening now. Earlier, the defense made the following assertion. The sound that was played from this music box was part of a transmission in Morse code. It's comprised of two sets of sounds, dots and dashes, and this could contain the second set of sounds, but we're dealing with top-secret information from the British government. If we make that information public, it would be tantamount to treason, but... yeah, if you wanna... I guess that would be it. If you wanna stop us from actually playing the disc, then you have to admit it. If you do plan to leak top-secret government information on here, which you kind of already half did by playing the dots disc, you'd be making a very powerful enemy. You'll be an inspector knowingly leaked secret information to the witness. Why should I have to pull any punches? Prepared to make any enemies I have to in order to protect my client. That's clearly the only thing I should be worried about. That's why I got fucking McGundle declared not guilty 2 months ago. Let's listen to the music box right away. Or not. Let's see how this is gonna end up. But you would understand my way of doing things by now. I am no mere pawn in the police force. So long as I stand here, I will stop at nothing in order to find the truth. I can sympathize with each of your positions. With respect to the defense's request, we shall once again listen to the sound generated by the music box, and we're gonna do it right here. Okay, I guess that's how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be placed. What will happen when we insert both discs and play them simultaneously? What will we hear? It's all gonna be some kind of a gag. Are we actually gonna be told what the code translates into? I guess one of the tones would be the dash and the other one would be a dot. There's no doubt anymore. It's Morse code, really. I guess the lower tone would be the dots and the other one would be the dashes. It's all true, but please turn it off. Well, let's make this absolutely clear. You made a deal with this witness. In exchange for this disc, you gave him information on the crime scene. You told him about the peephole in the storeroom door. And he denies nothing, so... he's basically standing down at this point. When the trial resumed, this man stood next to me at the witness stand. And he turned to me and offered me a deal. And this guy's still fighting at this point. It must be the inspector I met at the pawn shop. I am currently in possession of that which you seek. What do you say? If you refuse this information, may end up being revealed to the world, so I guess this fucking Croggery. He's basically the... he's basically the villain of either Second State or Bruce Partington plans. Which are about government secrets being stolen. This witness tried to falsify testimonial to frame my client for the crime, but the one that actually coerced the secrets out of someone else was the villain of the Second Stain, Eduardo Lucas, so I guess he'd be closer to that guy. Told him about the peephole still. I knew that the peephole was made after the crime. Even as the lead inspector for this case, I had no idea. So what does this guy say? You gonna break down for real this time, or there's nothing left for you to hide behind? You made a deal with the inspector to escape punishment for your crimes. It can lead us to only one conclusion. You, the third intruder at the crime scene, were the killer of the pawnbroker. And you are the one who had the gun, the third gun. Boy, brace this cane. And has a really long neck. Oh boy, he's trying to strangle Gregson with it. Is anyone gonna intervene here? Oh, he just coughed up one of the chips he was eating, I guess. That's it, it's all over, so we're told. If that really is the end, though, that would have been preferable to another day in the slums. We were at the absolute bottom of the ladder. Curse the day I was born to a tradesman. Parents did nothing but argue every single day. I'd never even seen money before. Told myself to study as hard as I could, also I could escape from that life. And you became a telegraphist. You made a commendable effort, but then you decided it's not enough. You stole state secrets and tried to sell them to fucking the blackmailer, man. What drove you to do such a thing? Isn't it obvious I just wanted money? More money, more problems. Even now I wake up in the middle of the night plagued by dreams of the slums. Wanted so much money that I would never have to worry about those nightmares again, and I guess that he didn't have that yet. And that's when I met the man. When I met that wretched man named Gandul, who had all the money apparently. Could turn your skills into unimaginable profits. Trust in my plan, together we will have untold riches. Gandul promised me a great sum of money in exchange for stolen confidential telegrams. As the one in charge of routinely checking the ministry's telegraph room, it was child's play. Give in to the devil whispering in your ear. Government's classified information is no doubt a very serious crime. Took so many precautions in hopes that the deals would go smoothly. But you resorted to using a music box. Which, you know, leads to the question how he had that custom made or whatever. How did that ever come into existence? Father was a bricklayer. He divorced my mother when I was young. Mortimer Milverton. Father was skilled with his hands and he had once been the apprentice of a music box maker. Oh, okay. No great feat to make a box that only plays Morse code. With that in mind, I visited the high street in search of my father and roped him into this, I guess. For the first time in 10 years, we were reunited. He was very disappointed. You became such a fine gentleman, I almost didn't recognize you. He seemed to be just a frail old man. No matter how desperate he was, my father would never break the law. I told him the truth, he most likely would not assist me, so what did he say? Would you be able to make a music box disc? A friend that composed some songs that I want to sell at a pub, really. 2 scores here ready to transfer onto the discs. It's been 20 whole years though. Tools I need to make them are still up in the loft, so he just did it. And that was how classified information was encrypted and embedded onto 2 discs with someone that had no idea what he was doing. Trades with McGandle were to be split into 2 transactions. For the first transaction I would give him one of the discs and the music box to play them. For this I would receive 10 guineas. Second transaction was where we would trade the other disc for 1,000 guineas. So the murder on the omnibus happened in the middle of one of those second transactions. Told him the information according to the plan we agreed on. But it seems he became uncomfortable over the price. Well, the one killed 2 months ago was not him but the father, so what was he doing there? When I received 1,000 guineas after our first series of trades, I gave my father 200 as a sign of appreciation, so he forced me to tell him what was going on, I guess. But he was sharper than I had thought. He appeared to have realized that these transactions weren't lawful. Let me help you out with your next trade. Let me go and die in your place. My father, that seemed to be the most logical course of action. I will board that coach and exchange this second disc with McGandle for the money. Father never learned just what was on those discs. It's impossible now for me to ever know what truly happened, but, well, I mean, see, it's pretty obvious that fucking McGundle killed the guy. Father had the disc stolen from him and he never returned home again. At the moment I was made painfully aware of McGundle's true nature. For the first time in years I finally uttered my father's name again, and then... swore to take revenge. On McGundle, really. Oh, is he the guy who is gonna turn out to have set the coach on fire or something? Exploited his assets in order to break the law and influence his trial. Which I guess seems pretty evident in hindsight. He destroyed the integrity of that trial. Forging evidence, tampering with the crime scene, bribing witnesses to commit perjury. Cousin McGundle's trial was nothing more than paid-off deception. And that was the day we arrived in London, so we had no idea, no context, and we went right along with it. Plenty of money saved up from all of our dealings. 2 months ago I used all of that to hire certain men. Boy, is it the burglars? Many Londoners would stop at nothing for money. Learned that from McGundle himself. Oh boy. He paid people to kill him. I ended the devil's life with my own hands, really, so he's admitting to another murder here. The accident 2 months ago was no accident. One that murdered McGundle 2 months ago was him. Preparations are complete, so if we... It still doesn't really answer the question of how he managed to get in there and set that whole thing up under everyone's noses. Unless he just bribed everyone, and that's what he was implying there. So that bailiff back then was that guy, really. Bought out the real bailiff and swapped him with a fake. McGundle twisted that trial with his money, so... bought and used someone to plant that fake evidence in the omnibus, which I guess is how it happened during the trial. So he didn't do it himself. So I did the same thing to him. Covered that omnibus in kerosene, used fake bailiffs to send McGundle to the depths of hell where he belongs. And then I tried to get the rest of his shit, and I killed an innocent person myself in the process. There's one more thing that was bothering me. His possessions, I guess. The second disc which my father took. Where did it end up, so... I guess he was actually trying to prevent the information on the discs from being sold in the end. He didn't want to make money off of that, after all. That's what we're going with at this point. I only thought the first time I had dealt with McGundle. Oh boy. Here's the first disc and the music box to play it. What a cautious method. Here's your 10 guineas as promised. Hatch's pawnbrokers. There's no need to name yourself, simply show the pledge ticket and say the password. I guess that's how he knew the password. Pledge that you will there, sell it, and you will receive 10 guineas. You're perhaps not aware, to the city folk, London's pawnbrokers are the most trustworthy of safe deposit boxes, which is the same argument that Holmes was giving when he was talking about it. He had hidden my father's stolen disc on the spur of the moment. Realized there was no doubt that it would be in that pawnbroker's, so that was convenient. Mcgundle must have entrusted his pledge ticket to someone so that it wouldn't be found in him when he was tried. When I first met you in that pawn shop 2 days ago, you had a description of the defendant. How did you know about her, did he? There was a pickpocket who was clearly telling fabricated testimony. Oh, okay. She'd been threatened by McGundle to do his bidding, so I guess it makes sense that he would have been watching that if he had been the one to set up his death. It's very likely that she still had the pledge ticket. Found out all I could about her just to be safe and stalked her, I guess. She may appear in the pawnbrokers on the last day to redeem the pledge. And that's how it happened. I at least managed to pin down the location of the pledges, but only the coat and the disc in its pocket were on the ticket. The important box and the other disc inside of it were not part of that pledge. I mean, it was still kind of a gamble to assume that the second disc was inside the box when he turned it in to the pawnbroker. But I guess he didn't know that the box was on sale. Yeah, otherwise he would have just bought it. While we were proceeding with the investigation into the stolen intel, we discovered that McDonald was involved, so yeah, that's pretty much the reason why they confiscated the other disc. Only because it was his possession, and not because they knew that that was part of the encrypted system, I guess. Search all of his belongings in order to pin it down as soon as we could. We at the yard started an urgent investigation. When the inspector took the disc from that day, I grew afraid from me that day. There was still a second disc and the music box inside that pawn shop. I had to get them back before the police got there first. I mean, really, that was the motive? Wouldn't that just have meant that they would have ended up back in the police's hands? Which is better than the other possibility, I would think. Any other possibility. What happened that night can be called nothing short of a nightmare. While Nemi and Tully were rummaging through the counter, searched the shelves of surrendered pledges, and I found the music box I gave to Miguel. And there was the second music box disc. But then something happened that I could never have expected. Fucking the actual pawnbroker came out, and he shot him dead. Bullet that had shot went through your arm. And then, unfortunately, in my hand I held my pistol that I had taken with me just in case. And that was that. You know the rest. Never intended to actually aim at the fleeing shopkeeper, nor that I planned to kill him. It just happened. Lady Luck had enough of me and that bullet hit. Passed straight through the man's back as he ran through the door into the storeroom when he collapsed, and then the door was shut from the inside. And well, we've already gone over all these details. 10 pillars left without even the foggiest idea of what had actually happened. That is everything that happened in the pawnbrokers that night. And now you know the whole true London story of how the murder occurred. And with that, this comes to an end, I'm pretty sure. Called McGondle the devil. He used his financial power to twist the truth and run from his crime of murder. However, what you did was no different. He who fights with monsters should see to it that he does not. I am Nietzsche now. The abyss also gazes into you, and yet that is exactly what I did. It has been quite a long trial, but finally we're at the end of it. What is Crogway's current status? He's currently in custody and being taken down to the yard. He's under suspicion of the pawnbroker Hatch's murder and of leaking sensitive government information. And furthermore, you will surely have to answer for your crimes as well. In the end, you aided the culprit in attempting to escape his crime. Even if you did it to carry out a greater duty, it was an unforgivable obstruction of justice. Like you didn't even have to do. And the defendant, who has just been sitting there. It's time for us to reach the final verdict. Announce your verdict before this court. There you go.
無罪無罪無罪無罪無罪
And of course it just turns around completely from its other default position. Century of Gina begins now. Well, the Queen should be dead, but never got any clarification of that, did we? But we were done for more than Monster. You're the greatest attorney in the world. Still have much to answer for. Before you earn your freedom, you will still be charged with your other crimes. First and foremost, your false testimony at the trial 2 months ago. Second, your unlawful entry into Hatch's pawn shop. And finally, your attempt to claim McGondle's belongings as your own. Well, yeah, that's still something that happened. I wore that coat yesterday with a smile on your face. Can't have her over for dinner tonight. Well, never in my deepest dreams could I have imagined that Morse code would be carved into a music box disc. It's a splendid attempt to utilize her blind spot. And that does remind me. Our Japanese boy leaked that Morse code for all to hear right in this courtroom, didn't he? Well, like in Ghost Trick, yeah. That's all I could do in order to get Inspector Gregson to confess. I mean, the prosecutor was the guy that insisted on having it played. Regarding the sounds played by the music box, I do wonder if that was actually Morse code, really. You must know, I'm an absolute Morse code fanatic, so wouldn't she have guessed what that meant? What reveals itself to me through the magical sound of dits and does. Personally confirm that what we have heard earlier was not Morse code. It was only a meaningless string of noises, really. So that was all for nothing? So what does that mean? Can we listen one more time? Well, there are government secrets on this, or are there? Most men plan to use encoded disks to trade with enemy countries, but was that a... Just gotta block that? Was that a... Like, did the guy create a fake from the beginning? Is that what we're implying here? But hey, we had a bad lot in this incident, but seem to have worked full of forgery, bribery, and perjury. You will say never wish to have to show to a child. Apparently it happens every day down in the slums. Normal for the weak to get the short straw. But I think I understand now. If I want this cruel world to change, I'm gonna have to do it myself. You know what that fucking Michael Jackson song said? Clearly it's the same principle here. Expect a great change from you in the near future. In the case of the pawnbroker Hatch's murder, we'll now deliver the final verdict for the defendant, which is not guilty by both accounts. And here come the fireworks again, I expect. And soon I guess I'm just gonna have to discuss all the plot points that were opened up in the first part of the game that stayed unresolved even at this point. Goddamn, a lot of threats opened and only like half of them were closed. And that's the end of the court. But let's see what else is left here in the remainder of this. I still don't know what the deal is with, like, one of the first things we can address right now with this guy is what is the deal with, why does he hate the Japanese and why is that somehow connected to what Asagi wanted to do here in Britain, because that also has not been answered. Though you are Japanese, you managed to see through the deceptions of our nation, and you did this while defending another from our country, trusting and fighting until the end. It's a strange spectacle to play a part in. I don't think it was strange at all. Whether you're from the Great British Empire or the Japanese Empire, the fact that we're all human remains the same. There's one sole reason I returned to this court, it was so I could once again cross blades with you. Oh, so does he see the sword? And think that we're the other guy. Remember the Japanese man who gained my utmost trust only to betray me? He did mention something like that. Which side of him was the true him? I wanted to try and understand that man through you. Mentioned that the Japanese had betrayed you. What happened? Guess we're actually gonna get an explanation here, maybe. Or not. Are they really just fucking deflecting this at this point, even though this is the end of the game? Are they actually leaving it for the sequel, which means I probably will not gonna learn the truth behind that until like another 5 years from now when the translation for that comes out. Left this court 5 years ago bearing the title of the Green Reaper. We'll have to ponder what our meeting in court means for me. Till we come face to face again, Japanese attorney. Oh yeah, he's got some baggage, but I guess we're just gonna shrug that off. That kinda sucks. Don't know about a lot of the structuring in this game, honestly. And now it's all finally over. Don't see Iris around in the defendant lobby, but she's here. Congratulations. I knew you weren't guilty. Really believed in me till the bitter end. You're so weird. And yeah, we did keep repeating that to her. This is the first time anyone's ever kept a promise to me. Gotta realize something now. All my life has been backhallies and never giving anyone an ounce of trust, which is not unreasonable, methinks. So afraid that they'd all betray me. The more you trust someone, the more unbearable it is when they hurt you. So I felt during the trial 2 months ago. Man I trusted betrayed me and I felt like my heart had been ripped in half. But I realized something too. Putting your trust in someone else all starts with trusting yourself, and there's honestly no greater joy. Then when you realize, hey boys, I found a typo. Then when you realize you were right to trust them all along. Hold on. We have a tradition for how to deal with this. Time to just take a picture of this with my screen cap thing. There we go. I was able to remember that because of you. Glad I chose to trust you, Gina. But I might have been thinking about it a little too. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to trust someone for once. The way I see it, said Asogi. Oh boy. An attorney's worth is measured by the belief he has in his clients, along with how much he can believe in himself. Maybe your words are starting to get through to me. Maybe I'm finally starting to live up to the attorney you thought I could be. But someone else has something to say here, it seems. Oh, there he is. How long are you two gonna keep pretending I'm not here? Have any idea how long I've been standing there in the corner holding my breath? Oh. Trying to jump out and scream, ha ha ha, it's me, children. But you just had to go and mess all that up. And he says it anyway. Aren't you supposed to be at the hospital? And I was, but I broke in my chains once again. Now 2 or 3 of the guild director's weaknesses. He and I had a little chat and then he was more than happy to give me permission to leave. Good work out there today. You really fought tooth and nail. Let me, as a friend, be the first to congratulate you. Or like the deadweight detective. Oh. You were in a right spot of trouble, but you just kept snoring in bed. I mean, he did bring the super convenient evidence at the crucial time to have the dramatic thing. I suppose that shot did make me lose a fair bit of blood. Like my finger, cold as a corpse. Hopefully stop poking my neck. Well, Guess I should congratulate you too. I mean to scare you when I say this, but I have to wonder what happens next now that you've escaped the Grim Reaper's guilty verdict. One that supposedly brings death to anyone who gets a not guilty verdict against him. You know what happens to good old McGonagall? Well, he died. But I especially care for the rumors anyway, so... I mean, Sasaki survived for quite a while, but he fled the country. I mean, we already know that there's another explanation for how the fucking... how that guy died, McGonagall. It was set up very specifically by the guy that we just had in the guilty thing. Some religions probably have gods like that. God who would judge fairly, like Egyptians, I guess. Blokes like McGonagall do awful things and then they're never punished for it. Maybe that's what this is really all about. Let God sort them out, like in fucking... Damn it, I was just watching an interview the other day where, like, the origin of that phrase was discussed. Kill them all, let God sort them out. It was with George R. R. Martin, and I'd already forgot the details of it. It's always wrong to take someone else's life, no matter who you are. I'm Batman. I mean, Holmes is pretty much the inspiration for Batman, so... Forgot I hadn't actually said it yet. Glad to see that your innocence has been proven. Congratulations. Oh boy. And then here's Iris, I guess. Just out of nowhere. Even went all the way to the hospital to wait for you. I'd get a load of these two, you're not gonna believe this. So I disguised myself as a bailiff and sneaked in. Imagine my shock when they didn't even bother to recognize me. It's not really their fault. Holmesy, you don't have anywhere near as much presence as you think. Well, better keep that in mind if you don't want to get yourself into bother later. But yeah, you know, another fucking mystery that's still unresolved is why the manuscript for the Hound of the Baskervilles is important. I was hoping we'd get to celebrate our victory tonight. Don't think I'll be coming back for a while. I'm gonna be in... then detainment, I guess. I was breaking in, trying to nick that guy's pledge, and that whole pickpocket thing, which I don't know if we can even quantify that at this point. Who the fuck would press charges against her for that, if no one even remembers or notices her? Being in court made me think that maybe pickpocketing ain't right. It's probably why you became an attorney. Well, and then I'm gonna make a place where all the back alley kids can live normal lives. I'm gonna become that fucking child from Assassin's Creed Syndicate. What's that chuckling for? And now she's being sent to prison, I guess. I'm sure she'll be fine on the inside. Time to very slowly reload this and then shoot you with one of the green small grenades. Haven't a clue. Times like this, I just don't know what to say. Perhaps the words you're seeking are words that you have never spoken before. Boy. At times like this, these recommend saying thank you. Alright. I'm gonna spit it out any minute now. And of course there she is with her smile and the tears. For trusting me through all this. So thank you. For not actually having committed murder, I guess. That's our rationale for that. What a lively little pickpocket. About the latest newspaper at a shop nearby. What does it say? Huge turnabout in today's trial. The girl is innocent. They've shown us this before Gina left. Yeah. Got good news and bad news for you. I mean, she's innocent, but she's going to jail anyway because of all her baggage. Which one? Do you want to hear it first? The bad news first. What this guy wants to listen to good news. Even here, your answers really show the difference between you two. Start with the good news this time. Rain finally stopped. I was record-breaking the deluge of a storm. Might have to get drenched on our way home. I haven't even seen any rain in this game so far. The sea is especially rough today due to the rain. Things are so rough at the port of Dover that all ships have been delayed by at least half a day, which means Susato's still gonna be there. If we run for London Station right now, maybe we can say goodbye to Susie before she leaves. There's no way we could catch a train to the port of Dover right now, or is there? Already arranged for a special limited express from London down to Dover. Really, if we go full speed ahead the whole way, we should be able to make it in time for dinner. I've been to know an inn that serves delicious paella with sole, really. Or soul. I just say that I know 2 or 3 other railroad company secrets. All it takes is a little chat and then they give me top-of-the-line service. We're just gonna exploit everyone. Off to London Station we go. Well, if she's gonna get on like a ship to leave. Guess we're gonna have a scene that parallels the parting meeting between Phoenix and Maya in the first Phoenix Wright game. That took a tad longer than anticipated, so his boat is probably leaving soon. And what do you know, there she is. How convenient. Reading a book. Yep, we're here all of a sudden. Came as fast as we could after the trial ended. Heard your ship had been delayed due to the rain earlier, so obviously. What about Gina, though? Oh, she's fine. She's also in jail. We're gonna mention that. So glad that is absolutely wonderful news. So what are we to make of this now? What's that book you're about to throw into the sea, the British Empire's Code of Law? Are you gonna give them the middle finger? Oh boy. You have no right to have anything to do with law. Oh, okay, you're giving yourself the middle finger. Perhaps decided that it was time to say my final farewell to it. Oh boy. But no, we need you as the legal assistant, even though you were actually gonna be someone else, maybe. What is happening with that peephole of yours that you forged and then didn't tell anyone about? Because that actually did help us out. In the end, kind of. How did you even get your hands on this? The night that horrible incident occurred, you had invited Gina to dine with us. After our meal, Gina gave us a bit of a lesson. She taught us the basics of pickpocketing, and oh yeah, so she did. We do remember that scene. I didn't even realize it was gone, therefore it's fine. In a bit of mischief, I decided to slip this into my sleeve. And I took it with me to Hatch's pawnbrokers by accident. I was gonna say, how did that end up? She ended up having that at that time. Then I saw an opportunity and I took it. After you left, I couldn't help but be curious about the door. So I decided to take a look inside. I was so worried about Gina that I just had to check, and that's why you made the peephole. Ended up in a pretty clear photo, thanks to Holmes's automatic crime recording device. That did turn out to be very important. When was the peephole made? Yeah, we went over all of this. Over the course of this 7-hour second half of the case so far. I think we can pretty much lay all this to rest at this point. Then I remembered. I recalled the trial from 2 months prior. McGonagall's trial. The criminal tampered with the crime scene and forced witnesses to tell falsified testimony. I felt as if I had been forced to see the darkness of British law. And then I thought of something awful. What if some sinister man had done the same thing this time as well, so we decided to get a one-up on them. But I know that Gina would never shoot anyone, yet the culprit could try to frame her. Would these circumstances not make it difficult to fabricate testimony? Oh boy. Murder happened on the other side of a door into a locked room. To create false eyewitness testimony, you would need some kind of peephole. And so, yeah. I guess we were setting up a villain for a fall. Culprit knew that its usefulness would be lost, so we made it as a trap with that very specific purpose, and we kept it a secret, even from the police. It was a crime, so only Holmes knew about it, in the, midpoint between the 2 parts of this case. This may be what he needs to cause the great turnabout. I suppose he was right. She somehow thought that far ahead. Why wouldn't we know about it? Because we would have jumped the gun and used it earlier than the... Or we would be an accomplice. You know, either or. If it was revealed that you willingly tampered with the scene, you may have been dismissed. That's why Mrs. Otto kept this secret so closely held. She did this to protect you and Miss Gina. For one moment I began to doubt the law. I mean, I doubt the law all the time because it's literally just a product of human facetiousness. That's not in no way to do with the absolute, as is pretty much anything else that is thought up by humans, and yet it's often treated as though it were. If it weren't for the contradiction caused by that people, Gina might have been ruled guilty at the trial, so you saved a life. Oh hey Samsung, happy 3:12 AM. I'm still playing because it's the end, even though I've been going for like 7 hours. Sentiment means more to me than you could ever know. Oh boy. It's wonderful that 12 AM... No, I said 3 AM. It is currently 3 AM, 12 minutes past the hour. I see you're 1 time zone over. Had a nightmare, I had to wake up. Oh dear. But there are still so many questions. Yeah, this is my complaint as well. There's so many questions that haven't been answered in this game. Can't believe that you deduced that those discs had telegram information on them. I mean, that didn't seem like that much of a stretch. Don't have the full story behind that. There was a telegraphist, but she said that most of the transmission was just meaningless noise. Do realize that this was top secret information. It was encrypted as a failsafe. Oh yeah, I guess that's another possibility. Like, I thought maybe the guy had just made the discs as have nothing of actual value in them, and he just sold them off to the other guy and basically cheated him. But maybe it could have just been encrypted further. Someone with too much time on their hands will come to find the answer. Hey. Oh boy. Someone like someone right now. Asogi? Says... Iris. I've never heard such a weird word before, really. It was Asogi. Do you think it means something, and how did you come to that? Asogi is the name of my best friend. Why on earth do you know that name? Just noted down some of the code that was played in court earlier, really. She only heard it once. This girl really is a force to be reckoned with. Oh boy. I mean, it was played once... Like, the first part of it was played once while she was there. I'm pretty sure the full thing was played after she left. She can't seem to make any meaningful words other than Asogi, I guess. I'm looking from an English point of view, so it was in Japanese. And then I remembered, English isn't the only variant of Morse code. Every country in the world has its own version of Morse code. Even the ones that also use the Latin alphabet. I mean, I've only seen the Japanese Empire's code chart once, so I think you call it the Iroha code. And the telegram says Asugi. But I remember the whole thing. Oh boy. Do you understand Japanese Morse code? Apparently she does. Okay. Will be vital for worldwide communications in the coming era. Or, something like that, but once we actually go past using the telegraph. What does it say? As her gaze stands across the seemingly meaningless lines of Morse code, Susato's face gradually lost its color. This does certainly appear to be Japanese Morse code. The British Empire is sending telegrams in Japanese. Oh boy. There are 4 sets of character combinations here that seem to be names. The first is K. Asugi. Kazuma Asugi. The second one is A. Sashin. Don't think I've heard that name before. The third is T. Gregson, really. Why is that coming up in a classified telegram? And the last is... such a surprising name. Oh boy. Last name is J. Watson. Oh boy. So now is it finally, are we finally gonna tell Iris that her dad is dead? John H. Watson. I guess this is related to how... the above 4. Oh boy. After the 4 names, the above 4. That's really memo steps. So Watson, Gregson, and Asugi and the other Japanese guy were involved in something. Soshin or whatever his name was. Seems that these classified telegrams were part of a correspondence between the British and Japanese empires. Was that like the correspondence between fucking Germany and Russia when World War I was about to break out? Maybe my daddy came from Japan. Oh boy. But maybe it's just too good to be true. There are lots of Jason Watsons all over the world, I guess we have to assume. I mean, I guess Watson is a fairly common name. Professor of UMA University's Department of Medicine, Dr. John H. Watson. No way I can tell her what I know right now. So we're still gonna gloss over that at this point. We have solved today's mystery, but it feels as though I've seen the entrance of a dark abyss, so they're really just gonna wait until the sequel to resolve a lot of these plot points. Maybe the darkness within that abyss isn't meant to be seen by our eyes. It seems kind of weak. I don't think I can honestly remember many Ace Attorney games where it's like, yeah, we're gonna have some big plot points and some intrigues, but we're gonna leave them unresolved because we assume that we're gonna get a sequel. Be on my way to France's port of Dunkirk, and from there I will board a large passenger ship back to Japan. I guess that doesn't stop her from leaving. Wish you could have stayed here with me so we could stand in court together. Someday, please come back. You're the best legal assistant in the world. Yeah, they're doing the emotive departure with Maya again. Still haven't fulfilled my promise to you. Which was about that manuscript. Somehow. Yeah, we still don't know. That's one of the several things that's left unresolved at this point. What's the deal with that manuscript? And what's the fucking other side vault code? How can I shoehorn that into this? But why did Holmes not want Iris to publish the manuscript? It's probably done with the bizarre intrigue that's implied by that. Probably has to do with that. You know, a list of names, but of course we're not gonna find out right now. Jesus Christ. Susano tossed me to the other side of the room. It came after that. Oh, that's what we're talking about. After we solved the mystery together, I became oddly confident about something. You would be the one to carry on Kazuma's will, which is another unresolved point. What the fuck did he want to do in Britain? One day I'll be back. Please take care. And the other unresolved point is, what the fuck is the deal with the prosecutor? Why does everyone die after he prosecutes them, regardless of what happens? And what Japanese guy was he betrayed by in the past? Why did he say that and then not explain? Well, let's listen to this, I guess. And hey, its book ends with the anime cutscene at the beginning. There's that fucking cat. 弁護士になって異国の町で名探偵と出会った。これからもきっと様々な困難が僕を待ち受けているのだろう。でもどんな危機だって大逆転できる、そんな気がする。Of course. だって僕には世界最高の仲間がいるのだから。The greatest friends, yes. That's why I sound so enthusiastic. Right, so credits now, I would imagine. Maybe after this, more dialogue. One more thing. Got some pretty bad news for you. Railroad companies suing for that little trifle with the emergency train, oh boy. All the other trains got held up at the station. Wouldn't have made it in time otherwise, and yet we still showed up kind of late. So I told them it was all on you see. I fucking passed the buck, alright. I'll probably be served with a formal complaint from them by tomorrow. I'm sure you'll be fine. We heard a certain tidbit from Suzuto. You love defending yourself. Boy. We're gonna have to do the thing where we yell objection at the end. Like in the first Phoenix Wright game too. Never thought he was the kind of person to do something so awful. Well, there's a certain word I wanted. Yep, here we go. Go ahead, scream it from the depths of your very being. What I'm wondering though is if they expect me to do it in the... with the microphone. I hope not. Nope, because they kinda ask you to do it with a microphone in the DS version of the first game. Oh, no, not this time. I'm pretty sure that 3DS does have a microphone, but it sucks, so... guess they got over that. Yep, Shutakubi, who you have to thank for all these games, and also Ghost Trick, and also probably other things that I'm forgetting. So that's the game. People all over Europe have been sending me music boxes, when that's no longer relevant at this point. Mr. Holmes needs your help to solve a mystery. That newspaper ad was a mistake. You did this to yourself, though. They've been flying off the shelves. Whatever happened to real detective work? And are we getting more actual 3D imagery here that we can see, because this is not a 3D display? I imagine. My deadline is tomorrow. Haven't slept since yesterday. Usually Holmes, he takes over breakfast duty at times like this, but he'll just make crumble toast and muddy coffee. Well, I don't remember any tidbits in the short stories or the canon about Sherlock Holmes being a bad cook, because I think you just kind of assume that Mrs. Hudson did all the cooking in their house. But the guy that did crazy stuff with cooking wasn't even Sherlock Holmes, it was Nero Wolfe. Who was not referenced in this, I guess. Boy. No matter what you think, my boy Kuromaru knows that I'm innocent. To ask that you keep these petty disputes out of the Supreme Court. Are they still doing this, like, way after that case was resolved? And that reminds me too, there's like, that case is related to another one of the plot points that was never resolved, which is, why did Giselle Brett kill Watson? What was her motive? Who even was she, really? Why did she want to, like, destabilize Japanese-British relations? Oh, hey. These two are on the same ship. High newborn kitten's in my pocket, so I guess he's still gotta be around all the cats, and that relates to him writing the cat book. But yeah, what happened to that Japanese detective after the second case? I guess he just didn't... There was no reason for him to actually be in London, so he just went back. And this guy just did his thing and didn't even play any greater role in that. Dream of a world where logic and order govern all. Hundreds of components working in perfect order, much like Big Ben itself. I only have 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next meeting. Well, since I mentioned Momo earlier, I'm pretty sure. Clearly that could be a very... Clearly naming the driver of the cab in the third case, Beppo, could be a very roundabout way to saying that the men in grey with... that eat time are somehow involved in this. I'm in the newest issue of the Strand magazine. I'm also involved in some kind of conspiracy, apparently. They're pretty good for an amateur. Still drinking that tea, I guess. That the little 10-year-old girl gives him. But like, what big fucking plot points went unresolved after all this that were freaking introduced really early on at that? What was the deal with Watson's murder? Why did that happen in the first place? What did Asogi want to do in Britain? What was the deal with the prosecutor? Why did he hate Japanese and who betrayed him? And like, why did everyone die after he prosecuted him? And you know, this fucking conspiracy plot that they bring up at the last moment. Why are all these things opened all over the course of the game and then they're not resolved in the game because they assume that, yeah, you just gotta wait for the sequel. Pat's back home all thanks to the Grim Reaper. Really. I guess this guy didn't go to jail. The most enjoyable part of my job is picking up all the loose change on the street. I guess he's supposed to be like Gumshoe in that sense. Is Holmes killing people in actual fact? Well, I don't know. Not so sure in this game what the deal is, but I think in the stories at least, I think I remember him shooting the guy that shot Watson the second time. Don't remember if he died from that. I could check right now, because it's actually related to the guy that was talking just a second ago. Because he was named after the villain from that story, yeah. The 3 Gary Debs. The Adventure of the 3 Gary Debs, whatever, Wikipedia. Let's see, armed with revolvers. Winter sent back to prison. Nathan, Gary Deb ends up in a nursing home. Hold on. Oh, I guess this guy's in jail as well, with these two. Yeah, I guess he wasn't intrinsically evil as much as he was just trying to fight back against the other guy. So Migandol is the true villain of this game, which would mean that... well, would mean nothing but other than his villain, but... yeah, we still don't know. That's technically a very minor point, but they did bring up that apparently these two had a third brother, and that was just left up in the air. It was never even addressed after... shortly after it was mentioned. And they did keep saying that apparently Gregson looked a lot like the third brother. Need to look at it with the stereoscope. Yeah, this game, it sounds like inconsistency is more important than realism. Yeah, that happens in a lot of these games. Try to figure out if Nathan Garideb, aka Killer Evans, was killed in the story. I don't think he ends up in a nursing home. Oh boy. Okay, I guess he wasn't killed. So I don't actually know if Sherlock Holmes killed anyone that was a person in the original stories, because I just remembered. I'm pretty sure he also shoots the dog in the Hound of the Baskervilles. Or at least he's one of the people who's in the group that does that when that happens. And hey, look, it's the artwork for most of the game's promos. It shows up in the game. Even the cat that has no actual role other than to just be there. And well, I guess you could say that the cat has a role in a very roundabout way, because otherwise there would be a reason to have the cat flap maker. But that's pretty much it, really. So now what is this? Do we have more credits, or... Is this like one of those... supposed to be like one of those old anime actors... or anime outros where it's... yeah, let's just walk. And have the characters in the background, I suppose. Didn't read a lot of Conan Doyle's work, but the bit that I read was pretty okay. Yeah, I've read all of the Sherlock Holmes stories, but other than that I pretty much only read a bit of his, like... I don't remember, did he? Yeah, he did. He also made the Professor Challenger stories. And hey, there's that character that we don't know why the fuck she did what she did, and it just stayed up in the air and needs to be fucking addressed. I need someone to travel 5 years or something into the future when the fan translation for the sequel to this comes out. And so that I can find out what the deal is with that. And everything else that I mentioned, but yeah. I actually never even read any of the Professor Challenger novels. I only read a short story. But I think that was enough for me to get a picture, at least, of what that was like. But pretty much the only other thing of his I read was the horror stories he wrote later in his life when he was getting into occultism because his kid died. And one detail I always remember about one of those called, I think, Horror of the Heights, is how one of the creatures he describes in that is pretty similar to the balloon enemy from the Castlevania games. Even though I don't think he mentioned like the bit where it bursts and like all the little spores fly off. But yeah, other than that, I'm trying to remember if there was anything else, because I don't think there was. Other than Sherlock Holmes and all of that other, those little specks that I caught that weren't Sherlock Holmes. I do remember that it was, I think, back in 2009, when I was in my first year of high school, I think. The movie with Robert Downey Jr., the first one, was about to come out, so I just, you know what, let's just spend 2 months reading every single Sherlock Holmes story that I did. And to be fair, they were all pretty good. Pretty much I think the only one that I had any trouble with was the Mazarin Stone, because it's the freaking black sheep of the whole series. But it's the only story that's not told from a first-person perspective. It just has a non-specific, omniscient narrator. It has nothing to do with any other characters, really. Whereas pretty much every other story is... well, I guess to an extent you could say that happens in some of the novels, because the second half of Studying Scarlet and also the second half of Valley of Fear are also told from that perspective, mostly because they follow characters that are completely separate from the first half of the narrative, so it don't really make sense to have it another way. But pretty much everything other than that is told from either the perspective of Watson or Holmes for like 2 stories near the end. So there's that. Generally, I have opinions, as you might imagine. Oh boy, when it comes to media that has literary sources. And hey, look at that, they actually managed to get the translation team into the credits. We can thank all these people, including Master of Memes. And apparently people who originally made independent translations of episodes 1 and 2. And apparently one of them was Asugi himself. He came out of the game and decided to work on the fan translation. So there you go. Thanks, lads. This probably wouldn't have happened without you. When you play so solidly, you do take breaks to eat and stuff. Well, by solidly, I'm assuming you mean when I go for like 7 hours or 8 hours, which is something I'm not entirely unknown to do. But yeah, I mean, generally it's like I would do with co-op streams, which we're having a bit of a hiatus for right now. It's like 1 or 2 hours of that, and then I take a break and then I do the rest. But yeah, when I do end up playing for this long, I do try to take breaks. I took a very brief one in the middle of this. And I at least had something to eat during that. As if not, I would probably be feeling a lot worse right about now. Data is being saved. We did it, we beat the video game. There isn't anything else here now that that's all done, is there? I'm so ready to just bring this to a close, because we've been going for 7.5 hours at this point, yep. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Not entirely sure what the meaning behind a lot of these, well, I say a lot. Behind really 2 of these are, and that's the Clouded Kokoro, because it's like the heart, but I guess that's to do with the work of Soseki, which I am not familiar with. I only have one of his books and I haven't read it. And I'm guessing that the title of this has to do with how they, what do you call it, the manuscript for Hound of the Baskervilles, which is apparently super important in this universe. But it's only mentioned in passing a couple times throughout the course of that, like, 11-12 hour case, if we're to tally up that whole time that it took me to get through that. So use the D-pad. Does it also work? Oh, it does. Okay. For some reason I hadn't even tried that at any point. Would probably have made playing through some of these parts easier too, honestly, using the buttons, but I just used the touchscreen the whole time. See, it's easier, I guess. Just get a tap in the right place and that's it. But that was the Great Ace Attorney, aka Daigyakuten Saiban, aka its original title. And it's time for me to shut this off. It's been 7.5 hours at this point. And I'm glad that I finished that though, because I really wanted to finish that before I went into the next series of things that I wanted to do before the 18th, which is in only 10 days, because it's past midnight. Because in the 18th, something very special is going to come out that's probably going to be eating most of my time for the foreseeable future after that point. So I'll probably be back with the beginning of that next series of stuffs tomorrow. At an adequate time, but since it's time for me to give it a rest now, you'll take it easy. Thank you everybody for coming like always. Thanks for chatting. Always great whenever people chat. And this is about like an hour and a half overdue, but I guess I'm gonna raid someone else who streams at really ridiculous times because of his own schedule, other than, or despite the fact that he's in the same time zone as me, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I typed in the thing. Did it register? Or did my chat eat it? No, there it goes. Okay, so we're gonna raid Captain K. And you can say whatever you want if you stick around for the raid. I don't have a raid message. It's time for me to probably go. Good fun stream. Yeah, thank you, Red. I'm sorry that your final chat thing got cut off. There it is. But yeah, he's playing Monster Hunter, which he does every other week, which I might end up joining in for a while, but right now I'm probably just gonna have some quick dinner and probably scamper off into the night for an impromptu snack run since I don't think it rained at all tonight, which is surprising. Not necessarily that great, but it's convenient for my purposes right now, so we'll do that. And like Monster Hunter, well, you don't have to join in the raid if you don't want. But yeah, regardless of what happens, I will be seeing you all later. Time for me to not be speaking anymore. It's very infrequently that I end up speaking so much for this long. So bye.